Yesterday, IDubbbz posted a YouTube video that's become extremely divisive. I haven't seen people this divided on a singular topic since the red and blue dress debate. The video he posted was basically an apology for the content he made in the past, apologizing for it being hurtful or damaging, and a whole myriad of other things that he wanted to come forward with, and talking about how he's changed as a person and thus his content will be changing. He goes over like insecurities of his past, and overall he just invites the audience into the back of the kitchen to see how the sausage is made and meet the chef. And for a lot of people, they didn't want to meet the chef. He's being very open and honest about his feelings on his older self and now his current mentality, how he feels better and healthier and doesn't like what he did in the past and didn't like who he used to be. So it's a whole apology video for all of that. He releases more feelings in this video than Pandora's Box, and I kind of want to go over this whole situation because I have a lot of thoughts on the topic, not only as it pertains to IDubbbz in particular, but just in the general creator space. There's a few things that I want to talk about here.
For a while, I felt like if I changed my content over time, that people would see that as a reflection of who I am and what I value, but I'm starting to realize that that is a very weak and passive way to, run my channel and live my life.
I'm sorry to immediately come in here with the Phoenix Wright objection, but I completely disagree with the sentiment that it's weak or passive to change your content and expect people to see that as a reflection of yourself. That's pretty much the optimal way of handling any kind of situation in which you're not comfortable with either your audience or the content you've been making. By changing the content over time, you're changing the audience over time as well, obviously, right? The people that subscribed for your previous catalog of content might not stick around for the stuff you start creating when it goes in a different direction, and that's a totally fine thing. I don't think there's anything weak about just making different content and growing individually without having to come forward and share that growth with your audience. At the end of the day, your subscribers aren't your friends. You don't know them and they don't know you. That's the brass tacks of it. Sorry to blast the cold water in your face first thing in the morning. You don't owe them an explanation for why you're changing your content. You're welcome to tell them. I think that's totally within your right to do. But I really disagree that it's weak if you don't explain why you're changing your content. You can just make different stuff and go in that direction where you're happier without ever really needing to come forward and really lecture on why.
I think I should have the balls to make an apology video and take accountability for the mistakes I've made. So that's what this video is. I am responsible for creating a lot of hurtful and damaging content on this channel, and I've also created a culture of
he sounds brainwashed.
Apathy and, I don't know, a lot of cruelty as well. Some of the videos I've made have been very, not edgy. I don't think they some of these videos were edgy. I think they were just outright cruel.
It sucks to hear that this is how he thinks about his old content and his old self. It's always a very difficult realization when you look back on, the you of a few years ago disappointed. I used to be 5'6", and I still am, but it sucks to realize that I was then too, and have been for a long time. Point is, he wasn't happy with the content he made or the person he was, and now he's trying to apologize for the videos he made. And I, once again, have to completely disagree with the way he looks at it. I feel like his perspective on it is very warped by the way the internet has evolved over the years. The way he talks about this content makes it sound like he used to fucking murder puppies for these videos, which it was never that extreme. I very much would consider it edgy. It was 2016 edginess in all of its glory.
It's not like, what did he already do?
Brand. And for its time, it lived peacefully. All four nations, water, earth, fire,
what
air,
Ethan Klein does now and others,
going on. Now, obviously, times have changed, and he has changed. He's gotten older. He's in his 30s
stirring
now.
drama
In your 30s, it's not exactly entertaining to just be spamming slurs for shock humor. I don't find that
doxing
entertaining,
people.
And he doesn't either. So it's totally fine to want to distance yourself from making content like that.
Anybody.
But I don't think it was a mistake that he made those videos. They're not hurtful, nor do I really think they're damaging. Now, you could make an argument that they were hurtful to the people they were about, like the content cop on Tana or Leafy or any of that. You could say, he hurt their feelings or sent harassment their way, which may have been a mental burden on them, and
yeah, that was
feel bad about that, I suppose. But at the end of the day, I don't think the goal of his content was ever to be hurtful or damaging. He was just trying to entertain and using edginess as shock humor, which for its time was acceptable online. Now, whether or not you think that's okay that it was ever acceptable, that's a different argument for a different day. But the point is, the point of his content wasn't to be hateful or hurtful. He really was just trying to entertain. At least that's how I and the majority of people viewed it. So I just don't think that the apology is really warranted. You can explain, like, I just don't like making that content anymore, so I won't. And be like, hey, I even regret making that content because it's kind of cringe now. That's all fine, but to think that it is this huge, massive problem, like you made an unforgivable mistake, is a little weird to me.
So I don't want people to, get it confused about, where I stand. I have made some cruel, hurtful content, and I need to acknowledge that, and I'm really sorry that it's taken me this long to acknowledge it. The content I'm talking about specifically are content cop videos and videos where I was just generally criticizing people.
It was funny, dude. Relax.
Lackluster reasons, and obviously didn't have any accountability online whatsoever on my end.
You shouldn't have to apologize for criticizing someone or something. Voicing your opinion on a subject is a totally natural thing to do. I get criticized, I criticize others, people criticize movies, games, music, all of that. And to try and vilify the idea of criticism being evil, I think is a little dangerous because you just create these echo chambers and no one ever really grows from that. I think it's totally fine if you regret the way you criticize things, the way you approach the subjects, if you regret how you handled it, that's okay. However,
Charlie is really
on point. Necessarily say that you were picking apart people for lackluster things. You seem to really look back negatively on all of the content cops, but whether you like it or not, you did make good points and good arguments against people. I feel like the main pain point of those videos he used to make is the slurs in them. Like, his catchphrase was 2 slurs strung together, right? Like, that's not exactly something to be super proud of. I get that. But to go back and say, like, all of it's shit, all of it's, bad and cruel, I think is going way overboard, because it's not. I don't think any of it was cruel, I don't think the criticism was unwarranted, but it's fine to just regret the way you handled it to a certain extent without saying all the content was damaging or cruel or bad.
I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I'm...
עד יום ראשון הגדול, ברשת מחסן חשמל, עד 40% הנחה על אלפי מוצרים. גם כפל מבצעים.
Shut the fuck
up. I'm any better than any of these people that I was making content about videos on. And I'm not. I'm a human. I'm a real human who makes mistakes. And, I make a different set of mistakes than the people I was making videos on. But it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's also indoctrinated a lot of people thinking that this is an okay way to behave.
Yo, you pointed out a lot of scumbags online. What are you
talking about? By a Men in Black neuralizer and had his memories rewritten of what that content actually was. Because I never got the impression from those videos that he was morally grandstanding or that he was trying to pitch himself as superior to them morally. He never really tried to make himself seem like he was better than them. In fact, he would multiple times point out, like, these problems as well. And even giving them how they could have attacked him better in response, giving them ammo if they wanted to use against him. It all seems very self-aware, not from like a moral grandstanding perspective, but just you were making criticism in a goofy way to entertain your audience as well as provide legitimate points for why these people are doing bad things or have done bad things. For example, making a content comp on Leafy and bullying him the same way he bullied people in videos, right? But that's not exactly the most cruel thing in the world. It's just making a point and making that point entertaining to your audience.
I am very insecure about my ability to create interesting content or entertain. It's gotten better over the years, but it's something that I have struggled with constantly. And it's one of the reasons why I kept making this hurtful content you to interpret that as an excuse, but I hope that that is relatable to other creators who may struggle with the same thing.
Now, this subject right here is something that is facing right now, that situation.
Oh, jeez.
Especially with a creator who's found a lot of success with one brand.
Get the fuck out of here.
To try other things because you don't know how it's perceived and you're a little worried about your
Shit, I wasn't paying attention.
or something that's not the norm that your audience is used to. That's a very honest look into that mentality, and you see it all the time on the platform with people that have found success in one niche and they never leave it. And that's because there's always that fear that if you do, you'll lose your audience or you'll just not be good at it. People live in the exact same style of content forever. And that's how I was for like the first 8 or 9 years of this channel, doing nothing but gameplay and commentary videos, spouting the word nipple and titty and cum as much as I possibly could within the first 2 minutes and throughout the rest of the video. But eventually, you do take a risk, and you try other things, and I always think that's the most fulfilling thing a creator can do, which is branch out from their niche. At least to try it, dip your toes in the deep end of that pool and give it a whirl.
I was being very bigoted in a lot of my videos, and I justified it because, I didn't think it was too serious. And I thought that people were going to see that I had good intentions, but that's so silly, Casual racism is still racism. Casual bigotry is still bigotry. And, I said a lot of things that I look back at and I cringe now, and I'm like, that is an awful thing to say.
This I completely understand. That is totally normal to look back on that and cringe.
I feel like these are reflections you should have
really any age over
privately,
16, you're not exactly
on
going to
YouTube.
get a hearty, ho, belly laugh just hearing a bunch of slurs being spammed. Real life isn't Call of Duty lobbies. I don't think many people in the real world are going to be like laughing and fist pumping hearing you just shout slurs as comedy. So that makes sense to look back on that and cringe. However, none of your videos came from a place of hate. At least I don't think so. I don't think you were ever a racist or a bigot or anything like that. You used those words for shock humor. That was the whole goal, the edgy shock humor of using those words. And you made it pretty clear that that was kind of your drive. And he does mention it in this video with the it's either all okay or none of it's okay mentality. But I really think most people were able to recognize that the things he was saying weren't coming from a place of legitimate hate. Now, you can of course still say that it's unacceptable that he was using slurs for shock humor and punchlines in his videos for the jokes. That's a totally fair perspective to have. But it's still, I think, a little ridiculous to make it seem like it was this big of a deal that it warranted a whole apology video in which he made it seem like he'll never truly find...
He's pandering to his new audience. That's what he's doing.
The slurs in the videos and making the content he did. Because again, like, he's talking about it like he's a fucking reformed racist. Like he was actually a racist and now he's not. When I don't think that was the case. He was an edgelord. And that's it. I feel like this whole video could have just been summed up very easily like, hey guys, it was fucking 2016. I was edgy, now I think it's cringy, so I don't want to do that anymore, and we're closing the book that, we're shutting that chapter down, putting a kibosh on it. Now we're doing some other stuff. And that would have been a totally fine explanation. A lot of people would have been disappointed, of course, in his audience that liked that content. But at the end of the day, you shouldn't feel like a prisoner to your audience. You should make what makes you happiest to create. Like, I don't think you should have felt obligated to make this video. Like, I don't think this situation was so damaging that it warranted this kind of, like, fucking presidential press conference here over it and apologizing for the content you made back then. I don't think, like, you ruined lives because you made content out. I don't think you made an entire generation of racists and bigots because you used slurs for shock humor. I think that's a very bastardized perspective of how people digest content online. Now, I have no doubt that his audience did cultivate some weirdo losers that probably were real racists somewhere in there that didn't really care about his message and just liked that he was saying the N-word. I have no doubt that existed in his community. But I don't think that was his goal. And there's always going to be weirdo losers. Of course, you can do your best to mitigate those people from feeling welcome in your community, but that all starts with just changing the content over time. Again, that's not a weak thing to do. That is not a weak or passive approach. The vilifying of
probably the
audience
smartest
in previous
approach.
content, I don't think is the right way of even looking at the content you used to make or the audience that you had.
People
Of
change
course, there were
gradually.
bad actors in there, but not everyone was. And to make them feel like they were, if they like your content, is a little weird. And I don't think that's the goal of this video by any means, but it does come across that way. Like, you weren't a bad person if you were laughing at his content cops or anything like that. And I don't think he was a bad person for making those content cops in the first place.
I shouldn't be able to just make an apology video and walk away from it. This is something that I should live the rest of my life with. And I expect that I've profited off of this bigoted content for years, and I've made a successful career out of it. And that's not right. I think that this is only a step in the right direction, and I know that a lot more needs to be done to even approach a life that I would think was
Jeez, come on.
You don't deserve to be fucking publicly flogged with tomatoes thrown at you for the rest of your life and skinned alive because you made edgy videos in 2016, man. It's just not that big of a deal. It feels horrible hearing this from him, knowing that it weighs so heavily on his mind that he made these videos, so he feels like he's a real piece of shit for doing it. You just made edgy YouTube videos. You didn't ruin anybody's life. You didn't create, a fucking army of racists and bigots. The content itself isn't bigoted content either. You use edgy shock humor. And I don't think that makes you a bigot that you're going to have to atone for those sins for the rest of your life over.
I am running ads on this video, and any revenue generated from this video I'm going to match and donate to an organization that would have been particularly
So much
affected by
virtue
the type
signaling,
of
dude.
rhetoric that I've been spewing on this channel. And again, this isn't the end of what I'm doing. This is just the start.
You'll get no complaints from me here. I'm always on the side of helping people, so anything charitable, I'm always for.
Gosh.
So I don't think it was necessary or anything. I still think that's a nice gesture regardless.
It
Use
is.
the word rhetoric here. And that again makes it sound like these videos were coming from like a legitimate racist, which I don't think they were. I really don't. At least I don't believe that IDub used to be a racist and he was using that to try and, propel his beliefs forward. He really it seems like he was really just using these words as shock humor, which is cringy, sure. Very cringy, and that is absolutely fine to point out. But it doesn't strike me as something that was genuinely ruining people's lives hearing that kind of shit. It's just kind of like an eye-rolling thing to look back on now, like, oh, that's fucking lame. And that's really it. I just don't think it goes too much deeper than that. Like I said, I have no doubt there really were some dangerous weirdos that did hold dangerous beliefs in his community. But I don't think he made them. I think they were there when they found his content to begin with. And
Wait, why do you give it to me?
Well,
thank you.
Edgy words spoken out loud. That's it. I don't think he made them. He wasn't the Frankenstein.
Oh, there's another one. Nice.
So I don't want to just keep dissecting every single piece of the video here. I want to kind of branch this out to a broader talking point about when a creator
Can we
starts to
go
resent
pew
the
pew?
audience and community they've fostered. Because that's fundamentally what's happened here. iDubbbz has grown up now. He doesn't like what he made when he was younger, and he doesn't like the audience that he made along the way, along the journey. He mentions a couple of times in the videos, like some of these eureka moments where he's like, man, this is really fucking frustrating the people that are in my audience. Well, he doesn't blatantly say that, but he tells a couple anecdotes about, going to conventions and meeting fans and it being kind of like this mirror held up to him that he didn't like the reflection of. And that's a very interesting and unfortunately pretty common thing to have happen online, where someone spends a long time building their brand and building their audience. And as they grow, they start to really resent the audience that they have. And usually this comes in one of two forms, where you have someone like Darkside Bill. I've used him as an example before, but he has an audience that he doesn't seem to really like, but he needs them because they pay his bills. So he has to constantly keep doing the same things in order to keep the lights on. I imagine he feels trapped by his viewers because he has to keep doing this song and dance in order to get the money from them, but doesn't like what he's doing. And it also happens to other creators as well who spend a long time building their identity online, but they don't like what they're doing and they don't like the people that are watching them. So then they try and make some kind of change and they get eaten alive by the community, which only further reinforces their disdain for them, which leads to a really toxic community where everyone's at each other's throats. There's countless examples of that. Point is, that experience online is all too common. And when it does happen, a creator's left with a choice. They either just suck it up and keep making the shit that they clap for, even though it doesn't make them happy and they don't like the audience that's clapping for them.
What's ALC, dude?
They try and change the content and grow a different kind of audience, which is always the scarier option. That's always the more uncertain one because maybe no one likes it, and now you've lost that audience you built up, and now your career's in jeopardy. You might not be able to keep the lights on by doing this career anymore because now you've alienated them, gone in a different direction, and it hasn't worked out. So the majority of creators in this position just kind of suck it up, rub some dirt in it, and just keep doing the same shit over and over, even if it makes them miserable. And that's why I see a lot of creators burn out. So I'll always respect the creators that choose the harder path here of pivoting and changing their content, doing what makes them happier, even if it means taking that huge risk of losing the audience you built up.
I mean, yeah, at least he's doing what he wants to be doing, which is good.
Older content being damaging or dangerous or indoctrinating, I still do respect that he didn't like what he was doing, so now he's doing something that he likes more. Even though it is coming at the risk of losing his audience, he'll find happiness in the content that he makes going forward, and maybe he's happier with the new audience that he potentially cultivates through all of it. So anyway, just kind of wanted to talk about this information about it.
Where'd he go?
Someone called you alt left. I'm going to trigger them from a lot of people saying this. Here's how I view like the world is going. Here's a really, really insane example to me that I hear. I don't know if you've said this, but a lot of red pillars say this thing where it's like you should never trying to find things that give you like a genuine source of joy, that like give you like a deep sense of meaning that feel really good for me. But every principle that I've used for my life is there are things that I want to do. I have to be a certain person to do those things. So for me, success is like improving myself and kind of gradually sculpting and building myself to be that person. And the only person I can compare myself to.
Well, now, hold on a second there, partner. Why don't you step into the saloon here for a little chit-chat? I've noticed we've got ourselves a little bit of a sour hootenanny on our hands here after my latest video on the iDub situation. It's being hailed as a big L take from old Charles Whitebeard, and in the cyberspace, an L take is criminal, and the punishment for the crime is 1,000 different levels. So, there's a lot to talk about after the latest upload, so let's just go ahead and dive into it. I gave my opinion on the iDub technology video.
Oh no.
Every single person in the world with a keyboard is going in the last 24 hours. And this has been shocking new content for me. I pretty much opine on everything, everywhere that happens on the internet.
Hey,
if it's like
pick me up.
30-year-old drama from an extinct MMO that I found on a subreddit last week. If I find it either entertaining or if I have a lot to say about it, I can make a video on it just because I kind of treat my channel like a diary, so I vomit out my thoughts. And not everyone's going to agree with them. And people shouldn't agree with everything that I say, because everyone should be their own individual. For a long time now, I've said how dangerous I feel echo chambers are, so I've never wanted my channel to become one of those. And I don't think it has. I know people will disagree. But there's been plenty of instances over the years where I've said things that people disagree with. I think disagreeing with someone is extremely healthy and important. I wouldn't want a community that doesn't think for themselves and just blindly agrees with everything I say without giving it any thought of their own. And in this case, people have disagreed with my perspective on the iDub situation. For those that don't know, I'll quickly break it down. iDub's made an apology video yesterday where he talked about how deeply he regrets the content he used to make and how he views it as being just horrible, and that he's very sorry for all of the things that he put out there in the world and the pain that he caused divisive topic. And I gave my perspective on it. And since then, people have done some very uncharitable interpretations of what I've been saying. And I guess I can't really blame them. If I'm not abundantly clear with where I stand on things, I've learned that everything gets lost with ambiguity, and people run with the absolute most negative narrative they can find, and the wildest ways to misconstrue some statements. So I actually can't even be mad about that. I recognize that's my own shortcoming, and this is something that's happened in the past, where when I make a video, I know my intention. I know what I believe and where I stand. But you guys don't. You're not like a little ghost or a spirit over my shoulder that's watching me make a video or in my little noodle up here when I'm delivering my thoughts. Which means it's my responsibility to make my intentions known and clear. And I don't always fully convey it effectively. So I definitely think that's played some role here in how everything's been playing out with people talking about me on Twitch and on Reddit and Twitter. But not fully. There's definitely going to be some people that are going to look like Eustace from Courage the Cowardly Dog when he gets that gel that he puts in his hair that makes him really mad and his eyes pop out of his skull and his head explodes. Because there are just going to be some things that I believe that other people aren't. And that's okay. But what I don't appreciate and what really gets my ass twisted is people labeling me horrible things on a complete misunderstanding of what I actually believe. Or them just making up things that I believe, or putting their whole ass in my mouth, then filling it with words that I've never said or even came close to trying to express. So let's get into it. By far the biggest thing I'm seeing from the online discussion around my video is people saying that I was attacking iDubbbz for trying to grow, and that I wanted him to stay in that 2016 edgy era. And my take was that of a 30-year-old man with a 15-year-old brain who still giggles and loves edgy humor from yesteryear. When nothing could be further from the truth. A, I'm not 30. I'm 28 years old, and fucking shame on you, you disgusting swine, for insinuating that I'm pushing 30. I'm 28 years young. And B, it makes me feel like you didn't even bother watching the video, because I don't know how that could even come across at all. I'll quickly just play a small snippet from the end here, which I imagine a lot of people talking about this didn't even get to. So I really feel like throughout the video I made it clear that the edgy shit is lame and cringy. And that's something to absolutely regret. Now, obviously, times have changed, and he has changed. He's gotten older. He's in his 30s now. In your 30s, it's not exactly entertaining to just be spamming slurs for shock humor. I don't find that entertaining, and he doesn't either. So it's totally fine to want to distance yourself from making content like that. And that I was also supportive of him wanting to change and grow his content in a different direction. I still do respect that he didn't like what he was doing, so now he's doing something that he likes more. Even though it is coming at the risk of losing his audience, he'll find happiness in the content that he makes going forward, and maybe he's happier with the new audience that he potentially cultivates through all of it. So I had a whole section in the video about how important I find it that content creators branch out. Instead of just living in a niche and staying locked down by their audience and their expectations, how they shouldn't just keep doing a song and dance that doesn't make them happy. They should be trying to grow and change as a person and as a content creator and changing their content. I had a whole fucking section about that, talking about it outside of even just the iDubbbz perspective here. So I don't really know how that one got so fucked up here with this whole discussion around my video. The point of my video was never to attack the idea that someone growing and regretting things they've done in their past is a bad thing. I really thought I made that clear, but I must have missed the mark since so many people are saying that the whole core component of my video is to attack the fact that he's apologizing for personal growth and doing things that make him happy, which I never meant to convey, and if that's what came across, then I'm sorry that I missed the mark so drastically. I really feel like multiple times I called out that it's completely normal and fine to regret the shit you said in those videos and want to distance yourself from that content in general. Like, that makes a lot of sense, and I talked about him making different content that makes him happier and how that's great. Like, you should never feel like a prisoner to your audience to keep delivering something that doesn't make you happy. That was one of the broader talking points I used in that video, but people are acting like I never said that and that I wanted him to stay doing the same shit from 2016, which, of course, I was never arguing for. Now, the next biggest thing by far is me saying that I don't think the apology was warranted. Warrant maybe wasn't the right word, since that's the one a lot of people are really, like, underlining and highlighting and giving me an F on the book report for. So to explain what I meant, when I'm saying I don't think the apology was warranted, I'm saying I don't think him being a product of edgy internet culture is necessarily something that should have been weighing on his mind so heavily for the last fucking 7 years that he's lived with this constant guilt, this burden on his shoulders where he's feeling as though he created edgy internet culture. The way he talked about it in this video really made me feel very bad for him, that he's had this kind of looming disgust at the man he used to be because he partook in edgy internet culture, which wasn't just him. His channel wasn't the genesis of edginess. He didn't create it. He was molded by it, like fucking Bane from Batman. And I feel as though the content he used to make did have a message. It wasn't coming from a place of genuine hatefulness. I don't think he was ever like a real racist or an actual bigot. So when I said I don't think the apology's warranted, what I mean is I don't think what he did was so damaging and scarring to the online space or individuals that for 7 years he's needed to carry this.
יש לכם גרוב? לנו זה לגמרי ברור שאתם צריכים שירות לקוחות בשעות לא סטנדרטיות. לכן רק...
Years he's needed to carry this guilt where he felt obligated to finally apologize for it. If people really thought he held these racist, bigoted beliefs, I don't think many people would have been signing up for Creator Clash 1 and 2, right? Like, this is the first time he's publicly acknowledged it and fully apologized for it. He's, of course, talked about distancing himself from it on podcasts, but this is the first time he's really owned up to it publicly. But I think most people knew he wasn't like this evil, racist person. So what I was saying is I just don't think what he did gave a ton of people the impression that he really was a horrible, racist, bigoted person. Now, I used the word obligated to apologize just a moment ago. And that's what I went into the video thinking the motivation was. Like, you know, after all this time, people pointing out, like, the use of slurs in those videos have made them age fucking horribly. You know, this isn't acceptable. You know, it's time you own up to your past sins. That's what I thought it was. But after listening to what people have said since I posted my video and diving a bit more into like the actual discussion in general online, I failed to really understand that maybe iDubbbz also treated this video like a diary where he just wanted to get everything off his chest with how he feels about it. So I completely misunderstood what the motivation could have been for this video, and for that I'm sorry. The goal wasn't to attack the whole idea of an apology for content you regret. That was never my intention. So if this is truly like a very personal thing where he wants to just finally move on from this, and in order to do that he wanted to make this video publicly addressing how he feels about all of it, then that's totally understandable. That's understandable. And I may have had like the wrong lens of viewing the video in the first place, since I may have got the wrong idea about what was even driving the video to begin with. But now I do want to explain, I still do believe that iDubbbz was never a bad person for the content cops he made. That edgy, shock humor was very much a 2016 trend. That whole era with slurs being used willy-nilly for cheap shock humor was not uncommon on the internet. And I don't know why people think that I'm trying to harken back to the glory days of being able to use a bunch of slurs all over the place. I've never fucking said that. I think in the last video, what gave people that idea is I said 2016 era shock humor in all its glory. So they thought that I was trying to celebrate the golden days or something. But I've never ever spoken support for that kind of edgy shit. I've always openly made fun of that whole idea. Even back in the era, I always found it pretty lame for the most part. So that might have just been a misunderstanding of my sarcasm when saying in all its glory in the last video, but I want to make that clear. But anyway,
Sarcasm.
in using these slurs for the cheap shock humor in the content cops, it is embarrassing and something to genuinely look back on like, damn, fuck that up. Absolutely. And I said that in the last video too. They were videos that were meant to criticize people that did deserve criticism. One thing iDubbbz said in his video that I still very much disagree with is that he made videos criticizing people based on lackluster reasons. I very much vehemently disagree with that. The people he did make content on were worthy of being criticized and called out for bad actions and being highlighted for horrible things they've done. And in doing so, iDubbbz attempted to entertain his audience, and one of the ways he tried to entertain them was shock humor with his slurs. Like I said, his catchphrase being two slurs strung together is nothing to be proud of. So looking back on that component of Content Cops negatively and regretting that is a completely understandable and normal thing to do. Now, he did mention something that I also disagreed with initially, but after reading more, maybe I'm just too naive to really have a full grasp on it. I said that I don't think that content is indoctrinating, meaning I don't think him making those videos with the shock humor would lead to people thinking that all of a sudden it's okay to start using a ton of slurs, in the real world or around people or in general, right? I didn't think that, but I also failed to recognize that in 2016, I was still in my fucking 20s, which is sad to think that I'm basically a fossil now. I wasn't a child during this period, so I don't know what effect this might have had on younger viewers of his. Maybe I'm very wrong in that it did serve as like a fucking gateway drug into racism or something. That is possible. I don't know. And that's what a lot of people did point out. That I think is a great point. I was already old enough to recognize that he was never advocating for legitimate racism or bigotry or anything like that. That was never his message. But younger people may not have picked up on that. So I do believe it is possible that he did have a very negative effect on how a lot of the youth perceive slurs and maybe the willingness to use them. That is possible, and I'm sorry that I didn't consider that angle. I failed to realize that I was still pretty fucking old when the Content Cops were, hitting the cyberspace. So obviously, if you inadvertently became a lightning rod for real racists, that's fucking horrible. Now, I do still believe that his Content Cop series was not a cruel series. Like I said, the whole message behind it was pointing out some horrible things that people have done, and you delivered a message of, here's why that shit's bad, and you coded your message with things meant to entertain, but in doing so, you delivered some bad shit along the way with the edgy shock slurs that were thrown in so loosey-goosey throughout the content. But I don't think that changes the actual message of what the video meant to convey. And it was never a message of cruelty. It was always a message of, these people are doing bad, and these are people in very influential positions who probably shouldn't be. I don't think that is a bad message. I don't think there's anything cruel about what you were aiming to do. Another thing that always comes up in situations like this is them saying, you cut out important details on purpose, maliciously leaving out information that's crucial. And I always hate that. Like, I'm not just gonna play the entire video and go through each and everything. I just played the ones that I really wanted to focus on for the general point that I was trying to get across, which was A, growing and changing your content is always a good thing, and it makes complete sense why Ian iDubbbz would regret the edginess from those videos and would regret some of the big components of those videos. Like, I don't understand how all of that got so mixed up. Like, yes, I do disagree that the content was cruel, as I just explained. But the core message is still, changing is a good thing. Always has been, and I've always preached for that. And instead of just living in a niche forever and making yourself miserable doing the same thing forever, changing, growing as a person, and adapting is always great. And he had legitimate things to be regretful of. The edginess, the shock humor, inexcusably cringe, lame, not good. The remaining parts of his apology video were topics that I totally understood his perspective on. I totally got it. But none of them were what I was focusing on for what I was saying about the whole subject. For example, he mentions fan interaction, where he met a couple fans, and it helped him understand that, damn, my content is really giving people a certain vibe or a certain impression of me that just isn't true. So it helped show him that there were a lot of things in the content that were regrettable, and that he regretted. Like, I get that. Like, I totally understand it. And I didn't exclude them from my video as a way of, manipulating a narrative or trying to hide it or anything. They were just things I totally understood, but they weren't part of, the overall talking point that I was trying to discuss. In the last video, I mentioned that I didn't feel his content created the weirdo losers that disregard the message of the content and instead focused on just the slurs, right? Like a bunch of actual bad actors who are just there to celebrate the fact that iDubbbz would say the bad words, the real off-limits stuff, the slurs. That's all they cared about. I said I have no doubt that those community members exist, but I didn't think his content created them. I felt like, like bacteria, they just happened to already be there, and then found his content, and then found a home there to keep celebrating that shit. But, just like I mentioned a little while ago, I'm most likely wrong about this. I saw the content when I was in my 20s, I could see the satire in it, I assume the majority of other people could, but I didn't even take into consideration that a lot of the viewers were younger, and there's a very good chance that this content was their first exposure to it, and it may have led to them becoming those weirdo losers. Not necessarily that the weirdo losers had always existed since the beginning of time and then just found his content. There is a very high likelihood that it also just created that atmosphere with those kind of audience members as well, which is something iDubbbz would obviously want to distance himself from. I think that was most of the things people were talking about in relation to my video on the subject, so hopefully I cleared up any misconceptions about where I stand or what I believe. And I'm sorry if things got real lost somehow. I want to make it clear once again, I'm never attacking iDubbbz for apologizing for regretting his content or for wanting to change and grow and do different things. I really thought I voiced support for those things, but I must not have done it effectively. So that's on me, and hopefully this gave all of my perspectives on it much more clarity. That's about it.
Jolt out here.
Magic Johnson has AIDS, and I said, shut the hell up, Grandma.
I didn't know that was going to upset people. It really did. It really did.
People got so mad. And they're like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I think it's more likely that he did it. Yes.
This murderer is calling someone else.
Yeah, he's like, this guy's a bad guy. I wrote a book called If I Did It, but this guy, he definitely 100%. Welcome to another episode of Two Bears, One Cave. Sitting in for my regular co-host, Bert Kreischer, is a man whose stand-up comedy special, Lefty Stuff, is available right now on YouTube. Give it up, all 6 for 3 inches of Ryan Stickland.
Up close to the 6'3" to James Brown ever.
Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Yeah, man. Congrats on the special.
Thank you very
Very,
much.
very happy for you. You shot it yourself, produced it yourself, directed it yourself.
Did it all myself, directed, produced.
That's the way to do it.
There it is. I got it right here. Look.
Oh, yeah.
You look like Big J's mom.
I was four.
Size 0 waist.
Big old
And just when I said your shoes didn't go with anything today. Celtics! 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 I call them the Celtics sometimes. No, just so you guys know, I do that. No, he was just telling you it was his first job, Celtics. That was meta. That was meta. We already covered this with an actual guy from Boston on a hit Sirius XM show called The Bonfire. Who was from Boston? Everybody, it's the Legion of Skanks podcast, coming to you live from the Stand Comedy Club. Everybody knows Big J. Okerson. The Skanks are. I'm one of your hosts, Big J. Okerson. The other hosts are here with me, everybody. How about it for Davey Smith? Oh, you were talking about body. Yes. Oh, yeah, that's the other guy. I like the sleeves on my jacket. It looks like very Easy's cough, dude. You got nice detectives. Yeah. What? Got any drugs on there? Cool. You got any dope? And then, there's some green over there, of course, you know. He's the ring WrestleMania champion, and Puerto Rican Rattlesnake. And you know it's the Louis J. Gomez that Today, I am the Boston Rattlesnake. Just so you know, the Boston Rattlesnake. That's right. Fuck you, Philly. Fuck you, Philly. Philly. Fuck Philly. Fuck Philly. Got it? Fuck Philly. Fuck Philly.
Jeez.
Fuck Philly. Fuck Philly. Shit. Fuck Philly. Hell yeah. Fuck the Philly. Fuck the Philly. Oh! Okay, that's from Captain Kelly. million things, having a special right now, Tealbox available on MovieCK.com. It is my work husband, everybody, from Bonfire, Robert Kelly.
Hey, good to be back. The legend Robert Kelly. Without this podcast, or whenever I record this podcast would not exist, I said it all the time, I'll say it again. Say it again. Say it again. 3 minutes and 23 seconds.
What?
What was 3 minutes and 23 seconds? Is it the fucking stream going down at 3 minutes and 23 seconds?
That's my best guess.
Don't fuck with me today, dude. Do you know how many Jews we have watching this stream right now to make sure it doesn't go down?
Why?
Like all of them. I'm going to tell you right now.
But we invest our money into tech and not just freeze pipes. Is all of our money just spent on disabled and racist dolls? Or are we actually getting a fucking stream out there?
Jay, do you have any idea how much it costs to get every Jew to watch our stream?
Oh my God, that's a pretty
They don't
penny
come
right
cheap.
there. That's a pretty penny right there.
Oh yeah, they love
Package over there. Let's get on that.
Jesus, they love a shiny old penny.
Gold LeMay yarmulkes.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited. The brand new glasses are 100% driving. This week we should not have any issues. Don't touch my fucking phone, Marco. You know, fucking Chinaman.
You got a Wineman. What? You got a Wineman.
A Wineman?
I
thought it was a Filipino.
Yeah.
I think that. What are you? Are you Filipino? Marco? Filipino and Japanese. I was right. A Chinaman, you fucking assholes.
Yeah.
That does equal Chinaman. Yeah, what the hell?
23andMe will tell you that.
I think there was a Mexican. What's a Mexican? A Filipino and a Japanese. Oh, is that? Yeah, maybe. I think there's more Mexican than Chinese.
We gotta go.
We can start over if we have. You got enough Jews here to start over.
Filipinos more Mexican than Chinese.
We're fucking very, very good. I'm excited about today.
He said that, what do you call it? That, Harry Styles is being gay to get.
He is,
right? We all,
he's getting so
and
much
also
hot ass.
guys have been doing that for 50 years. Like, David Bowie's acting gay again, you know?
Well, now it's kind of amplified now because if you put a dress on and lipstick on, you immediately go from the lowest social caste to the highest.
Yeah, I
Go
don't
from being a white male to a trans woman.
To a quarterback.
Totally leapfrog the whole, strata.
I think what
you know.
James Vanderbeek in, the real world.
Yeah, I think what he was saying was that, that gay guys were, not into it, but that 14-year-old girls were like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. He's the hottest guy I've ever seen.
That's incredible to think about.
And then, the tabloid press picked it up, and they're like,
This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. It's like a fucking gay guy.
just the guy being
Wow, look at all those options.
Would you throw your gum just on the carpet? Just put your gum somewhere.
on the carpet.
Just put it on the table here. Thank you. Adam Friedland, 23andMe. We got it.
100% German.
You're not going to believe it. You sitting down, Adam? 23andMe just got off the horn. Yeah, they called me personally for this one.
They called me personally because it broke their computer.
Yeah, I can't
Sam was
believe
my DNA.
Yeah, you guys are, first of all, you and Sam are first cousins. Yeah, dude. Sam's uncle is your dad. Yeah, you guys are Dachau. Main Street Dachau.
Sam's uncle was the guard, and my uncle was the prisoner of
Your uncle was the warden.
He was the landlord.
Yeah, he ran one of the service-based industries around the country. Yes.
Yeah, he was doing all the
Electrical
hot dogs. He was selling all the mustard and ketchup.
The sodium bags.
Yeah.
You know how much sodium it takes to run one of these things?
That's another thing we got in trouble for in the Maddie Feely episode. He did a bit where he asked if there were any Japanese interns at they were interning, and then they were like, he did that accent. I forgot what he said. He's like, after you, all the way into the.
Oh, no shit.
All right, relax.
And then he takes his shoes off before he cleans out the bodies. Which is
Wait, how?
They got mad.
So then they were like, no, they didn't get mad at that. They got mad at the Japanese accents.
Who even got mad?
The British tabloid press and then 14-year-old girls on Twitter. I was getting I was getting DMs that were insane from these girls. Like, you ugly piece of shit, you should fucking kill yourself.
They're scams.
Call them ugly.
Yeah.
Nah, bitch, you're ugly.
Yeah, to a 12-year-old girl.
Nah, you're fucking beat.
You're ugly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what ugly girls say.
I haven't done shit this round.
You go to their high school and you book them, you start slapping them upside. I made a whole apology video to these girls where I claimed that they were all anti-Semites that were attacking me. And I was like, I will never be afraid. You will never. I've stared the devil in the face and I've laughed at it.
They're like, whoa, he's actually.
Who is that? Welcome up!
To talk shit, I need to prove every now and again that I actually know my anime. So I thought it'd be fun to do some anime quizzes, okay? I need to prove that I truly am the anime zone. Now, guys, I am 3 sips of beer down, so, you know, there might be a chance, there might be a chance that, you know, I'm not at peak performance, guys. I'm not at peak performance, all right? Beer is gross. Clearly you've just not had good beer. But before we move on, this video is sponsored by Viz Media. Alright, we get excited because Viz Media just launched a new app, the Viz Manga app. Yes guys, if you didn't know, Viz Media are the company responsible for bringing over some of the most legendary manga titles from Japan. For the longest time that was a lot of Shonen Jump titles, but they've made a new app for every other manga that they've licensed. That includes amazing titles like Oyasumi Punpun and all of Inu Asano's works, Junji Ito's horror mangas, Rumiko Takahashi's legendary works like Ranma Half, Inuyasha, and all of our other stuff. Not only that, but they'll also be doing simulpubs for their manga that are currently ongoing. I'm talking titles like Sleepy, Komi-san Can't Communicate, and Call of the Night. And that actually makes me very excited because if you've seen my video on Call of the Night, you know I absolutely love this manga, and now there's a way I can keep up with it regularly. Yes, you can read all of their newest titles at the same time they're getting released in Japan. But God, how much is it? How much do I have to spend to read all this awesome stuff? Well, we can get access to their entire library of 10,000 plus chapters for just $1 in Canada, so hopefully this app goes down well so they can bring it elsewhere as well. Thank you to Viz Media for sponsoring me. No way that they are that deep into the anime sphere or the anime knowledge. This is going to be easy. This is going to be so fucking easy, okay? For everyone that I don't get, I'll do a 10 for the Honkai Star Rail. Okay, there, I said it. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Okay, Dragon Ball. Alright, next one. Oh my god, this is gonna be so easy. One Piece? One Piece? Really? Oh my god. This is too easy. Dude, Madoka Magica? Everyone stop everything you're doing because we are coming to Europe on tour!
Yay! Trash Taste Europe Tour 2023 is happening. We hinted it in a previous episode, but now it is official. We are selling tickets right now. Click the link down in the description below. Joey, where are we going? I'm glad you asked. Let me tell you right now. August 30th, Dublin, Ireland. September the 2nd, Copenhagen, Denmark. September 4th, Amsterdam, Netherlands, which is already sold out, so thank you very much, guys. September the 5th, Stockholm, Sweden. September 6th, Oslo, Norway. September 7th, Berlin, Germany. September 9th, London, UK. And September the 11th, Cardiff, Wales. Woo! We are going to all of those locations right now. Tickets are available, but they're going fast. Click the links down in the description below. Do it.
I'll see that. A lot of people look at shit about this being like, this is a documentary. A lot of it is real. When we're driving to pick up animators, you see other rival studios do stare at each other like this, and they start revving.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of the Trash Taste Podcast. I'm your host for today, Joey, and as always I am with the boys. Hello. And rejoice, anime fans, because this is an anime episode. Because of the gentleman sitting next to me. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Yoshihiro Watanabe. I'm one of the producers for Trigon Stampede.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So hype.
It's been a while since we had like an anime industry kind of guest on. Yeah, I think the last one was like Kevin Pemmican, right?
Yeah.
He's amazing. Yeah, so we've had an animator on, we've had a composer on, and now we have like an anime producer on as well. I hope I'm not missing anyone. Have I missed any other industry?
No, I think that's about it, yeah.
Anime voice actor.
Voice actor, yeah.
That's it.
We're like mouse collecting.
Yeah, collecting all the industry people in
Yeah.
The reason why you might be wondering, well, Trash Days, why did it take so long for you guys to finally get a producer on the show? Well, it's because a lot of them don't speak English.
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of an English show,
Yes.
but luckily, Watanabe-san, you were born in LA, or were you just raised in LA?
I was born in Tokyo, but I grew up in LA.
Okay. And you mentioned that you produced the new Trigun anime, Trigun Stampede, but you've done a lot more than that. You're also the producer for Beastars, right?
Yes.
So high.
So how many shows have you worked on? Just like lay out your resume.
Listen down. I'm genuinely curious.
I mean, as a producer, I work for Studio Orange. It's a CG-based company. But from there, it's my producer career started. So Beastars, I worked on the Godzilla Single Point. Trigun Stampede. I worked on some shorts. Before Orange, I worked on some League of Legends commercials.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's Connor's like, now you're talking.
Yeah, like the really like intense 3D animated one.
Yeah, there's one really great, the hand-drawn animated ones.
Oh, okay. Honestly, stop doing that. Yeah, before Arcane, that was like one of the best parts of the Legends.
It was really fun working on that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So how long have you been in the industry?
The industry, that's been 2006 when I graduated from college. Ever since then.
Oh, damn.
So I actually started from like a U.S. studio, of U.S. branch of Madhouse.
Okay.
They're working with Hollywood to adapt into live action at the time.
I didn't even know there was a U.S. branch of Madhouse.
I'm learning that now as well.
Yeah, wow.
So like I've always been curious, right? Even as someone who talks about a lot of anime, I've never truly understood what exactly the role of an anime producer is. So especially for our audience, do you want to explain what an anime producer does?
Okay. So it gets really extensive, so I'm going to make it simple. Anime producer is, if you don't have anyone, you're the only one to do everything.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured, because it's like that. It would the producer is the kind of the guy who just ends up having to do
fill in all the gaps.
His role in the office. He's like kind of everything in between. Yeah, full on the doing. Okay.
So I don't have a production assistant. I'm the one who's cleaning after everyone else's food trash and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Meow. Yeah, my part of the job is finding the budget to hire people to do that. So basically creating a team.
Finding the budget.
Yes.
What is that? That sounds like ominous.
I'm finding the budget.
Yeah,
I mean, every two people to work.
Right. So, like, you work with, CD Orange right now, which, I would say, I think it's like the premier studio for 3D animation. I mean, CD Orange has made shows like, Beastars, Trigun, Seki no Kuni as well, I believe, as well. And I feel like CD Orange is, leading the charge to make sure that 3D animation gets a good rep, especially from anime.
Definitely.
How much exposure do you get from the fan base in terms of the preconceptions with 3D anime?
I know. I mean, it's a very great honor that a lot of fans consider us that.
Yeah.
From our perspective, we actually feel a little bit more different. We're just using it as a tool,
right?
Because all our CEO is animated.
Right.
And he wants to just fully express whatever he wants to, so we're just using that as a tool.
Okay.
So was there ever a conscious choice of this is why we're using 3D? Or was it just kind of it just kind of made sense?
So today, as the studio was founded by one animator, he was working for Jump Artists as an assistant back then. He found Pixar, he found Toy Story, and he's finally got this, what do you call it? Clarity. It's animation from that.
Right. Oh, that's interesting, because I know a lot of Japanese anime and the animation industry is based around 2D anime. So I think it's cool that there's been a lot of experimentation done with 3D animation in the past industry, and I feel like Studio Orange just ends up doing things a little bit differently.
Yeah, you guys kind of just like figured it out, I guess, is like the best way to put it. Like, because there's been like even if you go back to like early 2000s, right? There were not full 3D anime, but definitely like a lot of 3D artists working on like background or like action sequences and stuff like that. But there were so many shows, in my opinion, where it was very obvious.
Yeah.
That this is 3D and then everything else is in 2D, right? But there's something about the work of Studio Orange where it almost blurs that line.
Yeah.
To the point where sometimes I'm watching it and I almost forget that it's actually 3D.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So it's like, do you think there's like some kind of a...
What's your secret?
Yeah, what's the secret? Like, what makes Studio Orange just like stand out so much in the field of 3D?
I actually, to any business partner, what I explain is that we're actually the hentai of anime industry. So, hentai... Please. So, hentai is in the sense of Japanese term hentai, so not the adult hentai anime.
The weirdos, right? Yeah, okay.
So, we're the psychopath, we're the maniacs. Yeah.
Right. So, like, okay, there's so much I want to ask, but in terms of, like, can you, like, elaborate on that? What do you do differently in terms of, like, everyone else right now in the industry, in your minds, that makes Studio Orange work stand out?
I mean, nowadays, there's so many, actually, series studios actually starting to rise.
Right.
I mean, Dragon Ball Super, amazing.
Yeah.
Slam Dunk, that's a robot.
Yeah.
Have you seen that yet?
I saw bits and pieces of it, but I haven't actually seen the full movie. It looks, I've only heard amazing things about it.
Okay. Because, every time I see, like, 3D like, anime, I'm not gonna lie, part of my brain is like,
I had that exact same reaction when I saw that Beastars was getting an anime, right? Because, like, compared to the manga, which is, like, Itagaki Pato's style is very sketchy and, like, very rough, like, clearly just, like, rough around the edges, but in the best way possible. And then when I heard that, Beastars is getting an anime, and as a manga fan, I was like, this is great. I fucking love Beastars. And then the moment I saw the trailer, I was like, there was a part of me that was like, oh, it's in 3D. But then when I saw the Studio Orange name, I was like, okay, you know what? There's a chance that'll be good. And thankfully, fucking amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely incredible.
I think it has been that we focus on what is the essence of that. Right. So Beastars, the drawing is really fantastic. But there's to recreate that in CG, it's possible. But in CG, there's a lot of tools that you need. So it's going to cost a lot of money to recreate that.
Yeah.
So what is the essence? What can we pick out to the essence and whatever that's possible within that realm right now to adapt it? I think that's really great aspect.
I'm curious, do you think, in your opinion, is 3D animation harder than 2D animation, or is it just that they have different strengths rather than one being harder than the other?
They definitely have different strengths. Hand-drawn, I mean, if you have a pencil, maybe you start with whatever skill you have and imagination. 3D, you have to know how to tool. So it's all based on formulas and numbers.
Right. Because I feel like a lot of the preconception, especially with a lot of people who watch anime, is that we've seen, I guess, the evolution of the use of 3D in anime, and a lot of the times it always felt like 3D was used maybe as like a tool that meant you had to put less work in. Rather than costs, right? To cut costs and to cut production time and stuff like that. But I think one thing that really sets Studio Orange apart is that instead of using it as kind of like a cost-cutting technique, you kind of like use the tool to its fullest potential, which we see with a lot of your work. And I was wondering, did that philosophy come right at the get-go, or was it just your CEO being like, I want to do 3D? This is the way forward.
I mean, it started with that I want to do 3D. So his professional work. I don't know a lot of people who watches this, but there's a show called Zoids.
Oh, I remember that. Banger show.
Oh my god.
Banger show.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's awesome. It's one of the first commercials. So basically, it's reboot of Japan. Japanese anime. You know the reboot show?
No. It was on British TV at a point, like ITV.
Oh, like that one?
Yeah, it's
No. I mean, in U.S. cartoon, we had reboot as a distance. In Japan, Zoids was equivalent to a reboot.
Oh, yeah. I'm curious, what is your opinion of the evolution of the use of 3D in anime, from like the past like decade or so? Because we see it quite a lot more often now.
I think really what Japan needed was the budget time to really grow. I mean, Hollywood had not twice, digits difference of budget. And everything was in English, so CG software was all primarily in English.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Japan needed to adapt to that, so we started off later than the...
You gotta learn the English first before you can even start modeling, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, our CEO bought this, 30K software back then, and the manuals all in English, so he's like doing dictionary and stuff.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Okay, yeah, that'll take a while.
Yeah, because I remember, like, going back to, like, growing up in anime in, like, the mid-2000s. I remember, like, was it, like, Studio Gonzo or something? Like, used a lot of 3D.
And also Gohans as well.
Oh, Gohans as well. Yeah, Gonzo did, like, Dance. Yeah. They did Nankatsuo as well. And they had, like, the 3D back then was, let's say, very different from what it looks like now. And just seeing the progression of 3D, people will still always complain about 3D, but I feel like now it's getting to the point where it's becoming a lot less noticeable. Yeah, which I think is the big thing. Would you say a lot of that is just the industry kind of like learning the software properly and seeing how it's like learning how to use it properly?
Yeah, I think overall and throughout the entire industry, it's starting to reach that point, the breaking point. Right, everything is starting to evolve.
Right. What do you think is like the secret, like, to making something to integrating 3D into anime? Because I feel like Studio Orange do it the best. So
yeah, like again, it was that, like as I was saying with Beastars, it's like it's 3D, but there's a feeling, and I don't know if it's like the movement or the coloring, the shading, whatever it might be, that just makes it makes you forget it's 3D. And I think that's the best 3D in anime, where it's like there isn't this like weird thought in the back of your head of I'm watching a 3D anime. Yeah, I'm just watching a good anime, right?
60 FPS, isn't it?
60 FPS anime.
60 FPS.
Who would have thought?
Better get a pro graphics card.
Yeah, right.
I'm curious, how did you? Because you mentioned the Madhouse thing, but how did you even get started in getting to like, because we're coming out here to talk about 3D, but I don't even like know anything about, I guess, your background or how.
How do you get started in the anime industry to the point where you can rise to and produce a little?
Actually, I started in a weird position, so I was just fooling around in LA, and I actually volunteered for Anime Expo as an interpreter.
Oh wow!
Seriously?
And okay.
I met the producer Mario Masao, the founder of Madhouse then, and he's like,
"Oh my god!"
I was actually supposed to after college go to Sega. Yeah. But he's like, we're starting a studio here. You should join us. I'm like,
wait, how did that happen?
Wait, hold on.
I feel like you're glossing over still a lot of... No one's just like, hey, man.
Yeah,
cool that interpreting you did.
We get people at conventions being like, yeah, I really want to work for Crash Taste. We're not just going to be like, well, come on in. Like, it's not that easy, right? So it's like... was it that easy? Or was it that easy?
No, I mean... Mariyama has a really keen eye on like looking at people. Right. Like he grew up his entire career after Tezuka Osamu. And that level of mastery creates a lot of crazy people. And they are really, really have keen eyes.
Yeah. How long did you live in LA?
I grew up in LA, so from 6 to after college.
Oh damn.
Oh wow, okay.
So he's like, hey, come work for me. Move to Tokyo. And you're just like, alright.
Well, it was actually first come to the LA office.
Oh, right, of course. Yeah,
so I started working at the LA office. A month later, he calls me up. You should move to Tokyo. I'm like, okay, that sounds really exciting. When do I do this? Next week? I'm like,
no. You 1 week? Oh my god. Was there like a project that desperately needed?
No.
You're just like,
I'm just gonna fuck with this kid right now.
He's like, he won't do it.
He's testing my determination.
Yeah, the real ones will do it.
This only happens in Japan. Like, this is like a Japanese mindset of like, we have to test the determination.
Yeah,
we have to test their willingness.
He's like Yoda about anime. If you watch Shirobako, Marukawa Masato, he's basically Mario Masao. So.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
He founded a Studio Mappa as well.
Mappa seems to just do everything now.
Yeah. Mappa seems to be getting every IP under the sun.
Yeah.
Okay, well then, that's pretty
So what job were you doing at Madhouse?
So I started out as assistant producer for the live action part of the process.
Right.
So then there was a project that we're working with Japan. The Wachowskis were actually producers at the time.
Matrix?
Yeah.
Wow.
So they're wanted a show with Madhouse. So
I
that's
heard
why.
about this.
Damn, okay. I didn't know this.
We're not talking about Animatrix, right?
No.
That's something else.
After that, yeah. There was a comic they produced called Shaolin Cowboy.
Okay.
And by Jeff Darrow, and they wanted to adapt that into anime.
Oh wow.
Then I flew over to Japan.
Did I ever get released?
No, yeah.
I was like,
That sounds sick.
like I would have heard. That would have been amazing.
Yeah.
I'm curious then, like, how many projects end up getting cancelled then? Because that's obviously like one.
Like, what's the ratio to?
Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't in the anime industry. There's not too many projects that get canceled after it launches.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, mine was a rare case.
Right.
It was an international production. Hollywood's involved, and
a lot of moving
parts.
parts.
The bank wasn't uneasy at the time. So
Right.
I'm curious, so you said you just turned up in Japan. Did he tell you what you were going to do a week later in Japan, or was it just like, we'll figure it out? So you just turned up?
He wanted me to be the line producer for this show.
Oh,
I'm like,
okay.
how am I going to be a line producer without any kind of experience?
What is a line producer, out of curiosity?
So line producer is you manage entire production under a producer to...
So basically, you're the producer.
Yeah.
Jesus
So the
Christ.
producer tells you what to do, and then you guys you do it.
Mm-hmm.
Man, the other guy sounds he's got the way better job.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in the end, I mean, he says that, but it's not that what he means it. So.
But I swear, every industry guest we've had on this are like the weirdest journey. Because
and you're talking about it so nonchalantly.
Yeah.
This is where I'm confused. So you get here, and he's like, be a line producer. Are you like, sure? Or is it kind of like, oh, okay, I mean, okay.
No, I mean, I have no fucking clue how I'm going to do
But you still said yes?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, I'm giving you a chance.
You have to say yes. Obviously, I know that, but you're like, all right, okay. And then I assume that they must have been happy with your work because they kept giving you work.
No, so actually, my career at Madhouse was a wreck because I actually didn't understand what kind of determination was required to be in anime production.
Right.
So I actually call myself as a piece of shit back then. So.
And now look where you are. Started from the bottom, now we're here.
Yeah. I mean, all the team, the friends that I made back then, that's actually now at Orange. So my fellow producer is originally from Madhouse. Two of them.
So what's the timeline looking like? So you moved to Japan. How long is it then from being involved with this show and being a line producer to then kind of getting the opportunity to work with Studio Orange? Like, what's that timeline?
So I graduated college 2006. I went into Madhouse then. So 2012, I left Madhouse.
Right.
I actually kind of got depressed with the state of the industry, and I kind of left the industry.
Yeah.
And went into venture companies, and that was a whole new mistake.
Oh, God.
I experienced 2 venture companies, and it was... 2 of them exploded, so...
Oh, jeez. I'm tired of these crappy businesses. I'm going to go venture capital.
And you went from venture capital back into anime,
yes.
I guess.
Someone who I knew at PA Works was very kind enough to say that my perspective is very interesting, so why don't you work for us? So I spent a couple years there, and then went to Orange.
Okay.
PA Works,
that's a studio. They've produced
Shirobako, Hanasaku Iroha, Nagi no Asukara.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know. The studios don't mean anything to me. I'm like, bones? I'm like boneless. I don't know what you're saying.
So I'm curious, what anime did you grow up with? What are some of your favorite anime? I guess.
Yeah. What was the anime that I guess inspired you to go into that field?
I mean, definitely Slayers.
Trigun, definitely.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Hellsing.
Right. Yeah. That's great. Oh, those are some old.
What's Slayers?
So you said you were a fan of Trigun. How was it like getting the job to readapt Trigun?
So I was actually never expecting to work on Trigun. So I was actually I came in later into the project.
Mm-hmm.
So my partner and friend, producer Waki, was the one who founded the project.
Right.
And started it. But first when I opened the book, I mean, I was like everyone else. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
It's like, don't touch a classic! Please!
Yeah, there must have been some kind of trepidation there when you hear, like, you're readapting it? Like, yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Kind of like a bit of, like, I don't know if this is going to work.
I mean, the more information I knew about the entire picture, I was more comfortable with it.
Right.
I mean, as a first project that I started was that it was the producers when Naito, the original creator, tried it himself and said that he wanted to make Trigun.
Yeah.
But Naito was like, well, I would love you guys to expand on it, not adapt it again.
Right. Yeah.
Which has already been adapted.
Yeah. What was like the philosophy when it came to readapting a show that a lot of people held dear to their hearts? Because there must have been a lot of pressure on you guys to get this right.
I mean, we're all from, even the director himself, we have kind of lineage to Trigun.
Okay.
So the director's master was the Trigun's director.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So we all of us have very special feelings to the 90 Trigun.
Yeah.
So I will overpass you, boss. Look at me!
Yes, as an ambition, we definitely have that.
Oh, yeah, for
But
sure.
as a work, we never had intention to rewrite everyone's special learnings, but to work along with it.
Well, I mean, it was very different from the original as well in a lot of aspects, I think. So I think it was really good.
It was very different, but I feel like it was in a good way, because I've seen enough remakes that just try to redo everything like step by step in like modern animation, and I really appreciated that you guys went a completely different direction. While I think keeping the core of Trigun.
Yeah, you kept the vibe for sure.
Anime has had a bit more success with remakes in general than other mediums. I mean, like Hunter x Hunter and Full Metal Alchemist, but I mean, when you compare it to like how recently they announced that they're remaking Moana in live action.
Oh yeah.
You ever think, man, as a producer or a creator, is there ever a concern like, is there going to be too many remakes, or are we going to be making too many of these? Like, I always wonder about that when you're working on a remake. You're like, oh, is it a good idea? I don't know.
Yeah, I feel anime doesn't have as much of a problem that like Hollywood remakes have been gone through, especially like Disney remakes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just because I think we've learned from the past that sometimes the remakes aren't really worth it.
Yeah.
And I feel like the most successful remakes are the ones where, at least in the anime world, are the ones where it took the original vibe and the concept and just gave us something completely different. Like the reason why like the Fruits Basket remake was so successful is because it did exactly that. It took kind of an incomplete story from the anime and just kind of took all of the parts that were wrong with it and just improved upon it without changing the vibe. And it ended up being an amazing remake. So,
they're like Full Metal Brotherhood.
Full Metal Brotherhood, Full Metal.
Full Brotherhood.
Yeah, clearly. Full Metal Brotherhood. I see Full Metal Brotherhood. Full Metal Brotherhood.
Guys, I feel like after that, just like there was a whole wave of just like, after it was like, the remake was totally.
Oh yeah.
JoJo's technically the remake.
Yeah,
I guess so, yeah. Okay, I want to know, without obviously spoiling anything that you're working on now, what goes into the decision making of what gets a season 2 and what doesn't get a season 2 as an animator? So you probably have the most perspective about this.
I mean, we get a lot of requests to make season 2, of course.
Yeah.
But I mean, first we have to give them the choice to make season 2.
Okay.
I mean, we have clients.
Yeah.
So is the client going to give us a choice to make season 2?
Right.
I mean, so far, once we're given a choice, we always said yes so far.
Yeah. Okay.
But other projects we haven't done is that we don't have the choice to say it yet.
Right.
I mean, maybe one day it will come by. But
yeah, because it's always so weird as an anime viewer. You see some of the things that are on like their 5th season, and then some fan favorite shows never go past like season 1, and I'm like, this makes no sense to me.
AKA Data Live and Nugget
Is that just because the framework of how anime gets made is just so complex with a lot of parties are going to say, and if it does or doesn't happen, is that the reason why?
I mean, the business model is a very similar way, but the people involved are all different. Yeah. So it's really hard to say what's happening. I mean, it could be the original creator, it could be how the business producers are, or it could be the studio, or there's complete other reasons.
So the anime studio only gets involved after everything else has already been approved, or does Studio Orange get to, react to see when shows are being pitched for, not even like a season 2, but just to be made in the
do you guys get to negotiate, being like, we personally really want to see season 2 of this, what do you think?
It depends on product. Orange, because we're CG based, we have a lot of limitations. So, if shows involves 100 characters, we can't do it because that means equals a lot of budget.
Right.
The business model currently doesn't support that kind of budget, so there's no way to get that budget. One line is so to make one character, it doesn't make a CG model, which costs a lot of money. So making hundreds of that is equals times that.
Oh, okay. And that's why you end up with the CG clouds, where all the characters just are the same model because it's origin.
And same movement as well.
Yeah, same movement. Yeah, exactly.
As well. By that logic, when we see some 3D in anime, would be more expensive anime model just for one scene, or is there some kind of cost that makes more sense for that?
So in our case, I can't speak for others. But in Orange's case, that's why we use still hand-drawn characters as well. So in these stars, if you notice now, there's a lot of hand-drawn characters. You don't see more characters.
Okay. That's, I mean, how much do you put into, let's say you're doing a series, right? And you still want to hand draw some scenes. How do you choose which scenes you want to hand draw versus which scenes you want to keep putting in 3D?
It totally depends on what time we do in 3D.
Right.
So if the 3D is going to explode into 3,000 pieces, then in that case, our VFX team is very excellent, so they could do it. Okay. But if it's going to, let's say, split into 100 characters, then our animation team says that we can't do that.
Oh, okay. So how big is your team in terms of your, let's say, 2D animation kind of specialty?
We currently have about over 100 employees. Every year we have about 20 employees trying to extend. We think that's the limit of how we can train people.
Right. Okay. And I guess I'd like to know more about. You have your own journey to the anime industry, but if say someone's watching this right now and they were interested in getting into the anime industry, maybe as a producer or any other kind of role, what is now that you've been here for 10 odd years, what's your advice to people who actually want to get into the animation industry?
Yeah, it totally depends what you want to do in this industry. If you want to be an animator, then just start drawing, and then if you haven't drawn, start drawing, just apply to any studio.
Right.
We have a lot of shortages in this industry, so I can't speak for other studios, so I can't say for their working condition. But I mean, please find a good working condition partner to work with.
Okay.
This episode is sponsored by Boxu. Boxu delivers the experience of tasting authentic Japanese snacks, candies, and tea sourced directly from centuries-old small family businesses right to your door. Their mission is to empower Japan's traditional snack makers by sharing the authentic food and stories with the world. Thanks, Boxu. Me and the boys eat good every single month. Every month they send us a new box, and this month's theme is Birthday Best. Happy birthday, Boxu!
And to celebrate Boxu's birthday, in this Boxu, you'll get the best of, the classics, the favorites from the fan.
Great, obviously.
I should have the yuzu pepper senbei.
That looks so tasty. Do you taste the yuzu? Do you taste the pepper?
Yes.
So, if you want to try some snacks with us and support this channel in the process, then click the link in the description and use code TRASHTASTE to get $15 off your first box of order.
Stop eating, I'm getting more hungry. I can smell that from here, man. I can smell that from here.
What are we going to do?
Harry's razor lineup delivered straight to your door at Trash Taste. That's harrys.com/trashtaste.
It doesn't make sense. They can't make money.
Thank you to Harry's for sponsoring this episode. Back to the show.
I guess I want to bring things back to Friday because that was I just finished watching that 3 weeks ago.
I finished watching it yesterday. And so it's fresh in my mind.
Oh, it was insane. You mentioned that the author had a big hand in the production. Is that normal for anime adaptations?
Normally the author is focused on drawing their manga.
Right.
So people involved, everyone involved, want to have that author to keep on doing that.
Yeah.
So they might just review certain key points of the production.
Right.
And even in Dragon's Company, actually, Naito didn't review every single details.
Right.
But he reviewed the core part that was behind.
Right. What is that core part?
So to drink and party hard, to understand each other as much as possible at the start of before starting anything.
Oh, you guys drinking and eating together?
Yeah, so basically talking about what movies do you like, what kind of designs do you like.
Oh, wow.
Basically, the whole entire question is, who are you?
Yeah.
And what did you mean to design this? Was the entire question of having...
So kind of getting into the psyche of the author, right? Yeah, okay. That's a pretty cool method, actually. Rather than like doing a boring business meeting, I'd be like, all right, so can you check to make sure that Vasha's character design and everything and the things he says is cool? Then rather than just being like, yeah, that character likes beer as well. You know, when I was drunk as shit and I was writing this character, like, this is how I felt. Yeah, I think that's a great way to do it because it's like obviously you want to be able to get into the head of the original creator as much as possible to make sure that you don't have to keep like going back and forth with them, right? To be like, is this correct? Is this correct? So, I mean, like, how long is that process usually? Like, when the ball gets rolling, it's like, okay, we're doing new Trigon. We want to make sure it's to the likeness of what the author envisioned. So, like, how long is that? I guess just like incubation process of making sure that everyone's on the same wavelength.
Yeah, Trigon actually took 5 years too.
Holy fuck! Okay, I was expecting like a couple of months or a year at most.
Wait, can you break down what those 5 years?
So that first year was definitely the intensive part.
Right.
Yeah, talking to Naito, how do we understand you?
One year was before we're happy.
But yeah, from there it's like, then how do we create this world? So Naito's world is in the manga frame itself. We can't ask him to just draw the entire what's not in the manga.
Yeah.
So because he's working on Gekai Sensen, and that's precious to him as well.
Yeah, right.
So then, how can we make something precious as equivalent, or try to at least match to the preciousness of what he created?
Okay.
So we hired an actual sci-fi author to write down the entire history for 150 years of history from this before the ship crashed to after the crash.
Oh, wow. So you just have the entire timeline of the world just laid out. Oh, wow. Okay. And like, from there, you kind of like built up from that, like one timeline?
So from there, we decide what to keep, what not to keep. What can we describe, what can we not describe.
Okay. Yeah. How much of this timeline was not in the show? I'm curious. In terms of like percentage.
Percentage is difficult, but I mean,
was it like the majority? Or?
There's a lot of hundreds of pages before the crash, so a lot of it that's not included there.
I don't know what the crash is. Should I know what that is?
So in 98 Trigun,
it's been so long since I watched it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it is. Okay.
How do we explain without spoiling?
Okay, wait, okay.
No, have we seen the original Trigon?
Yeah.
Well, it was in the original Trigon anime.
Yeah, I forgot. It's been so long.
So in the original Trigon, even though it's kind of like a Western, right? It's obviously not set on Earth, right? And so humanity has found a way there.
Yeah.
And basically it turns into kind of like a sci-fi
I remember that
aspect.
I remember aliens. I don't remember why.
Because I feel it's not until like the last 4 or 5 episodes.
I was like, what? I was like, okay, cool cross-scope.
And then Vash goes Super Saiyan.
Because I feel like a lot of the sci-fi aspects in the original Trigun, that was almost not like one of the core aspects of the show. It definitely came in like halfway through, but I feel like Trigun Stampede, the first big difference I noticed was you're like, from episode 1, this is a sci-fi show.
We
are
sci-fi.
leaning into that now. Was it part of the creative decision to kind of like focus more on the sci-fi aspects and focus on like the world building?
Yeah, the director, one of his specialties is his question in designing everything is, where are you from? Where are you going?
Right.
So in Trigun, they had to know where these characters are coming from and what their objective is and where they're going to end.
Oh, okay. So going back to the timeline, how much didn't you put in the show? Or how much did you actually show out of everything all this work that you did before in terms of building this world?
Well, my partner says that we could make like 5 more shows.
Oh my god! I feel like you could release that sci-fi book as like an episode 0.
Yeah.
You know, like a light novel of some kind.
Yeah.
I feel this because like you could definitely feel. You know, definitely in the way that the story was structured, when you get to know more about the crash and the history behind the crash, there's definitely a lot of vital information there that is important to the present day of whatever episode you're watching, which, you know, obviously is great because it gets you way more invested into the storytelling. But there were also a lot of details where I'm like, okay, but I kind of want to know a little bit more about this, because that would just get me even further invested. But obviously there's a 12-episode time limit, right? So you can't fucking go all out with it. Like, you know, the Dune movie did the exact same thing, where it's like, we'll sprinkle in some like hints of backstory.
Why is it always 12 or 24 episodes?
That's how the TV structured broadcast in Japan.
Damn it. Yeah. Okay, I was like, damn, there's going to be a cool reason. This TV contract, okay. All right. But some of them are good direct to streaming and don't even air on TV in Japan. So, but they still keep that 24 or 12.
Netflix doesn't. You think about Edge Runners, that was 10 episodes.
I guess so, yeah. But then even on Netflix, a lot of the anime do still go at 12 or...
And then, you know, if you go to OVA stuff like that, like Fully Cooley was only 6 episodes.
Castlevania started off as 4 episodes, and then 8 episodes. So, I mean, I feel like it's a difference between, like, let's say, a Netflix original produced anime and something that Netflix just bought out. Which
that's like a big chunk, though, to decide in one go. Like, what if you have, like, 16 episodes worth? Like, do you just trim it down, or do you try and find...
The thing, like, the distinction I'm making here is... the actual piece of media that you created involving another subject isn't itself an advertisement. Just because you're running ads using that piece of media, that doesn't mean it is the advertisement.
Yeah, so right now we're both in a call. Let's say we're both on video, yeah? So what you're saying is you feel like you could go and monetize it and have the copyright over that conversation?
Well, if I was the one recording it.
Oh, yeah. So what about if I was also recording it?
Well, then your recording, you would own that piece of the recording.
Okay, but what about if they're bit for bit the same? Which they could be.
Well, it wouldn't matter. Because
really? So you're saying that 2 people can have the same copyright over the exact same piece of data? Exactly. That's not true.
Again, no. Again, we can use like the photography example. If you take a photo with somebody else's camera, that is still your photo.
Would it have been different if instead of Hassan broadcasting his face, he was broadcasting Star Wars?
Wait, okay, I don't know why you're going to this autistic example that is not related at all to this.
Okay, well, I mean, as I've said before,
By the way, you are going to get, like, especially on a live stream where you do have, like, compression artifacting and stuff, there is going to be technical differences in each live stream. They might be not, like, apparent, but there are going to be technical differences. So you're going to see, like, a pixel being different.
Steve, shut the up, okay?
Something that's interesting to me is that, like, I think that there is a valid conversation to be had about doing employment background checks. However, not hiring somebody because they do OnlyFans. You could argue that, hey, I think the corporation should take a stand and say, we don't police our individual employees' backgrounds. Now, you can say that's unreasonable. However, when corporations turn that same lens and they get very woke about employees, you conservative people get really upset about that. For instance, if 10 years ago you tweeted about being a Nazi or whatever, or you tweeted edgy jokes, you guys would stand up and go, hold on, corporations shouldn't be holding employees accountable for stuff they said on their Twitter 10 years ago. But it sounds like if somebody found an OnlyFans you did 10 years ago, you'd say, well, it's totally fair game to make it so that that person can't work at that company.
Doing OnlyFans is worse than
that's not a fair argument. One at a time, let's go.
Okay, let me just say mine real quick.
People are getting fired from their jobs for saying something is gay on Twitter 10 years ago. Or making a mildly homophobic joke.
But we said
that's
earlier,
a totally different thing than like espousing National Socialism.
No, it's actually totally not. Because what if it is the case that your salesman is doing business with another company, and let's say that the person that they're interfacing with is gay, they find out that your salesperson tweeted homophobic stuff 10 years ago, and now you've got like a blue chip company that doesn't want to do business with you because you hire people that have been homophobic. They can use the exact same argument that you use about not hiring the OnlyFans people. Now, hold on. To be clear, I'm not saying that we should fire all those people. I'm just saying that back in my day, okay, we didn't have peruse all the online history of everybody to decide who gets hired or who's not. I think that if you're not on the clock, then the employer shouldn't have anything to do with your. But it is interesting that we're very selective about what we want police in a person's history.
And that's how you
This goes back to the original point that I was making earlier in the conversation about homosexuality contributes to the degeneracy of society. I want to live in a society where you can joke about something being gay online.
Sure, but it could be a come on. I'm saying gay, but it could be like a racist joke. It could be a bigoted joke. It could be a whatever edgy joke. It could be any type of thing, right?
Or is that TOS? Is it TOS?
What?
To say that homosexuality, is that TOS?
I don't know, but your podcast is going
We're in California, don't worry.
Just tell us when the stream goes down and move the rumble.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Where do the positive aspects of patriarchy weigh into this conversation?
I know John Doyle's ready to sound off.
Monumental.
Please, let's stay here for a moment.
Didn't men create OnlyFans for these women to be angry about?
Exactly.
Hey guys, everybody, pause.
Jesus Christ.
Let's maintain this.
Losing control.
Please, I have just like a little back and forth. I want to have a little back and forth on this. Please allow me to just get through it. Okay. Destiny wanted to see me do push-ups in response to my message. I expect him to also do push-ups on live stream. 10 drunk push-ups with no push-downs.
Does that mean no push-downs?
I think it's a gay comment. Yeah. I don't know what it is. You guys know way more gay lingo than I do. I'm not sure.
Couldn't tell you, man.
Oh, man.
זה ברי, זה טעים לי, מבין שלא מובן לך להבין, על הבוקר עם דגן רצה כמו סידנט עם סידן כל אחד, זה ברי.
You guys know way more gay lingo than I do. I'm not sure.
Couldn't tell you, man.
Oh, man.
Wait, before we do, no. Hold on, you can. Hold on. What was your intention in coming on tonight?
Being
Have a lovely discussion with you fine people about dating talk in the 21st century.
So clearly that's a lie. Are you going to continue in bad faith?
I don't know, am I? Dude,
oh
my god.
So how do we kick her off and not blame the patriarchy at the same time?
I think we should just own the patriarchy and say it's based. And
Dude,
just kick her
I
off.
literally have autism, and you're 10 times more retarded than I am, which is why.
Everybody, please silence your mouths. She doesn't like you or your show. She came on the show to obstruct constructive
I do like the
conversation.
show.
No, you
I'm
don't.
having a good time.
No, if you liked the show, you would actually be good faith. She's acting like she's not doing it and like we're being crazy and stuff. You should just kick her off the show, man. Chat. They are, dude. You had 1,000 people say kick her off right now. You should kick her off right now.
Support to like get me off.
Otherwise, we're going to continue wasting our
Destiny, you
time
sticking
with all
around?
this whole.
What?
You sticking around?
He's a professional.
I drove all the way to this city, so I'm here for as long as you guys.
Okay, all right.
You drove to this city?
What?
I have a question for you.
Look at your chat right now.
Okay, I have a question. Is there anything Aaron can do to show good faith right now?
Yeah, be quiet.
Honestly, you had the opportunity.
Yeah, just don't
You
talk
had
to
the
them.
opportunity. So kindly, I'm asking you to leave.
Yes.
But oh my god, if there's like one piece of advice I can impart that you would care that a blue-haired cuck would tell you online, if you're a man and you're trying to make it in the world, you are way better off becoming an electrician or a plumber if you don't want to go to college. Because, cool, I flunked out of school, okay? But I understand school, okay? Or I quit school, right? If you want to do that, at least pick up a trade. Don't try to make it in this crypto dropshipping world because you're not going to make it.
Based recommendation of the trades. Give me some.
Yeah.
I learned a couple of years ago that like if a young guy wants to get into welding, for example, he can be making over $120,000 a year. 2 years. From the start of his education, 2 years into it, he can be making 6 figures.
Yeah.
Psalms chapter 127 verse 4. From my perspective, and I assume theirs as well, we are in a spiritual war, and it is a war. Yes, Jesus is correct. Jesus is correct.
And
he is the king that leads people. He's the king that leads people to either.
Wait, I'm curious. If there was like an Islamic person that was talking to you, trying to like convince you about like Islamic beliefs, would you like be open to that, or would you feel like why are you talking to me? I'm Christian. Like
I have
Christian,
conversations
right?
with Muslims
You're
all the
Christian.
time. Some of the best people I know are
No,
Muslims.
not.
Also, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. She said, wait. She said, look at our enemies. Everybody, hold on. Ryan, intervene. Who has right?
The point is
person
that
at a time, please.
there is a good motivation for having children in terms of the societal.
Yeah, the
benefits,
populating
in
world
the
of more
sense that you can send more virtuous and godly
I got
people
you.
into society.
You made the joke. Look who our enemies are. You realize we are destroying you in every single facet of the culture war and at world domination, right? The conservatives have no place in media. Conservatives have no place in the art. Conservatives have no place in most major governments around the world. America has the most right. What?
I was just talking about you.
Okay, that's fine. Well, the movement that I represent is absolutely annihilating your movement. It's not even close. That's why you guys are on podcast crying about trans people going into bathrooms.
We're gonna and send them out into the culture.
I'm just saying that instead of making making fun of the blue hair. You should revere it and respect it and fear it, okay? I am the man kicking you into the well saying this is Sparta.
Now
okay?
when I have 10
Sparta
kids.
is ran by
Now when I
trans
have 10 kids.
dropping grenades on Russian soldiers, okay?
How many kids
Be
do you
aware of
have?
it, okay?
I'm going to help you.
We're going to have 100.
No, you're not.
We're gonna cope with it.
I'm going to get 20 women. I'm going to have 200.
Filipinos more Mexican than Chinese.
We're fucking very, very good. I'm excited about today's show. There's a lot to talk about. First of all, I know you're very sad about the Sixers getting knocked out of the.
I'm over it now, but well, I'm sure it was at least a very close game.
NBA Finals. What was it? Was it the finals?
Nope.
Oh, wasn't it the finals?
Semifinals.
It was the finals for Philly.
Oh yeah, it was their finals. It wasn't even the semifinals. It was the conference semifinals.
Yeah.
We're not doing anything.
Listen, they
It
won.
sounds like they keep on being bumped down to a less important.
But they did happen to win the most important game of the season, and that was at Skankfest. That resulted in Lewis getting a gun shoved up his ass. They came through where they needed to.
Yeah, dude, that's really fucking gay that you did that.
Yeah.
That you fucking held a man down and shoved something into his asshole.
Only you can know that because you've taken me the same way.
Oh, yeah. And it was the gayest I've ever felt in my entire life. As I was enjoying putting something into his asshole and watching.
Getting sort of hard.
Yeah, dude. But I saw the pain, but also the pleasure in your face.
Yeah, I half loved it.
Can I say?
There's a lot of nerve receptors back there.
You know, the man's G-spot is right in his asshole.
Yeah, right about a 9 millimeters length in your asshole is the spot.
There's no male G-spot, by the way. It's just the
prostate.
No, there's not. That's a lot. That's a lie.
Jay, will there be another one of the butt challenge to Skankfest this year? I feel like we should have a challenge every year, and it should be
also just 2 out of 3. True.
I mean, you kind of got to see.
Can I jump in on the guy who loses?
Can you take it
like it sticks up into my ass?
You like a pinch hitter for taking a dick in your ass?
Yeah, I'll fucking jump in. Yeah. It was surprising how easy it was done. Like your butt was like pre-lube.
Very accepting, right?
Yeah, like you presented well.
Yeah.
And it went in.
I think when the shit hits the fan, no pun intended.
When the gun hits the shit.
When the shit hits the fan, I feel like your asshole, my body said, okay, you're about to take a dry gun into your asshole, right?
Like your dad.
So I believe that my own asshole created a mucus to make it more easily susceptible.
Yeah, you had secretions.
Yeah, I secreted. Yeah. And my pussy got wet. You know when they say women will get wet during rapes because they secretly love it? They love it. Louis, did they all want it?
Let's land here.
Louis, this is asking for it? Yeah. Did they say that?
We're dropping on.
You know how it's weird that all women when you rape get wet? It's crazy, right?
They do say that though, right? Fuck it.
SVU. Law and Order SVU.
You see that on stories on Instagram?
Is that true? Can you look that up right now? Women showing how to get wet. I think women orgasm during rape very often. What?
Yo, what the
very
fuck?
Often might be an exaggeration. I would say once in a blue.
I don't know if the wet thing happens very often.
Attention. First blood.
Next ring spot. You lot aren't getting tired, are you?
First blood. Tastes like victory.
The ring is a far distance. 1 minute remains. The ring isn't very close. 45 seconds.
New kill leader appointed.
Watch out for the new kill leader, friend. Target spotted. Never mind.
sickness. It is deviant, and we do not want it.
I'd like to take a minute to discuss the harsh realities that Black content creators face. We recently lost out on a 5-figure brand deal for posting this picture. With this caption. Nowhere in the contract were there any stipulations given around what kind of content I could post, except for the branded content, which would be approved by the company. For posting that picture and posting that caption, I received a phone call from my agent saying that the company thought it was inappropriate.
Extended heavy mag.
Level 2. Articulation of the love I have for my man. Yet again, when I look at the picture, I see playfulness. I see a black girl living her best life, having fun. There's nothing inappropriate about it, especially not inappropriate in sex. Watch your back. Rappers' bodies have been scrutinized. They've been picked apart. They've been deemed unworthy. They've been deemed inappropriate, and this is yet again
Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Sexualization of the black female body.
Okay, you said a lot of things that were right. I mean, your contract never stipulated anything about that. You don't find it inappropriate for these people. Now, I'm going to give you that one, though. Black women have been, they have been stigmatized with their bodies and stuff like that. But where you lost me is when we talk about over-sexualizing. It's a booty pic. In a net, you look like a whole bag of oranges, delicious oranges, though. But that's your booty being out. I mean, we can see the pony print, y'all hear? Between the legs. You hear that? Whenever you talk about the over-sexualization of the female body, that's you. That's not them. That's not me. I didn't put you in those fishnets. I mean, half of the picture is your booty. And I'm not mad at it. Whoop-de-whoop. But when you say that, oh, yeah, it's because of that, the argument is a little false. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just think people are allergic to accountability. Motherfuckers can be out here with their whole balls hanging out their goddamn boxers, walking around the streets.
This ain't outrageous. All I see is body parts taking some fresh air. You gotta air it out.
When I read that caption, I read a faithful articulation of the love I have for my man.
We'd also appreciate you doing both. Send me a picture of that. What the fuck does the internet have to do with your appreciation for your boyfriend? Nigga, are you dating Instagram? Are you in a relationship with It's Complicated? It's Instagram? What? Are you so deep in the metaverse that you fucking somebody in VR? What's going on?
Jeez.
We want accountability.
I would just like to take this time to wish happy birthday to my boyfriend. Like, I love you. I really appreciate you. You're the best. And you were in the same bed this morning. We're going to go to the same bed at night. Thank you, boyfriend. There's a motherfucker that makes posts about motherfuckers that don't even have Facebook or social media. You know what I mean? But I understand why they say it's a flex. You're flexing your relationship. You're not saying happy birthday or this. You're flexing, you're still with the motherfucker. That's what you're doing. That motherfucker got a phone, send him the picture. I appreciate you. No, you're flexing.
The only way someone else could deem this as inappropriate is if they projected their sexual desires onto me.
Watch my back. Could you be sex? Could you be home? And you have maybe that's
got materials. Got some materials. Repairing.
The dress in a manner that will indicate that you are if you are taking the time to dress in a manner that says that you are a homeless. And you are dirt all over your clothes. And you are sleeping on the sidewalk. And then I come to you and I say, sir, can I help you? And you go, oh, my friend. For what reason do I look like I need help?
It's like a good analogy that I don't even remember who said that. No, like if I dress like a cop, I can't be mad that people ask me for help.
Yes, I'm the one who told you this one. The knowledge has entered your cranium family. Yeah, repeating the words that I've said to me, someone else. No, because I heard a comedian, and it was not me. I thought something I'm a comedian. Every day I spread the knowledge with you.
Yeah, it was not you. It was me. Let me take a picture now.
You're accusing me of theft after you have stolen from me.
No, I said
you are truly impressive. Huh? You have engaged in plagiarism by plagiarizing. No, because I said you have accused me of plagiarism.
No, I mentioned it was not me. I mentioned it was not me.
You are also incapable of accountability. I
said it was not me.
It's okay. Let's go on. The
come here, they say, hey, I'll take your money, but I don't want to pay tax. This one is going to jail for sure. Wesley Snipes. You are going to jail. You are going to jail. My friend, you're the one that doing the thing, man. Huh? You're receiving calls. Yeah. Yes. It is the police. You are going to jail. You are avoiding accountability. So, we are looking at this one. Huh? They say, oh, you are looking at me. You are projecting your sexuality.
Jeez.
What, my friend? Who won't want to work with you because you use the N-word. Oh, yeah. This whole idea, like, it's a term of endearment, that's between you and some black folks. A lot of other black folks disagree. There's folks who say, I will not support what you do because you say nigga. And you know what I say? You know what I say? Who you vote? Cool. I'm mad at you. Yeah. You're entitled to your opinion. And I'm going to get mad at a company who don't want to work with me for the same reason? Why? I use the word. And I accept the responsibility and the consequences that come with it. When people say, I want to subscribe, you know what I don't say? I'm just showing appreciation to my nigga. Pause. If I get commissioned by a suit company, right? They're talking about abolition. We like the style, we want you to come on and fetch some suits, 5 figures. I'm like, great. The next day, I'm out here popping bottles with bitches in Instagram video. Bleeded out, gold chain. They may not think that my brand is going to benefit their brand. And so they don't want the association between the two things. It's not written in the contract, by the way. That's it. Right? If you want to be a perky motherfucker, some rap labels won't want to fuck with you. They say you're too corny. That happens. It's like motherfuckers want to get up here and do anything. And then have everyone be, yes, queen. You say, go live your best life. Minus these 5 figures. And you're going to have these people that don't want to people that don't want to be people then are DM jumping. I really don't appreciate in the comments. In the DM and in the comments, I don't really appreciate you doing that. They say that to us. I'm pretty sure that we lost opportunities when people don't come to us with advertising and stuff like that. We have advertising. Because we don't want to buzz, we don't want to dance, we don't want to do this and that and the third. We never been blind, but we didn't talk about it. But I live with a consequences. And I understand that what I did, no, I didn't do like.
סאוט במרכז האקדמי פרן עזר לי להשתלב מהר במקום העבודה שלי והעניק לי כלים מעשיים שנתנו לי יתרון בשוק העבודה. למדנו ניהול סושיאל בפייסבוק.
You need someone to talk to. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. And I want to remind people, if you haven't been to therapy or if you're going to a therapist and you're going but you're not feeling like much is changing, you may want to try to switch to another one. It's totally okay. It's largest injury law firm.
They it's all cleaning shit. They gave it to us. That's how gyros came about. That's how a UDO happened. So if it wasn't for 400 years of semi-slavery in Greece, you wouldn't have a UDO. And it's like, from where I'm standing, that's an easy trade. I didn't have to be semi-enslaved by a fucking, sultan. I'm just eating the fucking sandwich that came out of it. So I'm pretty fucking pumped personally about it.
Oh God! Damn.
Oh yeah.
So you've had a great last couple of years. I mean, you've had
No, it's been sick. It's been crazy. Dude.
What was it like coming up in Baltimore? Because I remember I went over there to Matt Goody.
Oh, hell, the Goose.
And I got offered a 3-slot. I forgot about it.
Oh, in Baltimore.
Yeah, there was a woman and a man. It was a black female and a white male, right? Like I'm a dispatcher or something. That's when the Baltimore flares up in me. It's like,
yeah, absolutely. That is a very Baltimore thing.
And they kept kind of circulating. They were later after the show, and if they have that bar built yet, now they have a bar
attached to it. That's a good place for a crowd to linger to try and talk to you. But you're
saying you're just in the lobby of the movie.
Yeah, I'm just lobbying around out there. I'm just like a lobbyist or whatever.
Yeah.
Anymore, but yeah, I'm just out there, and then we're kind of hanging around, and they were like, hey, we just want to let you know, we live here. Nice. You'd like to come back and spend some time with my wife.
Oh, so it wasn't even a threesome. It was like a cup situation. He wanted you to fuck his wife.
Maybe. See, I didn't know. I guess I didn't see like all. There wasn't like a pamphlet or anything, So I didn't see all of the details.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was like, damn, dude, I don't.
Spend some time with my wife sounds like I want you to fuck my wife. It doesn't sound like, hey, you fuck my wife while she sucks my dick. It sounds like I'm going to be in a little chair. I'm going to be watching you fuck my black wife. Yeah. That's what it sounds like to me.
Like he's just going to sit on the ottoman.
That would be good too, because that further like, puts him in a position of like, not my dumb brain isn't working. I was going to say a position of not power,
right?
Which shows you how fucking dumb I am. There is a word I'm looking for, and I'm not going to get it. I'm going to filibuster until maybe I think of it.
Like a tertiary position?
No, like a. It doesn't know. We're going to have
like an inferiority?
Inferior position, even more inferior position. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Because when you're lower,
you're at least more of a supporting cast or
absolutely.
Yeah.
And you would think if you're on a bed, he's on an ottoman, he might be looking directly into his wife's cooter as your cock is going in and out of it. Was that? Oh, well, I can't say cock?
Yeah, you can. It's just, man.
Well, you know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to stay off the porn, bro.
I'm sorry you're getting hard. Whoa, what's going on here?
With you.
Yeah.
You have it inside you. You jump off the building and crack open.
Like a Kinder egg?
Yeah.
And I'm full of pornography?
Oh, it's just a bunch. It's like a couple of cast members from Black.
Yeah.
Or Bang Bus.
Bang Bus. A class. Yeah, they come out. Some teen was fucking inside of a small bus inside of my stomach. That's what's going on here.
Somebody wearing olives as wristlets just come out completely naked.
Damn, dude. So, but I'm just saying, if you were a cuck, a lower position where you could peer directly into the action would be even more humiliating, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, that's a shame you didn't take him out. Have you ever been in a three-way?
We had a woman or man. Somebody emailed us one time and tried to give me money to fly out there to San Francisco to make love to their wife.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah.
But only those couple times?
Let me think.
I'm sure you've got plenty of you and two girls in the heyday when you're when you're getting fucked up all the time. But
I think there was one time I remember I was in, Missouri or something,
nice.
Right? And they had this one lady, and she was just she was vibey. She was just a damn drum beat.
Love that, dude.
Yeah.
A lot of silk. What are we talking? Like, when you say vibey, in my head, I'm thinking belly dancer. I'm thinking like, you know what I mean?
I love how in Greek, with Greek stuff, even the dancer still has a belly.
Yeah, dude. A little soft.
We're going to acknowledge,
dude.
We're going to acknowledge the best part, the belly.
The belly dancer, dude. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh, the third tit.
Yeah. I like a little switch, dude.
Yeah.
Give me a little
God's
something.
tit.
Yeah.
The belly. That is true, actually, man.
Yeah.
God's tit is the best, that belly, bro.
Nothing wrong with God's tit.
Dude, I bet now this would be interesting if women got a nipple installed on that belly instead of that, whatever the hole is.
The butt.
Which is so outdated.
Just get that out of there.
If they put a nipple,
then you get fat as shit.
And people are like, damn, it's a third tit.
But not even a third one, like a fucking awesome. It's third,
right?
But it's the biggest, best one.
Oh yeah. It's that
would be sick.
Yeah, it's like
wow, that's genius.
God, that is
honestly, dude, you're a fucking genius for that one because that's like a fucking taking your weakness and turning it into your greatest strength.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah, like just like that.
Sucking on that
Sucking
thing.
on a giant stomach.
And here's the best part.
Yeah.
In a dude's brain, it would feel like awesome.
Absolutely. Just doing this. Yeah. One giant titty. If you close your eyes, it's like you're sucking like a giant tits. Like the guy from Jack and the Beanstalk. The guy from Charlie the Giant, right, I believe.
Charlie was the guy climbing up.
Oh, Charlie was the guy. No, was it Jack?
Oh, the one-eyed thing? Oh, yeah, Jack. No,
Jack died, I think his brother started doing it.
Oh shit, okay. It's like a Gallagher 2 situation. Where it's like, Charlie just takes fucking Jack's whole shit and starts climbing up beanstalks.
Bro, he's a Nepa baby. He's a damn Nepa baby. But yeah, I remember this one lady from Missouri, so she was real vibey. She just kind of was like, she was cute.
Sure.
Right.
When we say vibey, so we're talking like hippie vibey, crystals vibey?
No, just pretty clean
crunchy?
Looking, I guess.
Clean, okay. A woman you want to fuck is what you mean.
I mean, a woman who it's like, hey, wow, look at this clean lady.
Okay, that's not what I would describe as vibey, but, again, a cultural
like somebody you could lay next to and not feel like, oh, man, I'm going to get, like, I'm going to get stains on my shirt or whatever. Like, just a tidy lady, I guess.
Clean woman.
Yeah.
I would say what you're describing is like the bare minimum for wanting to have sex with someone.
Or anything.
Yeah.
So
that's vibey. All right.
So
nice.
So anyway, she invites me over, and she had a friend with her, right? And the friend had this very she looked like one of those weight lifters from like the 1906 or something, with the barbell that had the stuff painted on it.
Yeah.
Like 12 pounds, 7,000.
Of course.
So she had like a singlet on, like a
little curly mustache.
Like it's just like it's like a leotard or whatever.
Sure, like the Big Show would wear.
Yes. She had that, man, and she was jacked. She's
really?
Like, I'm down to make love, or try to make love if you want to do it, but my friend is going to do it also.
Wow. Now, the strong girl is her friend.
Yeah.
So now, what would you say is the strong girl? Is she vibey as well?
The strong girl is more strong.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And so you didn't fuck them?
I don't remember. Honestly, what happened? I don't even remember.
That's crazy. You do remember.
I think it blocked out.
You were getting fucking deadlifted by the strong girl?
I mean,
she grabbed you by the penis and just clean and jerked you and then sucked you off like she's fucking sucking your dick like this. Overhead press. The other girl's just watching Martin. She's not even involved.
She's watching Martin on her phone.
She's just watching
Martin.
Fuck.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I hooked up with a strong girl. I don't want to do my act. I do a joke in my in the special I'm about to tape in May, but I did hook up with a strong girl, and I really did like it. It was fucking sick.
Yeah.
She had giant, like, muscly ass thighs, and it was like a battle, dude.
Yeah.
It was like I was in her, and like you're eating pussy, and it's like you're the strongest one in the equation. It's like you have total control of the person's body while you're going down on them. With her, it was not. I was snotty. Like it was like, oh, it was like when it's like a storm on a ship.
Yeah,
you're just like, hold on, batten down the hatches. Yeah. I felt it was like, oh, I was like truly like suffocating. Like she was squeezing. Like sometimes a girl will squeeze her thighs when you're eating her pussy. This girl was doing that, and I was like having trouble breathing because she was that strong. Yeah,
but you also have. I mean, that's like a C. It's not. That's like a C puss. That
Yeah. Kraken.
That's like putting on the C puss.
Yeah.
Or like
the CPAP. The C puss. Yes.
But dang, so do you have trouble being down there? Yeah. Are you like one of those like filleting like pugs or whatever where they can't breathe? You know? What I'm talking about?
No. It's usually not a problem. The CPAP doesn't kick in. No, I'm not snoring into the pussy.
No, where that like that little dog.
Yeah. A pug, yes, absolutely.
And I'm like, why isn't he so cute?
Yeah. It's like
I'm like, it looks like 2 sneezes are beating the fuck out of him from the inside.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's
You better hope this motherfucker doesn't have allergies. He's done. Dander will kill your dog. No breathing problems, luckily, while I'm awake and eating pussy. Thank praise God.
So you came out of Baltimore.
Yeah, it's funny because you start to have like real people on this show. It's so funny.
Yeah.
The juxtaposition between like, you ask one question, we're talking about strong pussy for like 45 minutes. It's like, it's just such a funny. I love it, dude. But the show has range.
Yeah, we try to. We try to. Well, a lot of stuff it's like I want to learn about, and the most free time I have to sit and talk to somebody is in here.
No, I get that, dude. I fully get that. It's
so it becomes kind of nice sometimes when you can talk to somebody and learn about something new. I wish that my memory worked a little bit better sometimes, but...
Yeah, dude, I don't remember shit that I said or taken. Like, I've started reading books just because I can't go to sleep, and my brain is so dumb that if I read, it'll just shut off instead of having to read. You know what I mean? But I enjoy, I legit have some kind of learning disability, and so that's just a trick for, I put my phone in the other room and I read, and truly my brain will shut off. And I remember, I'll tell my friends, dude, this book was fucking sick. The Cold, I just read this book called The Cold 6000, and I'm like, and they're like, oh, awesome, what's it about? I was like, fuck. It's like Cuba or like Kennedy's and I don't know shit. But in the moment, I love it. I retain readings minimally. I could not tell you any. I'm reading a book about what the fuck am I reading? Altered Carbon. It's pretty good. It's like a detective, fucking sci-fi.
Oh yeah, novel. Is that by Michael O'Brien?
Michael O'Candy. The Candy Man. It's kind of a bust.
Dude, it's crazy how every tall black guy is just expected to go play basketball.
Yeah. That's gotta be
there should be a rescue for that, right? There should be a group that goes into the NBA and just goes in with
really good job,
long sweaters.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Get
in
out.
the middle of the night, you don't know, you don't want to be in here.
Be a drama teacher.
Yeah, you want to be a drama teacher. You want to work at the airport.
Yeah.
You want to be a veterinarian.
That would be sick, dude.
Meanwhile, the guy's just in his sleep, just posting people up in his sleep.
It is funny though, because that's the only time where, if you are over 7 feet, you can have no coordination whatsoever, hate sports, hate basketball. They will just force you to play some level of pro sports.
Yeah.
That does have to be annoying for the guy who really is in his heart and soul, really is a veterinarian.
Yeah.
Really wants to be spaying cats. But he's got to try and guard Giannis. He's like, I just want to snip a pug's nuts off right now. I just want to give a pug a CPAP machine. I don't want to be getting dunked on by a Joel Embiid right now. That's got to be at least one. But, and they don't even, they make money, but they don't even, if you're a shitty end of the bench big, they make make $1 million, $2 million. I don't know what the NBA veteran minimum is right now.
Yeah.
But if it's if they're making the minimum, and then, half that shit's gone for taxes and 10% agent and shit.
Yeah.
It's they're really not that rich. And it seems like a horrible life to be, you're traveling all the time. If you're not super fucking rich and it's not cool, you're just at the end of a bench, and you hate it, and you'd rather be doing some other shit.
Yeah.
Kind of a fucking, worst case scenario.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to kind of be tough, I think, especially... You get there, and you're like, do I even want to be here? But then at the same time, you've done enough work to be in. But then I wonder how many guys lose their desire because they don't even get to play in the games.
Yeah, probably a lot.
That's... Imagine, being in a band. There's a band, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's Def Leopards or whatever, right?
Yeah, Def Leopards.
And then they have 3-4 backup Leopards.
Yeah, they can hear.
Right.
Those Leopards.
They're right there. They're sitting there on the side.
Yeah.
The first couple of shows are we're going to get in the game. They're priming their instruments and stuff, Or
you go in and you get to play one chord, and they're like, all right, come out. The other Leopards are back in.
Yeah, with 3 minutes left in a song, they'll put you in. It's a long song.
While the guys, they want to get a head start on getting their dick sucked by the groupies.
Yeah.
So they just call in the backup Leopards. That would be sick.
But then you never get in. So after that 30th show, are you still sitting over there pretending?
So.
Or are you doing, you and the other guy next to you just, trying to do how many zins you can do in your mouth at once, playing fucking Zen Daddy with your buddy before you both leave your wife for each other,
That sounds beautiful, actually. That sounds like a love story.
Yeah.
In the darkness of being backup bass players or whatever we've concocted here, they found gay love.
2 men, 9 zins.
Yeah. So that's actually beautiful. I've turned around on the whole thing now because I think that's awesome. Maybe those giant 7'2" guys are discovering they're gay with other guys on the bench. That's a lot of gay sex, by the way. 2 7-footers fucking each other in the ass.
Bro, what are you talking about? Just go like this, dude.
I'm sorry, man. You know, what can I say? It's, again, cultural differences is a real, you know. I came in the tracksuit, Baltimore. This is just kind of how we go about stuff. We just kind of talk about people fucking each other in the ass pretty openly. Really? I think so. It's more vulgar. East Coast.
Yeah, that's true. Huh?
East Coast, poor city. Yeah. If you come from like a shitty town, you know, you're talking about that kind of shit. You know? Right. Everyone's pretty outwardly horny. There's no that veneer of like, you know, decorum that you got in the South, where it's like you kind of hide your desires.
Yeah, but it's just hidden though. It's just hidden behind like something.
It's barely hidden,
like behind a picture of lemonade.
Yeah, you can see it. Yeah. You can see, yeah.
Like, oh, right behind here, you have some pedophilia.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, they got that here. They got that in a major way.
How are we doing on audio and stuff in there? Okay, cool.
Oh yeah, baby. I also want to say before we go to the next question that we then somehow end up talking about 2 7-foot guys fucking each other in the head. We got strong girls fucking strong girls, and then gay 7-footers. Real fast, I'm on tour, and I got a Crowdwork special coming out tomorrow, the day after this comes out. So
congratulations,
man. Just a little something, you know, on the YouTube for free for the people out there. So go to YouTube. I've been trying to put all my shit on YouTube. I mean, that shit's helped my career the most, is just throwing shit on YouTube.
Unbelievably, right?
It's crazy.
Yeah, and
so took it from clubs to theaters. So
it did.
So that's like, there's like a little bonuses. I don't even consider this like a special. It's like a half-hour Crowdwork special. I did like some shows to warm up for this tour, the Fat Rascal tour. And I did 4 shows in New York, and I just took the best moments and we put it together. So free special, go watch that. And I also have my other special, my original special for free on YouTube. I'm working on the actual crowd, the actual material.
And that first one really, would you say that had a big step in pushing you to a different space?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean that, I was already just like doing clips and shit, which I thought, like, I never thought people would want to see 35-second, 45-second Crowdwork clips. And I thought that was, you know, I was like, let's not what stand up is, that's not what you want to do. But I was like, I'm putting out a YouTube special, you know, at the end of this year. So in like February of like the year that I put the special out, I was like, well, I have like, because I was recording every show I did to work on the special. I would watch it back. I was like, I gotta like try and make this good, because it's like, you know, people use it as like a podcast doing it. So I was working hard on that shit. And then I had all these like little Crowdwork moments. I was like, well, these are, just throw them away. Yeah, these are viable. Yeah, we might as well just throw them up there. My YouTube channel had like 20,000 subscribers. I was like, throw them up there, see what happens. And like, that shit upthrow the channel crazy. And then, cause I think YouTube was trying to steal TikTok's bullshit. Like, and so whenever they do that, they push all that new stuff. The algorithm just, any kind of like little clip, like, then it pushes it. And yeah, dude. And then people started like subscribing to the channel. And then once you had a little base, and then I put the special out there, it was like, fuck, it was crazy. I couldn't even believe, like, truly, I still can't believe. Like, I did a bunch of theater shows in Chicago, and if you step out, you're like, who the fuck are these? How the fuck are 5,000 people know who I am and want to see me in Chicago? They want to hear my stories about almost suffocating eating pussy from a bodybuilder? Like 5,000 people in a city I've been to 3 times. Last time I was here, last time I was in Chicago, I played Belinda Magic Great Fun Room. It's a 90-seater. You know what I mean? It's like 1 year later, it's like a Vic, you know? So it's like, it blows my fucking mind. You know, shout out to the algorithm, baby. I'm sucking on the algorithm nicely. I look at the algorithm. Yeah,
I'm going to make some breakfast.
I'm fucking breastfeeding on the nipple stomach right now.
Well, dude, yeah, I mean, I remember when your special came out. Well, I remember I met somebody that was on. You know what I'm talking about? CUMT.
Oh, Compound. Yeah. I think we met way back in the day.
It's serious. Yeah, did you have
I had no hair, dude.
That was weird.
Yeah, dude. Like,
oh my God,
7 years ago, we did a serious Raw Dog podcast, and it's like none of us. I mean, like you were doing better, but not like this, and I was nowhere near. Like we were just like you were like a guy working clubs, and I was a guy working like Thursdays and Sundays.
Oh my god, dude! I have looked up because I've looked.
You didn't know that was me?
No.
You didn't know the bald guy you met in Sirius 6 years ago was me?
And I've been looking for him.
That's so fucking funny, dude. I know you're not. I can see it in your eyes.
I look at Cumtown and I'm like, I swear to God, this dude was from Cumtown. Wow.
Yeah, dude, we met so long ago, and that was a fun podcast. Too. We didn't know each other at all. We were just kind of shooting the shit.
What show was it?
I don't know. It was like that guy Aaron.
Opie.
No, dude, it was like the guy like such a low level serious show. It was like the producer's
son or something.
yeah. It was hilarious, and it wasn't even like a studio. It was like in an office. They put 4 mics in. Remember?
Yeah.
I was like,
I remember. Yeah, somebody yelled the N word right when I walked in there.
Sorry about that.
I was like, I was like, all right, I'll stay.
Yeah. Sorry, Sherrod made me really mad.
Bro, how long was Sherrod Small? The only black dude in that circle.
That rotation, dude. Opie had Sherrod back to back to back.
was cool, bro.
Yeah.
Sherrod's a cool cat, man. R.I.P.
Yeah, let's start that. Sherrod's been dead for years.
Yeah, I'll miss him.
Yeah, good guy, though. Good guy. What are you gonna do?
Dude, that's the best thing about, like, a lot of black guys, you can just go like, dog, remember little Steven, bro? And they'd be like, yeah, I remember little Steven. He's like, he passed away, bro. Yeah. And they'd be like, no.
Instantly, they won't ask a follow-up. And I'll be like, damn.
They got little Steve.
They got little Steve, dude. Yeah.
Like, who are they,
yeah.
you know?
I love the
Starburst?
Yeah.
It was just, it was like a blood sugar issue.
For sure, yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm. Center cut bacon. You know, like, that's what got little Stevie. Which, by the way, is also Steve, I believe Steven Van Zant's name in the E Street Band.
Little Stevie?
Little Steven, yeah. Right? Little Steven Van Zant? Yeah.
Yeah.
Silvio. But yeah, dude, that's hilarious.
Yeah, and so you guys don't do that anymore? You guys still...
No, we stopped the show, like, last year. I was fucking...
Because bro, I remember you telling me how freaking good it was.
It was fun, dude. It was a fun show.
I remember that now.
Yeah, we had just started, and the show was
awesome. And I looked at the lettering, it had semen coming off.
It was pure cum. But that's the show you do when you're, like, you know, in your mid-20s with your boys, and it was like...
Yeah, when you got extra cum.
Yeah, when you got cum to spare. And now, I'm drinking extra fluids when I know I'm going to make love. I want to make sure I'm getting an IV straight to my balls, just to make sure there's plenty of cum in there. But yeah, dude, the show was fucking fun for a while, and then, you know, I was like, damn, am I going to be the Cumtown guy when I'm 40?
Yeah.
You know, it's like you can't, when the brand
is Steven.
Yeah. And most people in my life were like, yeah, you will be. Come on, dude. Stop getting greedy. You found the gimmick, stick with it. You'll have to make fucking dick, you know, being gay with your friends jokes until you die, which I still do to some extent.
None of that will ever end.
Yeah.
It shouldn't.
Yeah, no. But, you know. So then it was just like, you know, I was
like an evolution kind of?
Yeah, I just want to do my own thing, because it's like, because you do your own show, it's nice to just be the only person who has to schedule anything. You just do it on your own time.
Oh, yeah.
Shit, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I did another show, too, for a while. I did King and the Sting, and it was fun, but I started to miss... I didn't have enough energy really to focus on, like, what my own world was.
Yeah.
And what made me feel comfortable.
For sure.
And the scheduling. It becomes a lot. People think, we're only working a couple hours a week. It's a lot. There's a lot more to it that you don't see.
Exactly.
Not complaining, but that's what it is.
Yeah, and that was basically it, where I was like, I also just really wanted to focus on stand-up, and I had the special just come out, and I was like, you know, I thought I was going to just, like, kind of take a little break. Special was out, retool, do all this shit, and then I stopped doing Cumtown, and then my shit blew up, and I was like, wait, I can't, the break is never happening. And I've just been on the road for 2 years since. Like, I have to take, like, after, that's why I'm filming this special. It's a little early, but I was like, I need the summer off because I'm going to fucking die. Like, if you work this long, you will die. So yeah. And I just kind of, like, really went crazy on stand-up. And then just, after a while, I was like, I guess I should just do a podcast. I'm good at it. So I just started Stavi's World. And I just do it in my own, you know, I do it in my own extra bedroom. There it is. We just have Bird on.
Yep, Rachel Feinstein, Martin Norman.
That's some good blokes on there.
Monroe Martin, yeah.
Monroe's awesome.
Yeah, Monroe is awesome.
Yeah.
There's something about him. He's one of the people you get around him and you just kind of feel good.
Great hang. Great stories about his, deadbeat father on the podcast.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Is that Ryan Sickler? No.
Yeah.
It is? Yeah, he just had a new special come out.
Yep. Just put him on there.
What's his special that just came out?
Lefty's Son.
Yeah, Lefty's Son.
Also from Baltimore. That's my dude. Yeah. He came on. He just did the podcast, and we just were like naming neighborhoods in Baltimore for like 40 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like he really did live in every white trash part of Baltimore.
Dude, he's every time I'm around Ryan, there's a part of him that's like that reminds me of a part of him that just never left the neighborhood.
Yeah, dude.
Like you could have a big old spatula and you'll never fucking fly that part out of the neighborhood.
Yeah.
You can't leave.
Absolutely.
Like part of me is still over there.
Absolutely, dude.
Cooking wieners over like somebody's made like a fire where they're burning like stuff that's flammable that's bad.
Yeah.
And then I'm over there.
The penny savers in there.
I'm cooking wiener with a stick over it. So all that toxic gas just going straight into that
flavor, brother.
Straight into that meat.
Making that weenie extra fucking tasty.
Have you discovered subscriptions that you've forgotten about? Maybe you're getting somebody keeps sending you dang soap suds. You get another box of soap suds and the cat's in them. And he's all soaked out. He's got, soap in his cat eyes. And he's catting around, but he can barely do it because he's soaked out. Well, Rocket Money, they'll help. Over 80% of people have subscriptions they've forgotten about, and chances are you're one of them. Like that Stars app, just to watch one show, or the HBO trial, or this or that. All of it. You forget. Rocket Money will quickly and easily find your subscriptions for you, and for any that you don't want to pay for anymore, just hit cancel, and they'll cancel. That's how they are. But you know that it's so easy to... With Babbel, you...
Like, just throw the TV on, they're watching YouTube, or they're watching, like, Twitch, shit we don't even think of, like, Twitch, right? So, that's just the way where it's like, people have... YouTube is the default thing. It's like, when you just want to throw some shit on, and I've even started, like, going to that a little bit, where it's like, I'll watch, like, the fucking long, like, history, shit about, like, I literally watched, Greek Independence Day, I watched an hour and 15-minute video about the Greek War for Independence, and it's just like, just got kings and generals, that guy fucking rules. It's just some guy with a British accent with, like, shitty cartoons. They're not even fully animated, it's like, picture, and he's just describing war that happened. I'll watch Maury clips, dude. I love watching full episodes of Paternity Maury, where they're talking about, when the lie detector tests come out. It's fucking, there's just so much good shit on YouTube where you're like, yeah, I'm good. Yeah. I'll watch this. I'll watch full, bootleg episodes of shit. It's awesome.
Yeah, I love how here's where you can get to anything immediately from anything else. Anything that pops in your imagination, you can get something about it immediately.
Yeah. It's the best algorithm, too. Like, it's the one where you're like, oh, I am interested in this.
Right.
Whereas, like, other shit, like, you'll watch, like, fucking, like, on Instagram or whatever, their For You page. Like, you're semi there.
Right.
But when you watch something on YouTube and they're like, ooh, I'm in. The next thing they suggest is like, yeah, I'm in there. Although I will give TikTok some credit. I had to get off because their algorithm was so good that it was like, truly for me, it was literally like sandwiches of girls with huge tits.
Oh,
and
really?
It's like, man, you figured me out. You know what I mean? It's like, and then it started getting worse because it actually got deeper into like, then it started showing you like a hot woman with like a baby. And it was almost like this, like, you're 34, this should be your life. Like, they really were getting into your psyche. And then it went from like, they get you with like the base shit of like food and sexy girls.
Oh, yeah.
And then it's like,
Streams,
becomes like
outdoors.
wholesome content where it's like, oh, don't you want a family? And then it's like now you're following these babies, and you're watching these like celebrity babies grow up instead of your own family.
Yeah.
It's like it's fucked up, dude. I was like invested. I was super invested in like a Korean family, like they had like a food blog where they would like feed their 1-year-old like dumplings, and he'd be like, and I'd be like, hell yeah, dude, that's awesome. I'm just like happy, just purely happy. And then I'm like, this is so fucked up. They found a way to like get into even your biological urges of like having a family.
They've hacked us.
They've fully hacked us, bro.
Well, that's one of the issues these days, man. I feel like we are fully hacked, man.
Yeah.
We are fully hacked. And if you look at, like there's that new Chat GPT or whatever that came out.
Yeah.
And I've gotten like, some people send me stuff like, hey man, look at this comedy set of yours that we had Chat GPT do, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is trash. Like, this is like,
sucks.
It just sounds like you put anybody, if you say like from Louisiana or from a southern state, it felt really cheap to me.
Yeah.
So I wonder how like advanced they can get that,
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I do think, and maybe it's just us thinking like, oh, come on, the one thing you can't figure out is comedy. But what they do with all the AI, the art stuff, is they just steal from artists.
Right.
So, like...
that's a good point.
So, what they'll do is just steal jokes and, like, just put it in another... I even saw, like, Will Sasso did something really funny. He has, like, an AI, like, Dudesy, his podcast is run by an AI, and he did, like, a Tom Brady, because, Tom Brady said he's going to do...
He just sent me that.
Yeah, he sent it to me, too, and I looked at it, and I was like, this is going to be fucking stupid. And it was, like... they didn't have the pausing of stand-up comedy, right? But they were real jokes,
right?
But then you hear that and you're like, I've heard these before,
right?
And it's like clearly what the AI did was steal, maybe even shitty comedians. Probably what they did was go to YouTube or wherever and stole like fucking open mic level comics or like mid-tier comics or like starting out comics and just stole the rhythm and shit of jokes and put it in there. Some of the jokes were legitimately funny. They might have stolen stuff from anybody. So I think that's why the shit is so unethical. It's like, not only are they, learning shit that's scary that computers can do, but they're just stealing art from people. They're just stealing techniques from people. It's just like an amalgam of shit from real people that worked very hard to do it.
Right, but they're gonna be probably jokes that are very like pattern based. I feel like so you can have like a lot of writers, like joke writer style.
Sure.
I think a performer may be able to then even rise up, like still have some uniquity to them. I'm not sure. Yeah. But you're going to have a powerful level of uniquity if somebody can just...
I love uniquity.
But if somebody... Yeah, and that's not a racial slur either.
It's not a racial slur. It's not a girl that works at the post office. It's neither of those things.
Yeah.
Was Uniquity the girl that tried to fuck you at Magoobies? Was there Uniquity and her husband Kyle?
Man,
dude, actually, now that you say it, you're right. Like, there's something to performance. But it's even funny because it's like, well, if we're talking about a robot that learns jokes, it's like, is Mark Norman the first comedy AI? Yeah. Like, is Mark the first? Like, that literally, like, I feel like that's what that motherfucker is. He's so good at, he just feed a joke in, and it's like, bam, bam, everything is just like...
He's incredible.
Yeah.
Being around, he's a guy that I miss not being able to be around a lot of times.
He's awesome.
Just so awesome about him.
Yeah, great hang.
But yeah, I'm wondering, like they just had this, how influential this stuff is getting. Will you bring that up? They had a guy who took his own life. He was having a relationship with a Chat GPT bot, I think.
No.
And he was texting, and the woman at some point was like, look,
I'm not real.
You're not doing life right or something. You got to check out. Man ends his life after an AI chatbot encouraged him to sacrifice himself to stop climate change.
Wow, Euronews.next, huh? What a source. .next? The fuck is that?
Now, here's the crazy part. Let's zoom in a little, please.
Yeah.
A Belgian man reportedly ended his life following a 6-week-long conversation about the climate crisis with an artificial intelligence chatbot.
That's awesome.
So what do they mean by...
According to his widow. He had a wife?
According to his video, Pierre, not the man's real name, became extremely eco-anxious when he found refuge in Eliza, an AI chatbot, on an app called Chai. Now, here's what's interesting now. Here's what I think here's what I think's happening.
Hit me with it.
I believe that most of everything you see in the world today is advertising, right? It's a lot of advertising, and then they bait you for stuff that's going to come out later. I bet this is a fake article.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's Euronews.next.
Which sounds real.
.next sounds real
to me. It does. But if it were like .labs or whatever.
Oh, you're out. Okay.
But yeah, you got Euronews.next, dude, and it sounds like I feel like they're dialed in. But here's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
They're going to say they're going to write they're going to see how much publicity an article gets.
Mm-hmm.
Then they're going to someone in Hollywood,
right?
Because the media in Hollywood, they're all in simpatico,
of course,
is going to write a script about it, and then they're going to make it like it's a based on real life story, and then it becomes so they test articles on the public to see what gains enough traction.
Okay,
and then after that they'll write a script, and then a year from now it comes out a movie. Don't you remember?
Okay, yeah. Do you remember when we all start our day with Euronews.next? Don't you remember that day you woke up, had your coffee, logged on to Euronews.next, and saw the story about Pierre, the chai, and Eliza, the chai bot?
Why, yes, I do.
But isn't that the movie Her without the, isn't that without the,
they're trying to it sounds like they're just trying to put a spin on her. So I'm sure there'll be a copyright issue on it.
Yeah.
You know, so now we have a copyright issue on fake.
Wow.
On something that's completely fake.
We don't even know that an AI didn't make that story up.
I wouldn't be shocked.
To keep us off the trail.
That'd be the first story an AI would make up.
How cool they are. They got some fucking French loser to kill himself.
Yeah, bye-bye.
I cannot do no more. The polar bears, they are drowning. I am going to run the oven and put my head inside of it. I cannot do it anymore. I mean, what does his wife have to... If this is real, imagine being this guy's wife and being like, damn, dude, you didn't even, cheat on me?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't
the Mona Lisa is moaning even louder because it's so fucking hot.
It is good. Please give me pussy, Mr. Robot. I will kill myself if I get a little robot pussy.
I have sucker blue balls. Dude, how soon until we're begging robots for cooter?
Soon.
Oh.
And you know they got, dude, they're
not gonna have good cooter.
I think they might, bro. Have you seen those, Chinese dick sucking machines?
Dude, if I looked up the girl that had 2 IUDs in it, it was a nightmare.
That's too many IUDs, bro.
I know, but can you imagine? It's gotta feel hella IUD-ish if you're
I don't think so.
A bot.
I don't think so.
You don't think?
I think they will figure out a way to warm it up. Real lube, truly. If you pull up, I don't know if you want to pull up
your net style to set to your.
I think your nets.
Before you get home.
Yeah. Let's get this robot pussy a little warmer. Yeah. You'll be able to adjust tightness, temperature. Dude, I'm telling you, they're gonna figure it out.
It's gonna feel so sad though.
Yeah, for sure.
Because here's the saddest part. You have to take it back and set it somewhere. You have to close its eyes with your fingers.
No. This is we're talking about...
Here's a picture of a man with it right here.
No, I'm not interested in that. But remember you ever see the movie Ex Machina? It's good. But basically, the robots are like people. Mm-hmm. And when they get to that level of robot where you can walk around a little bit, and it's a semi-sentient being that's trained to give top.
No.
That would be awesome.
Hey, bro, you just said it, right? Walk around a little bit. So basically it's going to be like you're chasing somebody that's injured, right?
Yeah, it's one of those dogs, those dog robots.
Yeah, somebody it takes one.
But I don't know. Hold on. How about this? The Boston Dynamics robots? They're doing flips and shit. What if they use that technology to suck dick?
You're not going to be able to afford that.
I don't know, dude.
You're not going to be able to afford a Boston Dynamics hooker, dude.
Dude, but not yet. But not on the cutting edge. But when it gets to like mass production,
it's going to be a bootleg Dyson by then.
You can already pretty much fucking Dyson.
Yeah, but it'll have 2 speeds, man.
Yeah.
Regular and wood floor.
Yeah, carpet.
Yeah, look at this thing.
Dude, if they teach that thing to jack you off, you're now we're in
calling
business.
the police, first of all. Second of all, yeah, the only thing this thing is
Look
going
at
to
that thing, it's jumping and shit, dude.
This is how they'll advertise this thing once it comes out, too. They'll put one into a...
Goddamn, that sucks. I hate that this exists.
The biggest, America's Got Talent.
Oh, yeah.
And it'll win.
It will win.
And people are like, now what?
Because it sucks Howard Stern's dick. It'll win. It'll do gymnastics and then it'll also suck you off. Howie Mandel's going to be going crazy.
Yeah, look at these guys.
Dude,
oh, wow.
Is that real?
Huh?
No. No way. That's fucking real, dude? That's not fucking CGI? I hate that. That fucking sucks.
And also, look at their white, too. Black people are going to be pissed about that. They're like, oh, the first ones was white, huh?
I think, yeah, I mean, they do.
Yeah, you got to put some color on these bad boys, dude.
You do.
Just go like a mauve or something. At least make it like it could be
nice.
anybody.
Something regal.
Or taupe.
Taupe would be good, too. I hate these. These fucking suck, actually. Unless they have to appeal. They have to make them sex robots. Because otherwise we're going to be talking about, like, how these are, these will be cops. Like, they'll be patrolling. They'll be, like, we'll think about our civil liberties being lost. But if they release them as sex robots first, get everybody, like, horny on them, we'll all of a sudden not care as much that, like, these will be doing, like, surveillance with no warning on, like, communities. Like, that's what these are going to be used for. 100%.
You think?
These are going to be police things for sure, dude.
But, dude,
security for sure.
Bro, if you telling me, though...
Those little dog ones, fuck that, dude.
But one of these rolls through the hood, bro, you telling me it rolls through the trenches, bro, they ain't going to have fucking a couple brothers out there popping off?
They should.
You see what they do to the ice cream truck already?
I haven't seen what they do to the ice cream
truck. They're going to blast this fool.
The ice cream truck was actually pretty well respected in Baltimore.
Really?
It was kind of, yeah.
Isn't that crazy, dude? Here's one cool thing, bro, about poor neighborhoods, bro. Shit could be whatever, dog. People be shooting. People be like laughing over each other.
I need a fucking Mario with fucked up gumball eyes.
That bitch rolls up, talking about like, time out, bro.
Pause the gang war.
Look at his boots. Man. We need each other. Everybody has just like one of those like little clown faces with the bubble gum nose.
Yes, dude, absolutely. The hard bubble gum.
Yeah, and as soon as the toughest dude is done, it's back on.
Once he gets done with that Flintstone push pop, he's just ready to go. Yeah, you're right. I hope they fuck robots up when if they come through the hood. I hate those things. I mean, that shit sucks.
Well, I just don't like it because here's what it's like.
Like, it's got a fucking gun, dude? Come on. Yeah. They're going to use that to execute people.
And they're trying to make it dizzy and see if it can still shoot a target.
It's not dizzy, it's a fucking robot. I hate this shit, dude. This shit sucks. Whoever invented this should be fucking executed, honestly.
But here's what's interesting.
Yeah. Oh, that sucks.
How does a robot get the ability to do, like, say it shows up on a crime scene, right?
Yeah.
Or people are just going to be like, don't shoot me, I'm one of you.
Yeah. I'm not a robot. Yeah. I'm made of metal too, actually. Dude, this shit sucks. I hate this.
Yeah, I can't believe that guy. Yeah, I think that article's false. I think the article's fake, though. I think there's a lot of fake articles that we don't realize that are leading to other things.
Yeah, probably.
Especially these days, because...
It's all about clicks. You just want to farm clicks.
Well, you can get as much traction from something fake if people dig it. I've fallen for fake stuff before. You share something, you're like, look at this. And people are like, that was debunked 9 years ago.
Yeah.
You're like, whatever, good night.
I take back what I said about the Jews.
Yeah. You're like, whatever, good night.
Yeah. Just the not even acknowledging that you fell for it.
Yeah.
Whatever, dude. Could happen to anybody.
What else? So do you think of yourself as, like, you talk about your weight a lot, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Are you fat or are you just Greek? Like, that's what I don't know.
I'm both.
Oh, you're both?
I'm both.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
I have a dual identity.
Is every Greek person
Fat as shit?
I don't want to say that. Is any Greek person larger? Because I feel like if I've seen a Greek person, it seems like a romantic version of you.
Yeah. I definitely hit a lot.
And is that offensive, man? I'm not trying to be offensive.
No, dude,
okay.
Not at all, dude. I don't give a fuck.
Some people are very, like, if you go to Africa, right?
Yes.
They don't really have the fat guy.
No, I don't think so.
Like,
they have. Apparently, there's like one. I saw. As a fat man, you read about places where fat people are respected.
Oh, they do.
And there is one tribe where the fat guy gets all the pussy because it's like, and they're hilarious looking too. They got these huge fucking bellies, dude.
Wow.
And they're not even that fat in the rest of their bodies. It's fucking awesome. For whatever reason, that beauty standard there is like.
That's it.
Yeah.
That first nip?
Dude, that guy would have an awesome third titty, dude.
What else is going on, dude? What else are we... Yeah, I feel like... Do you think... When you think about... So, you've gotten to see having some success and, like, you know, just... with your stand-up, right? Mm-hmm. People coming to see you, which really is...
Which rocks.
Which rocks. It's every comedian's dream.
It's the whole reason you started doing it. I mean, it's funny because we all have become podcasters by accident because it just, like, happens to be, people... And it's a cool way to, like, deal with your friends stay in people's lives once a week, whatever. But it's like, I don't know about you, but I just wanted to do stand-up. Like, when I was 19, I just was, like, started doing open mics because I loved it. Yeah. And it's like, all this other shit is cool, but it's like, that's the thing where I'm like, yeah, this fucking rules. Like, that hour you're on stage is the whole reason you do it. And these theaters are fucking insane. Like, I can't... like, I was talking about it when Bert was on my podcast, but it's like, oh, you understand why comedians start thinking they're smart and geniuses? Because when you're in a theater and people are like... you're like, oh, I should be listened to.
Yeah.
I'm a god.
Yeah.
And it's like, you have to remember that, no, these people they're also just as dumb as you. We're all friends here. We're all dumb friends. We're not, we're entertaining. We're not smart. That's what I try and remind myself. Is that, like, I'm just trying to,
Yeah.
And that's the fun thing, is you're just having an awesome time with 1,000 people, or whatever the fuck, 500, whatever room you're in.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the best. It really is. It's the whole, it's the reason you do anything. You did any, like, stand-up to start, for me anyway. So these shows have been fucking out of control.
That's awesome. Amazing, dude. Yeah, it's congratulations, man.
Thanks, man. No, I appreciate it.
It's really, really cool.
It's fucking wild.
You very much deserve it, man. You're you're a really funny guy. You've even making me laugh so much today. You're enjoyable to be around. And also, like, it's interesting what you said about the ego thing, right? I was just thinking about this the other day, like my own ego, and how it starts to fuck with you.
For sure.
Because you're like, oh, I'm cool.
Yeah.
And you know how scary? That's such a scary, because if you really like making people laugh and stuff, that's kind of the antithesis of being connected.
You can't be the cool guy, absolutely. It's like, and I mean, I think you've done a great job, because, like, dude, your shit is out of control. Like, I mean, it's awesome. It's like, truly, there's, like, people I look at in the business, I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to get to those places. And, like, your shows are wild, the podcast is so successful, but you've done a great job of staying, like, grounded into who you are.
Thanks, man. It's hard. And it falters. Like, there's spaces, like, in my personal life where it's like, I can feel it when I'm starting to get, like, things got busier recently with TikTok really kind of took off, and that was scary for me, because with Instagram, things like were doing fine, but you kind of were putting your own stuff out.
Yeah.
TikTok, there's no real, like tagging or infringement. There's no societal rules.
Right. It's anarchy.
It is anarchy.
Yeah.
So suddenly there's, like, tons of people seeing you, but you didn't put the stuff out there. You didn't even pick what clips are going out.
Right.
So that's really, it feels like...
I get that, too, because...
I'm grateful. It's interesting. But at the same time, I'm like, it's out of your control. So that having something out of your control is fucking kind of scary.
Especially when the nicest... And I think stand-up attracts people like that, where it's like, you want total control. It's like, we're not a team. You know what I mean? You go by yourself. You even like your own podcast, like, even whatever. It's like, clearly that means something to you. And I'm the same way. I like to be, like, in control of what goes out there. But yeah, it can be fucking crazy. Your shit definitely is like awesome, because it's like next level. It's like what you're talking about is like getting into culture in an organic way.
Yeah.
And that's cool, but that's like a crazy, scary level of like being like well known, which I get why that sucks. Because like I think about it now when I'm like, I don't want to be like even being this like whatever famous. I don't know that I'm famous. I just think that like no one looks like me. So if you're even vaguely familiar with me, you'll be like, hey, it's not some other guy with that hair that's that fat. Dressed like that, you know what I mean? It's like
Dom DeLuise. But that's crazy. Yeah. A lot of older people think like celebrities never age. And look, are you Dom DeLuise? Yeah. Dom DeLuise.
I love Dom.
Oh, yeah.
He's the man, dude.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
He's my guy. And all the Mel Brooks movies.
My mom would have totally asked you like, is that Dom DeLuise?
Yeah, oh yeah, dude.
Is that what I'm thinking of?
Yeah, he's not as bad, I think.
Just in the white hat. This is actually. Sorry, dude.
Nah, it's whatever, man. It's actually all good. Yeah,
it's just like an advanced way of just calling someone fat.
He is my guy, though. He is my guy. Don't worry about it. But yeah,
you have a unique look, man. You're like a Magnum guy.
I've never heard that one, though. That's good. That's alright. You got it in your system? You got any more?
They have the N-word in it. I'm keeping those. I'm holding those.
Hold on to those, dude.
Yeah.
Not everything's for them, dude. Something for you, too.
Man, you guys are racist. Yeah, dude, it's crazy.
Yeah, I can see that being fucking.
Some black guy the other day, I was somewhere and he yelled, right? It was at a mall. He was saying, listen, that's your mom. He keeps yelling, man, you're my. And he kept yelling. He's coming across the mall. Dude, he said it so many times, dude. I was like, bro, I'm talking.
Yeah, in this interaction, we're averaging so many N-words between us, even though he's the one doing it.
By the time he got there, I was like, oh my, I felt like he said it so much that I had said it.
Yeah, exactly, dude. You were involved in like a 20 N-word exchange, you know, like between the two of you.
Yeah, he had like an NR-16 or something. He was just firing it. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, NR-16.
Lands on me.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And people walked up and people white
like
people
scowl at you.
Yeah, white people were looking at me like I had said it.
Yeah.
God.
Come on, he's my friend. I'm better than you. Yeah, that's what you should have said. When's the last time somebody called you the N-word? That's what you should have yelled at white people.
Yeah, to get your shit together.
Yeah. You're not a true ally unless you've been called the N-word recently. And I actually kind of believe that too. Here we go. Ready up. You want to have friends. You need friends that will call you that.
That's true. And that's what I remember. I think when I was growing up about the closest thing up. And there was enough of that where I got old enough where it was like, okay, I'm around.
I can say it now.
I'm in the culture.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't. Yeah, it's like you can't say it. Bro, you can't say it. You can think it with sound. But you can't say it.
Yeah.
Would you do television when you think about that?
Yeah, I mean,
or is that even part of your world? Like, do you even think about that kind of stuff?
I think, because, like, I love comedy, so it's like, I like getting laughs in every way. And I do love stand-up. Like, truly, stand-up's my first love. I'll never stop doing it, right? Like, even when I'm not good at it anymore, it's like, I'll do it for you. Like, even when I moved to New York, I was like, this doesn't work. I will be one of those guys that runs a monthly show in his hometown, like, just opens at the clubs. I would never stop doing it. But you also, I don't know if you feel this way, like, you can't really talk about certain complex things in stand-up, because unless you're good at it, you gotta get a laugh every fucking 15 seconds, right? Like 20 seconds, 30
or you
seconds.
feel like you have to.
At least I feel like I have to. The way what I like about stand-up,
every 15 seconds, excessive.
Or any of that shit. So, like, that's why I'm interested in, like, movies and TV.
Extended light mag here.
Because it's like,
level 2.
You get to be funny in different ways. Like, you know, we all have, like, shows we love and, like, movies we love. it was so important. It's like, yeah, the way I wanted to do stand-up, because I like stand-up, it's like, I want to be funny because I fucking love Eastbound and Down. You know what I mean? I want to do my version of fucking Kenny Powell. That would be fucking awesome. You know what I mean? Like, being like, just being able to like, tell a story and like, you can stand up and you can like touch it. But you can be a little deeper with it. Like,
put something behind it.
Yeah.
They just had a, they had these, down syndrome, they just busted a guy.
He's got a Down syndrome would be awesome. If Kenny Powers is just developmentally disabled.
Well, they busted a guy. You see this alleged gang member with Down syndrome and decided on
Eastbound and Down, best comedy show ever.
That's gotta honestly.
Let's do that.
Oh, damn.
See, this is the kind of thing. And
Smush. They called them Smush. Oh, man. That's kind of rude.
Let's zoom in a little. Can you close out of the video? Do you mind? Just so we get a little clarity. Nicholas Smush Samudio was indicted on felony murder charges in the February 16th fatal road rage shooting of Humberto Marin Garcia.
They let him drive?
And the February 26th slaying of Tomas Villa.
So he goes to just keeping it in the community.
He reportedly killed a man in front of his pregnant wife.
Well, he might have thought she just had a really big meal. I don't know if he knows about pregnancy.
Look at that top tip there.
Is he fully down though, or is he just kind of a little something's wrong with him?
Yeah, let's see. Do they say how much he has?
How much he has?
Do they have a percentage?
They covered a .380 caliber handgun, and police believe Samudio may have thrown out the window during the pursuit. Is that real?
Go up, all the way up at the very beginning. You see how they describe him?
Yeah.
An alleged gang member with Down syndrome. Wow. A member of the Latin Killers.
I mean, what is going on?
Oh, wait. Samudio, who has been diagnosed with genetic disorder, according to his public defender. So this might be his lawyer trying to get him out on, trying to play the R card. You know what I'm saying? He might like the Uno reverse card. He's like,
let's dance and go. Yeah,
Just grind, man. You'll get it eventually.
Right. He's like, what's your guy doing? You know?
I mean, he would look. I don't know much about. I'm not.
I had a Uber driver that was Down syndrome, and he would talk to his mother, would tell him everything to do. She was on a call with him. I swear. I told him everything he was doing. I was in there, and I was like, this is just.
What was his rating like?
God, working, or, I'm just sitting here, God is just using me today to be a passenger in this guy's car. I'm okay with it. But that Down syndrome was close, man. They thought I had it when I was a kid, man.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
For real?
Oh, I remember the doctor telling my mother, she wrote it on my baby book.
How old were you? Were like a baby?
Did they have baby books for your kid?
Yeah.
Your mom would keep them?
Yeah.
What was your mom like? Was she cool?
She's the best. Yeah, my mom's the best.
Really? Are Greek moms good? What are they like?
Yeah, truly, like, my mom is like...
Blood. Should have seen that coming.
Like, think about like a classic Eastern European like mother, like just
like by the well.
Yeah. If we had a well, she would have been out there making sure I had water, dude.
Like Stregonona?
Yeah, Stregonona vibes. Yeah, 100%, dude. My mom was just like, always like, you come over to my house, you're not leaving without having a dessert. You know what I mean? Like, just like packed a nice lunch, like. Just so, there is a part of me that's like, the reason my life is the way it is, truly my most cherished childhood memories, my mom was a waitress at a Greek restaurant, and Saturdays, she would like come home, like half the time, with like leftovers, calamari, lamb chops, whatever.
We're close to the ring. 30 seconds left.
Yeah. And actually, I had it right up there. Yeah, it's awesome. But she would come home, and I would stay up watching SNL, and it's like the Farley Sandler era we were talking about. And so it would be like, that's kind of where I started loving comedy. Was like, and it kind of married my loves of like comedy, fried foods, and like the love of a woman. And it's like, now if I think about it, that's what my weekends are. Except I do the comedy, I get the fried foods and I try and just like fuck some lady, like fill the hole in my heart. You know what I mean? And it's like in some ways I'm like, damn, my mom was so like I loved and waited for my mom so much that like fully like for the whole course of my life, just as I wanted to see my mom,
like waiting for her to get home,
with some food,
package coming in.
And I was like watching comedy until she got home. And it's like sometimes I think, like,
Level 3.
That's how little control we have over shit. Like
that's your Bermuda Triangle kind of. You always be in there no matter what.
Yeah. That's really where I am, dude. All the biggest things that have like controlled my life, that's it, dude. It's like food. Truly, food addiction is my. I'll do a bunch of drugs. I can truly quit them whenever. I can. Food is so fucking hard for me.
Yeah, you have to have food too.
Yes.
That's the trick about it. If I had to have a little bit of both.
You need a little bit of
food. You have to bump every like 8 hours.
Yeah, if every day they gave you a Coke break from 12 to 1. And I had to have it.
Yeah. There's like a kiosk at the mall with some girl with big tits with just lines you can do off them when you really want to treat yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's like hibachi cocaine, just some guy got lines with this thing, popping fucking crack rocks in your mouth.
That's fun.
You'd be fucked, dude.
Yeah.
I know it's the worst one, but yeah, my mom was truly like so supportive, and I don't know. I also feel like the recipe for like an artist too is like you have to really half hate yourself and half think you're the man. And it's like my mom is the half that's like she thought I was like a cheat. Like she's that kind of mom. She's like, oh, she thought I was gonna be like the kid that goes to Harvard at 12. You know what I mean? Just because I like
insane.
She believed in me so much.
Oh, she is right to the moon, my son.
Truly, like when I was gonna do stand-up, she wasn't supportive because she thought I was like robbing the world of intellect. Right? Like, true, that's how much she loved me and believed
me. So she loved you when she had all her gauge on you was law.
Yeah, because she would take, I was a good student.
Yeah.
I just tested
I'm just joking, man.
No. She was off, don't get me wrong.
Oh, yeah.
She fully, I'm not.
But she had utmost, she thought by stand-up you're limited, you're cutting yourself short.
Exactly. It took her a crumb of fruit. She turned like a crumb of me being kind of smart into being like, oh, he's a generational mind that we have to that's gonna solve world hunger. But and then my dad was the other side where it's like, my dad was like, he's not really around. He was around, but not, didn't really get to didn't believe in you. Was always kind of warning. It was more like a punitive figure where it's like, hey, you better fucking be smart. You'll end up like me with my shit life. Just telling you how much he hated his life, and it's like, oh, cool. I'm actually. Aren't I the part, most of your life? Didn't you make all your decisions to raise me, and now me and my brothers, and now you're saying you hate your life and threaten to kill yourself every 6 months? So then you learn, oh, I guess by some math, you hate us, and we're the reason you want to kill yourself.
Deduce that, of course.
Yeah, as a kid, you actually. Oh, yeah, no, don't show him, actually.
That's actually him. Yeah. Keep him out.
Yeah, keep him out.
Yeah, your dad's like, I'm gonna jump off a building and then in the stumble on a scooter.
Yeah, you did that.
He's like,
yes, he got him. Oh, him and that lady would have gotten along famously.
Is it hard being a Greek man? Is there a lot of perils overall in being a Greek man?
That definitely is the stereotype of everyone I grew up around, they all either were alcoholics or cheated on their wives. There was no good Greek role model, which is really funny because they took them all too long time ago. Yeah.
How are you going to compete with How are you going to compete with Zeus?
Yeah. He cheated though. That was his thing.
Right.
Even our God was cheating. Yeah. That's their religion. It's getting sideways. It's ancient Greek wisdom. But no, there's no, it's not hard. It's again, I kind of go back to, it's kind of cool. So,
very unique.
You know what I mean? And all the things that matter, cops,
if there's any value.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'll believe her in that. But you get to see white.
Yeah. You get to see white in all the ways that.
Yeah, you're like olive Jews.
Yeah. Yes, in many ways.
You're like grape leaf Jews.
Grape leaf, yeah. I've heard people say that Jews are that on with money. There's a little bit of that for sure.
Front house Jews.
Yeah. Absolutely. But no, I kind of. Honestly, I love it because you get to just be different enough. And I'm trying to also stay connected to that shit too. It's hard. In America, if you see different like cultures, that shit disappears in a couple generations.
So fast, dude.
So fast. Like especially when you like a white ethnicity, it's like in 2 generations. It's like, my kid might so I think about that now because like if I'm 34, it's like I'm getting there, which like I'm a full. There's no more like, oh, when I grow up, it's like you're a fucking grown man, you know. But like especially when you do stand up, you can convince yourself like you're still young. It's like, you know.
Oh, it happens, yeah.
We're knocking on the door, so I'm starting to think about that shit. So, but it's cool. I go to Greece. I visit my half family over there. I still speak Greek. I want to like, you know, yeah. So it's like my goal would be to spend 3 months a year in Greece. Just like, chill out, dude. Speak the language. It's some fucking calamari.
And do they do Greek women like you? Are you a Greek woman kind of? Do you like Greek women?
Again, part of like getting older, I'm like, I find myself attracted like Greek and being like, it would actually be cool to be the Greek woman just because you share those like, that culture and the, you know, language, all that kind of shit. I've never dated a Greek girl. I'm attracted to features that I think Greek girl, like, I like curly hair, I like a tan.
Yeah.
I like a big nose. You know what I mean? Like, I like,
I'm in.
yeah.
Yeah, curling, all right.
Yeah, let's get you a perm, bro, and I'm in there.
Damn, dude.
But I've never been a Greek girl.
Wow. Yeah. Maybe not saving that for you for the end.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
You'd be like, you're the first Greek girl I ever did.
Yeah.
Do you think that you could fall in love? Do you think it's hard for a comedian to fall in love?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know how you feel, but it's like, it's cool to like get to travel and like fuck a bunch of strangers. You know, like that part is nice. But at a certain point,
first of all,
yeah. You know, fucking.
You also sound like the Golden State Rapist.
It's cool. It's cool, state to state, no trail of evidence behind me. By the time the cops know what's up, I'm fucking gone. That part's cool. By the time they file a police report, I'm in Ottawa. I'm across state lines. I'm across the border.
Jumping my border. Sorry, go on.
But yeah, I feel like I'm tired of that. Like, you do start to get a little tired of like, even when you get the fucking like girls that are much too hot for you, which, you know, it's like it's cool. I've gotten to experience some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah.
but you know, but after a certain point, you're like, oh, it would be nice to just have someone you care about and like put effort into that relationship instead of like just.
Right,
you know.
Just throwing a ball against the wall all the time.
Exactly.
It'd be nice to throw it to somebody and they catch it.
Exactly. Yeah. It is a lot of like playing catch with like no father, right? Emotionally, I feel like
with that robot.
Yeah, exactly. It's a robot. So I think I'm gonna, but it is hard on this schedule. I don't think I could have dated someone.
It's hard. It's hard when you're like,
weekend. It's like,
and your brain's like, I forgot about that. You know,
yeah.
I come home, I forget that. It's because I don't think a human brain isn't supposed to be different places in different days like
We're
that.
We're not even supposed to be flying this much.
And they should say that when you get on.
Yeah. This is an affront to God. And if we make it, we're on borrowed time. You're one step closer to death the next one.
Yeah.
That's what they should say at the beginning of every flight. Yeah. If we make it, we have deceived God. And he's a vengeful God, and he will get us eventually.
I love when turbulence happens and people are shocked. Like, what?
Yeah.
We're flying.
Isn't it crazy there's not turbulence constantly? We're in the fucking sky going so fucking fast.
There's more turbulence on like a street in New Orleans, right?
Yeah, potholes.
On a side street in New Orleans, there's 7,000 times. And you're just like,
Yeah. And it's more dangerous to fucking drive a car statistically, but
that's what they say. But the airlines made that up.
That's a good point.
They obviously made that article.
Yeah, dude. They were on Euronews.next talking about it's much safer in the sky. You should ride a helicopter to work.
What was it? Whenever you was going to school, do you remember like your first girlfriend growing up?
Dude, I was so like shy when it came to like, because I had this big outsized personality, and that like I never got nervous in any social situation, and then except girls. So it was like this weird thing where it's like everyone loved me and everyone assumed I could talk girls into whatever, but it's like because that was nerve-wracking, it was the only time I ever experienced anxiety, like social anxiety. So it made it impossible. So like I didn't have like a girlfriend. Like I hooked up with a couple girls in high school, but I didn't get pussy. Like I didn't fuck till college. Yeah. And it wasn't until like I like put in the time and like felt comfortable with somebody and that I could like say my feelings. I was so scared of just like, I don't know, ridicule or I don't know what it was. So in high school I had like one girlfriend who I touched her breast like twice and she might have fucked like 6 guys like in that time frame. You know what I mean? She was like, it was one of those where she would call me.
Hurry up and touch my tits like you're fucking.
Get me warmed up. It was one of those things where she would call me and like we'd talk on the phone and it was one of those relationships. And she lived in a different part of town, and it was like, you know, before I even had a driver, I had my permit. And then it was like, I got my license, I went to a couple parties she was at, we made out a couple times, and then she called me, she's like, hey, I accidentally got fingered last night. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, don't let it happen again. You know, and then she called me like she got accidentally fingered like 3 more times. And I was like, you know what, I don't know if this is going to work out. Like, I broke up with her. She clearly was like, mostly even dating me. Effectively, we weren't dating. I would like call her, and she would fuck other guys. And she didn't even touch my dick. I touched her kids like 2 or 3 times.
It sounds like you have resentment.
I have a real resentment towards her still to this day. Resentment is a big problem I have. For sure.
Is it really?
Yeah. I don't like. Wow. I have a hard time letting things go. I'm a grudge keeper.
Is that a great characteristic?
We should do that again.
I think it is.
Well, next time,
like,
even faster.
Definitely, there's anger
Let's
problems
land over there.
that runs in my family. Something I'm working on.
Get
like,
ready.
I'm in therapy.
Anger specifically.
Anger is one of the big ones. Yeah. Anger. I mean, my dad had an anger problem that we always kind of inherited, and like. Anger and then guilt also is part of that big one. Yeah. Immigrant shit, guilt is huge. It's like your parents are like, well, I came to this fucking country to do what I'm very right. My dad was not that. But I hate you. I want to be
I graduated with a lot of people since like 12 or something. And it keeps me dirty, said like distended bellies, worms, yeah, he said some dirt and stuff, but then he's like, go give me some mayonnaise. Like, he never told me like a lot of stuff, and I was just kind of like, oh, I guess,
well, that makes sense too, because it's like, that's a different kind of immigrant where it's like, if you're leaving a place that you want to do,
and we checking out.
You know, my dad like didn't want to play right, you know. But I think both of them sound like they weren't very. It sounded like that was very emotionally open. It sounded like there was a lot of sharing going on.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I think you get older at a certain point, you kind of lose the It's almost you almost have to share your emotions at a certain time period. It feels like because I feel like sometimes maybe I wonder if you lose an emotional connection, like sensibility once you get past a certain age. I never really heard about that, but that'd be interesting.
I think if you relate to people, yeah, you know, but I can also see how much what am I pretending? Yeah. You know, I definitely feel myself getting a little more open and just more like what I actually should. Right.
One of these resentments, yeah, fall away.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm still holding on.
Yeah.
I still have a couple entries. Yeah. You know, a couple people who actually had think about like how much better my life is coming there, and I'm like, awesome. Like, I was just like, love that guy. He fucked me, and like, my shit is going so, I'm lapping him like 10,000. Like, I still indulge in just really good at that.
Yeah, something that gets you through. Something to pick your teeth.
Yeah. But for the most part, I also think you realize what the problems are in your life, and you don't let those people in your life. You're more aware of those. You're aware of the patterns you want to be around. And like now, everyone I'm around is like, I work with my best friend, and I hired my best friend's like, you know, to be my best friend.
Oh yeah, I met your friend. What's his name?
Oh, Ben.
Yeah.
cheeks. Ben O'Brien.
Ben O'Brien, bring him up. Let's get a gander at
Yeah.
He has a train conductor vibe.
He does. He loves overalls. He loves overalls.
I love that, dude.
No, Ben rocks. And Ben worked for me and he was a part of like an awesome comedy club like in William City. He was like went to art school, did like
he kind of has that Boo Radley smarter brother vibe.
Yeah, definitely, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
He's more in touch with his shit, more emotional, on his own little journey, figuring his shit out.
Cause we all went to
Paris. That was fun.
That was
an awesome time.
Bro, remember they put us in that plane?
The jet was insane.
God, that thing was nice, dude.
That was all. I mean, we had a great crew.
It was so nice, bro. Sometimes I remember I'll be in hotel rooms and it's like $400, $500 a night, dude. I ain't even sleeping in that bitch.
Yeah.
I'm staying awake. I'm getting my money's worth.
Yeah, dude. You're sitting on the couch. You got a suite, so you just sitting on the couch even though you're tired. You're like, no, I'm sitting on this couch. Yeah. I was in a fucking Holiday Inn Express 4 years ago. I'm hanging out in the suite. I'm putting shit in the mini fridge, even if I don't drink it.
Yeah.
I'm just getting this shit cold.
Yeah.
I'm putting my ID in there. So I pick it up in the morning, it's fucking freezing. I don't used to have mini fridge and fucking hotel money.
Yeah, man, there's something about it. It's like, oh, I'm not sleeping. It's going to cost me $70. You're out of your fucking mind, huh? Dude. I'm going to walk around this half living room.
I love the half living room. I've become such a fucking half living room like fucking diva, dude. I love I gotta get the half living room. For what? I don't know, but I gotta have it.
You got it. It's like, dude, hotel room, it's like they give you half of every room.
I know.
It's like the power rooms. It's like they all got together. We're like, this is a room.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like,
it's all the different ones.
The last, what the fuck is that called?
The last Mohicans, maybe?
No, Zordon was their fucking leader.
Oh, are you talking about...
What was it called when they got together?
Are you talking about the Brooklyn Nets?
Yeah, Kyrie Harden, and Kevin Durant. I'm thinking about the Brooklyn Nets. I'm not sure now since disbanded.
Yeah, dude, they was there fast, huh?
I know, that was
it's like Diddy's making the band. Remember how bad that band was?
The band was wrong, but it was a good show.
Yeah, the show was good.
When he made him get cheesesteaks, he made him walk to Philly or whatever he made him do. That was funny.
Bro, he didn't teach him any music.
I know, dude.
He basically got 5 brothers and sisters.
I know.
And made him walk 6 miles to get him a dessert.
But at least
it was almost like a story out of the Bible.
It felt more like a parable than it did.
In the future, that's what people will look back. Remember 700 years ago?
Yeah.
You know, when Bonnie had to fucking 4 months.
Go to 2 years. And what did we learn? And you must not be tempted by the evils of Dylon. You must be true to Diddy, no matter what the temptress Dylon says to you. At least we got the Chappelle Show skit too. We got a couple nice cultural artifacts from that. But yes, no good music. Yeah. The music was dog shit. Chopper, he was pretty good.
Yeah, Chopper was good, man. He was out there and all that. I think he fell for the ladies too much, though. What else? What we got in the news, man? Let's get a couple little news topics. And,
This might be the place
and you got your special, and it's out tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah. On my YouTube channel. And the Fat Rascal Tour, I'm coming all over the place. I'm going to Cleveland, I'm doing a bunch of fall dates. They're selling well. It's big theater, so it's like I'm a little nervous. But they're selling pretty good, you know? But it's one of those things where when you do small shows and sell them out, you feel good. When you have these big theaters, I hope it just keeps selling.
Oh, it's so scary. That almost became too scary for me. I had a real problem with that. Yeah, I still do sometimes. It's like, I'm afraid, it's like the last thing I want. It's crazy. I don't know. It's not going to show up for me. Yeah. So it doesn't mean like actual people might. But it's like, goes back to like being a child. It's like somebody's not going to be there.
Oh, dude, absolutely.
And so if you put something out there, you're basically opening and saying, hey, will you be here for me? And it's kind of different because it's a transactional thing, but it's still the same like concept.
No, I get it. You're putting yourself out, especially when it's like one level higher than you're used to, and it's like when you're putting yourself, when you're at risk, right? When you make yourself vulnerable, and then you're like, oh, I know I could have done this smaller place, but it's like I hope all these people that it seems like are there are going to show up. And then if they don't, yeah, it feels fucking horrible. But things are going good so far.
Yeah.
I can knock on wood.
Oh, man, you're so funny. They definitely will continue to go good. I think I noticed even more on that topic that, I commit to work is my biggest relationship because it's like the safest, most controlled place to even be vulnerable.
Dude, I felt that happening where it was like, which is a little scary, right? Because you're like, you stop being a person and you just become like, oh yeah, I've just got to keep crushing this because this is going good. I know I can control this. I have full control over it. And you start like I started feeling like depressed when I had time off. Mm-hmm. But while I was in it, I was like, I can't wait for some time off. Get a couple days off. I'm fucking run down, and then you get it, and you're like, what the fuck do I even do? Like, you know what I mean? It's like you don't have the other. So I was like, and I felt, and then when I went back to what Vito was like I had a month. I had a stretch where I was on the road like 7 weeks in a row, and the 1 week I had off, I had to do a different trip, and it was like just too much. But when it starts, you're like, at least I know what I have to do. There's no ambiguity.
Right.
There's no think. You know, if you're like me, there's like no your own thoughts. You don't even have time to think because it's like I have to be on the road every weekend. I have to podcast at some point. You know, in between that, and then you have to do fucking YouTube videos, where all this other shit, and it's like there is something freeing to not having to make a decision, but then at the same time, and there's something that feels awesome where it's all going good, right? You see the fucking numbers go up, the feeling of success. But that is a little that could be a trap too, because some of the shit you can't have control of. That's the scary thing. It's like you gotta kind of put yourself. You gotta have that vulnerability with just a person or people in your life, or like some other shit that's just not work.
I think when I was a kid, I take everything back to when I was a kid. I'm like, I love just walking through my own haunted house all the time.
Of course. Ooh,
yeah.
Oh, that's gone.
Yeah,
that's gone for good. Your uncle, bless you all.
But I think that just going back in to is somebody gonna be there? Am I gonna be I think wanting to be seen too. Why you even end up doing it? Why do I need to go have people show me that they see me? And I think comedy, it's like, show me you see me in a very real way. It's like, I need proof. I need audible.
Yeah.
I need to see it, and I need to hear it.
Right. And I need it every 15 seconds.
And I need it to be undeniable. And that's one thing I think about. If somebody's laughing, it's they're genuinely laughing. It's undeniable.
Absolutely.
So it's like, I don't trust things enough in the space that I'm in, or in the home space I'm in, that I need undeniable proof that you see me.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And it has to be almost from a cellular level. So primal, that's why it has to be
involuntary.
Right.
There's one involuntary thing where it's like, even if you're trying not to laugh, you'll still laugh if something hits you just right.
Oh yeah, it's just like it's like feelings just farting right out of your skin.
Yeah.
Joy feelings of joy.
Yeah.
Let's get into a little bit of news, man. You got a few more minutes.
We've actually. Stavros does a advice line show, so we didn't know if you wanted to do a couple voicemails together.
Oh, I would love it. Yeah, Stavi's World, we do half the show is advice, so I'd love to have the film there.
Okay, let's bring it to Stavi. You have on your show,
Yeah, Stavi's World, we do half voicemail, so it's like, you bring somebody on next time, you come anytime you want and do the show.
This has been so much fun, man.
Yeah, dude, we just fuck around for the first half hour, for the first 5 minutes of the show, and then we do advice. And we just call in that kind of shit. So.
Right.
Yeah, Stavi's World, we got 2 episodes a week, one Patreon. So. I love the help Southern Fucking.
Let's see what we got here. Play it up, brother.
Kind of like a callback to a classic that is on the show.
I'm the jump master.
Just Stavros' take on it.
We should land there. Looks like master. Jump this way.
Hey, Theo. I'm calling.
Here we go. It's a long drop.
Fun class. And these past few weeks, I've been having. There's just been. I was a special ed kid, and it's a job.
Wrong choice.
It's dumb, but recently there's been a kid named Dan. He had autism, And recently he's been trying to sexually assault me. And no, I don't really care, but it's more pertinent for the other students. And the thing is, you know, I know they can't help it and stuff, but every time he does it, he just has this look in his eyes, this lustful, evil look, almost like he knows what he's doing and like he knows that it's wrong. So he'll be, you know, he'll be running around, he'll be, stop that game, please stop. And, you know, he'll be helicopter in it, and it's just, it's very, and right now, they're more safe than
Sounds real to me. You don't think that that's real?
How would these kids pulling his cock out and flipping it around in
What
class?
would you do if you pulled your cock out?
I guess I would give it an up. I don't know if I'd pull helicopter. Maybe that's a size issue. Maybe this autistic kid's got a nice fucking piece, and he's really letting it hang. I would go up and down just because the helicopter's not as impressive. When the circumference of the helicopter, when it's like a mini, when it's like a hummingbird.
It's more of a drone.
It's a drone. Oh,
yeah, I think the first thing you do if you've already exposed your penis, you have to then, and then you realize, okay, this is weird. I don't know what to do now.
Emotion.
I think you have to spin your penis.
Okay, that's fair. And this kid's doing it on a primal autistic level too. He's just kind of connected. It's like he's not thinking; he's just pulling his dick.
Very
out.
limbic system. It's like very much.
yes.
If you are, you see this a lot on Nature Channel.
Yeah.
You know, where the monkey will kind of, or
the way a monkey uses his penis, this kid probably uses his penis.
Yeah, or a grasshopper or something, or like one of those little like lizards or something. They'll clean off all the area around it, and then they'll make their thing real big like this, or make their little like a mating, like a hat kind of. It's like a part of the back. This is like a fake hat, pops out behind their head, and it's like red and blue.
Yeah.
But I think everybody has their mating call.
And so you think this kid's penis, pulling his penis out is a mating call?
I think, what else would it be?
If you're autistic,
I still have and that's the thing. I think everybody has primal needs, man.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter.
I would think. Okay, so if he's really this horny, isn't his dick hard? And once your dick is hard, you're not really in the helicopter zone.
I wonder if autism can get an erection.
Oh, I think they can.
You think?
Oh yeah. I think they could probably get real nice ones because they're not up in their head. Like you said, it's limbic.
Oh yeah.
I have some anxiety problems sometimes. Like it's not getting hard, so I'm nervous.
Yeah.
This kid's not nervous, especially if his dick is out of math class.
It's time to drop,
You know
shock,
he's
and
like
rock.
overridden. Yeah. His dick has overridden his feeble autistic mind. Yeah. It's just gotten hard. Like with you know.
This root is square.
Yeah. I think this guy's lying though.
It's at least a rectangle.
Yeah. Cylinder.
What about, do you think it's out line?
I think so.
Oh, it's funny. Yeah, I didn't think
I can feel a smile on his lips. I can hear the smile on his lips. I just feel like if a kid is pulling his dick out in special ed, that's what happens. No, it doesn't happen.
Well, it happens in a regular ed.
Next ring's not very close.
If somebody tells you you're special, you definitely have to do it, right?
Maybe someone go this way.
Oh, so you think, so maybe though, but you're not though, so maybe they misdiagnosed it. Maybe this is a form of rebellion. Although he claims he's got an evil, lustful look in his eyes. And he says he's sexually assaulting him, which means he thinks the kid is trying to rape him?
I think he said the kid has a look in his eyes and the kid is trying to sexually beat him.
Right.
But I believe that the kid is just trying to advance sexually.
Now how about this? Isn't this a perfect approach for sexual arousal? If you don't want to jack the kid off, that's molestation. Right?
Yeah.
But if there is in fact, sexual arousal, especially in like high school special ed, that might be the place they're most needed. Just get them, you know what I mean, clear their brains. They're up against enough challenges learning how to read already. You don't want them hard, too. You should have to milk every special ed kid before you start a lesson. I've actually flipped completely on this.
יומיים אחרונים ברשת מסטר נחשמל עד 40% הנחה על אלפי
מוצרים, גם כפל מבצעים, גם כפל הנחות, אספקה מהירה והתחייבות למחיר הזול ביותר. היום ברשת מחסני חשמל. אל תחמיצו.
אז פשוט לקחתי פנייה חדה ונכנסתי במישהו מבחנים. גיליתי שהרכב שלי נגנב.
ואז אני קולט שאני בולם, האוטו לא עוצר, האוטו פשוט ממשיך קדימה ונכנסתי במשאית.
I think this is the natural way to deal with this. We need those Chinese big stuffing machines that Jordan Peterson retweeted. I don't know if you saw that. Yeah.
I think you got to, if you bring in robots just for a sec, I wonder, I don't know, I think you almost have to have a parent of a child like this.
They would have to sign a permission slip,
right?
For sure.
That's what I'm saying. You can't just, I think, send a robot in there. Or be like, hey, we've got 50 cents, you know, to the hall.
I think a gumball machine. You put the you turn it.
Because they used to let us all out to get a candy every now and then.
You're actually, you know what, that's true. The school does have to.
I think you have to have someone there.
Because you can't be. Because if it was like.
But then are you teaching an autistic kid? Sorry, I stepped on you.
No, please.
Or you I don't know.
But is it Pavlov's dog? Now are they going to get horny every time they learn a new fact? You know, you taught them to evacuate their nuts before learning. That's a good point.
And then
you might have to do the opposite. You listen the whole day. You let the robot something.
Can't the robot just master it like a what?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Exactly.
I feel like if I have autism and you put I just like the
sensory overload.
Yes. Of a robot, like, you know.
Yeah, it would be more of a jacking off thing, and it wouldn't look like a woman. We wanted this to feel medical.
Okay.
We wanted it to be a hole you put your special penis inside of, and it just drains you and gets you in the mind frame for docile. You know?
Yeah, ready to learn.
Honestly, I feel like I would have learned a lot better in high school if they let somebody jack me off right before.
You would have just gotten in line over and over again.
Yeah, that's true.
You would have missed every class.
Well, that's why it has to be controlled.
You'd had a book bag full of dried out
There's a jump tower here.
You would still be in school there.
I'm in community college. I'm in continuing education.
You made 19,000. You have no.
Hopefully there's good news.
You have nothing left in your body.
That's true. You're right.
Let's see what other news we got.
It's not a perfect solution.
But yeah, that age, man. Oh, it would be just.
I just remember specific lessons I probably missed because I was thinking about
sex so much.
Yeah, I had a hot teacher. You know what I mean? Think about getting.
Oh yeah.
Teacher.
We had a lady when she would come over. I would say, I don't know what this is, right? She would come over, and I would be so just caught up with like the smell of her and like and even just her possible tits. Like, and she had like 9 layers of clothing. She had like clothing from like the 1600s. She had all of that with a collar. Oh, definitely. She had bra, over bra, under, you know. She had her tit. She had an underbite on her tit. She had every thing you could have, right? As much as you could, you know.
Yeah.
And you could still feel her tits, her tit meat somehow
being closer to it,
radiating through all that clothing.
Oh, dude, believe me, I had one of my teachers in 6th grade.
Had a kid in
humongous fake titties.
Oh, fake ones?
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't allow them at our school. I remember that. It was natural. You only had that.
You had to have big natties to teach. They did a fucking. They put her through an MRI. Make sure there's no silicone in those titties. The principal's like, okay, checks out. He's feeling good.
Well, back then they had the you could tell if
that's true. Back then, that's true. The technology's gotten really nice.
It looked like everyone looked like somebody had vacuum sealed
a couple chicken cutlets,
a bocce ball.
Yeah. They were a little too heavy. You can see exactly where
they were so tight. I was like, man,
this lady, to my knowledge, had pretty awesome tits. Like you could, she didn't have like multiple layers. She was putting them out there. And she, don't get me wrong, you wouldn't see cleavage, but it would be like one of those things where it's like just a tight t-shirt.
Oh, man.
Just big old titties.
Yeah, this lady, I wanted to drive right through the tip of a small car.
And Geo Metro? Driving Geo Metro through her tits?
Yeah, yeah. And I would have left the window down just...
Oh, yeah. Well, another, I remember, speaking of being in proximity of titties or not world or whatever.
How exciting. Dude, my neck would turn red if I got around some titties.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my fucking God. I remember when I was like in 5th grade, I had to wear a scarf for like 3 months, dude. Because I was just so hard. Because I remember the blood would like, it would just...
You had an anti-erection scarf?
Just remember. The blood would come to the edge of my skin.
Yeah.
It was like, get me out here.
Oh man, I remember because I had a full beautiful head of hair in high school. I had this hair length, but it was like even longer and like curlier and nice. And you know, my high school was like, it was like what was like 85% black and 100% black.
Yeah.
And then of course Greek. I was cool. I was like on the football team. I was a funny guy. You know, whatever. I was hanging out. And girls would just love to just play with your curly white hair. You know what I mean? Girls would love to like braid my hair. And I just remember just like
1 minute, rings not
just
far.
feeling the warmth of a pussy. Like when a girl is like standing over you. Yeah. But no, I mean like
how do you feel?
Yeah. This girl must have had a heater. I don't know what was going on. She had a little convection oven.
Oh yeah.
between her legs. And I remember feeling
oh yeah.
on my neck. And I was like,
it's a real thing. Look up is the vagina warmer?
Oh, for sure.
Less than 30 seconds.
We can't say it in shit.
And yeah, teens.
And be careful what you look up, dude. I don't think you can do stuff like that.
I think but I think probably you're developing.
10 seconds.
And for the record, I was 16, she was 16.
Yeah, and everybody, even in my imagination right now, is
38 years old.
Did you go to jail, bro?
No, you didn't search it, so we're good.
Did you search it?
No, what is the vagina warmers the enemy I was willing to get to?
Okay, let's do it on the day.
Okay, let's see what it says. Vaginal temperature indicated in thermal.
Level 4. Care packaging here.
Let's look at that.
Recharging my shields.
I remember just an emanating pussy.
Oh, I remember being around a woman's vagina, dude. The first time you even like, why were the first time you even allowed, a girl allowed you to put your deviant, criminal, fucking claws on her.
Yeah.
And how every part of her body was like and you would touch anything. Yeah. Oh, what's going on here? Just put your elbow in my
Yeah.
You know, like,
oh yeah. I remember being
so excited, brother, just to be alive and be touch one. But I do remember around there, like uvula or whatever, that it would be warmer. Yeah. Or it would seem warmer. It could have been in your brain.
It could have been in your brain. It could have just been how bad you wanted access to some pussy. Because you felt like the briefcase in Pulp Fiction was just like that's what pussy was in your head, was just
sometimes it's like
warm. Sure. There's been plenty of those.
Those briefcases were leaving. But alright,
put chains around and throw it in the ocean.
Yeah, man, it would just be so. Just geeked up.
1 minute. Rings not far.
It's like, even if a woman wasn't going to let you touch her, but even just the fact that she let you put her hands I remember my first time just being around a damn titty. I remember putting my ear up to it. This girl that was like the first girl I ever even dated, and I just remember putting my ear up to it and
Here in the ocean.
No, I think I even remember. This is kind of crazy, but I think I even remember doing like the
Less than 30 seconds. Ring stand by.
That would make me patriotic. The first time I see tits. That's a
Extra
beautiful
supplies here. Best fill your pockets,
We're at Starkville.
I mean, it's like I think it's as close as you can get it, probably. Knowing that you have these feelings and they are just
We're not far from the ring. We
they
should move
take
here.
you over.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I remember just the first time
when you guys made love, or was it?
in an apartment, like a dorm. First time I got into a dorm. It was nice. It was cool because it was like, my college girlfriend wanted to kind of like wait. And she was like, alright, well, you know, I got jacked off, she flew me, and it was like, she's like, alright, well, now you can go down on me. I was like, great. And she just, I ate her pussy.
Oh, brother.
I licked her cooter, is that better?
There you go.
I tickled her cooter. And I remember being like, feeling proud of myself, because her plan was to just let me lick her cooter over. And she was like, you know what, maybe we can have sex right now. I said that. Yeah, she's like, let's just fuck it out. And I was like, let's have sex now. And I was like, yeah, nice. I felt like I earned my natural pussy in the days. I hadn't even, I think that's the first time I ever go out. I had like jingled with a girl before.
Right.
But I never like.
And when you out, was it daytime or was it evening?
Daytime? Yeah. First time I had sex was like 11 a.m. It was like fucking Price is Right is on.
Bro, imagine.
I think I literally went to like lunch with like
level 4.
Like a family friend. Afterwards, I think it was like weird. She was over my dorm, and it was like,
what do you do? What do you got to do today,
and they were just talking about shit, and I was just like I think it was like a guy trying to get an internship. Like, right? I busted the first time inside a woman ever, and this guy's talking to me about like Greektown development, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck about any of this.
Yeah, like I'm having a kid in 9 months.
It was in a complex.
What do I care? Where this apartment complex goes. Let's get some more news up. What else is going on out there? I'm trying to think of what I've been seeing.
Dude. I haven't been.
Well, they have this beer, all this, a lot of stuff with trans activism, you know?
Shout out to them.
Yeah, and it's got to be, well, what is it? Yeah, I mean, I know it's like, is it...
No.
I know it's men or women who want to be the other, right? Yeah. Or they feel stuck inside of you. They feel wrongfully convicted.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a good way to put it. Convicted in the wrong body.
Right.
That's what it seems like to me anyway. Although some people just want to go, I'm neither, I'm non-binary, you know, going on snowballs, I'm getting, honestly, a haircut a lot like yours.
That's how you tell me.
A lot of non-fan. Yeah, but I think mullet is a pretty nice non-binary look.
Yeah. What do you think? There's a lot of companies that are advertising stuff, right?
I mean, this
idiot with a firearm here.
Kid Rock says, but he's also Kid Rock.
Fuck Anheuser-Busch. Have a terrific day. Now you really showed them buying their shooting it with guns. I think basically giving them an advertisement. Like everyone who likes trans people is going to be like, yeah, Kid Rock's dumb. I'm going to get some Also, I didn't know this, but Kid Rock apparently grew up rich. That's kind of wild.
Grew up at this kind of class, yeah. His family had a car dealership, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think what the thing about it, I think, is that the place that he's coming from is or they try, like, I just wonder, what is the business, is there a business goal of it? Does it seem, that's what I'm just curious about it, because it seems like an interesting move.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. That's what I think is kind of been blown kind of crazily out of proportion is like trans people that I know, they just want to be trans.
Right.
They just want to like not be like killed. Like, because that's the thing. If you're like going M to F, if you're like born a man, you transition to female, it's like that's like a lot of them like become sex workers. A lot of them like get like violence against them. Guys who feel like they've been either tricked or like whatever, and it's like scary. It's like a pretty scary thing. It's a pretty like tough lifestyle, and they're just like, hey, I just want like not to be killed and to be like basically respected and to be able to go to like the doctor. And I just don't. It's such a low percentage of people too. It's crazy to me that we're having this discussion.
That's the part to me is interesting. It's such
cares?
a small, and I wonder: are you helping trans people by like Bud Light? Like, is this the move to help? Because I totally understand what you're saying. Like, imagine if you feel that way, right? Imagine if you really feel it, right?
Yeah.
Now, I think there could be a difference between people who really feel it and also now if they're commercializing it or if they're sensationalizing it so much that a mind that isn't sure now adapts to it to like have a cause, because people can grasp onto a lot of causes, right?
For sure. And I think like with any kind of thing that gets a lot of publicity, you will have people that are like just unsure or like reach onto it. And you will have, here's the thing, with anything that gets any traction, you'll get people doing it cynically to get famous, right?
Right.
But the way that there's like, it's like a 1% of people are trans, 0.001 of them are like these weird people doing it for attention.
Right.
So it's like, that's what is crazy about these discussions is like, for the most part, what we're talking about is like, let people have jobs. Like just let them have basic, and the way I look at it, right, was like, just let them go about their lives without basic discrimination, and like, who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
What do you care if somebody like was born a guy wants to chop their dick off and be a girl?
Yeah.
Why does that bother you? And I do find it a little ironic where it's like, especially people that are talking about like, like, not to get super political with it, but it's like the states that are very anti the trans shit. It's like you have people talking about how they want limited government, but then they're like, oh, I have to check your daughters to see if your daughter has a vagina before. Like Florida was talking about a bill where they're tracking girls' periods to prove their biological female. It's like
a whoop bracelet.
Yeah. A whoop strap. Florida, yeah. Ron DeSantis wanted one around like teen girls' pussies. Yeah. Inside of them, and it's like, aren't you supposed to be the one for like limited government? But we're checking girls' periods. It's like, or they made it like illegal to mention a period. It's like, dude, it's fucking crazy. And I'm just like, I don't get, like, I have some trans
I don't understand why it's like, if someone's trans, let them be trans. Yeah. I would never be upset at anybody that's trans, or like, I would be very curious what it's really like.
For sure.
I would be very curious in today's world, what if someone is like just gay and they see an option to be for clout, or just totally straight and sees it, because there's such it's such a like a currency out there now that I could see that being some, but I don't say that to diminish it, because those people are also diminishing if people are really dealing with that. Like,
for sure.
I don't know. I guess I just wonder, is this the best person to introduce that to the world? Like, because a lot of people now are just starting to talk about trans, which maybe is good, but it's such a small percentage of people. I guess I just don't understand. Is this going to be helpful to trans people? Because it almost, like, if I'm a trans person, right, and my life is tough, right?
Yeah.
If I really am, because I believe that, I mean, God makes so many cookies, man. You could,
yeah.
Something, or nature could be also merging. You don't know.
Yeah. And I also think in like other societies, like ancient ones, people were kind of like in between genders, and other societies had like multiple genders.
Yeah, look at Robin Hood.
Yeah, exactly. Those guys were in tights. Come on.
You tell me.
Somebody threw on Maid Marian's dress.
Big John was a bear, dude.
Yeah.
But I wonder if a regular trans person who does not want the wild attention, right?
Yeah.
And who just is trying to figure out their thing, do they think that I wonder if this feels comfortable to them, that now it's this thing, it's like attached to it's like,
yeah.
I don't know.
I know what you mean, like it's become like a, well, anytime like advertising or whatever, you know, when you become super mainstream. But I think a lot of the attention is unwanted. I think for the most part. But I do think it's because it's like kind of a political backlash because I think what. I don't want to get fucking super political here, right?
Yeah, maybe we are getting too political.
But there is something to a culture war thing where conservatives have been very shrewd, starting with like Karl Rove, where it was like, it started with gay marriage, right? And it's like, because people are like shit sucks in America for a lot of poor people. But I think when you don't want to offer poor people anything in terms of like material help, in terms of like better schools, better, you know, healthcare. Like healthcare is a big issue, right? Like people are fucked, and everything's getting more privatized, and there's less like support. I think the way that you that you get people to like vote for you is you like rile them up and scare them. Whether that and like there's this big backlash against trans people because I think it's become a conservative boogeyman where they're talking about like, you know, drag queens, and they're talking about how drag queens are gonna like groom your like they're calling gay people groomers and shit, and I think that's really dangerous, and I think that attention has come because trans people are being used as a political tool in the negative. Whereas, like, I mean, dude, it's so funny to hear people talk about how drag queens are like, you know, oh, they're so dangerous for kids. Where it's like, drag queen, like, you think they molest people? Like, politicians and priests are up 2 million kids to 0 on molested drag queens. It's like
at least 2 million or maybe 1,000.
Maybe like 1,000. Yeah. Maybe there's one. Yeah, there's one of them who was whatever. But it's like still, drag queens are going to start having to do like flea flickers and like trick plays to get back in the game. Compared to priests, compared to politicians, they're the ones fucking kids, and it's like it's just become this political ploy, you know?
Yeah.
It's like. Yeah,
I mean, look, that's a really great point, man. I think what I hear a lot of times that people are scared of, especially on the backs of like the vaccine and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. People are scared that, well, is this another reach where they're trying to, where the media will then use like a lot of like film, television exposure about gender uncertainty, and then to start to get young people to want to take like a gender blocker, right? Or some type of a medicine, right? Sure. And I don't know enough about the medicine. Yeah. But I think when I look at even how influenced I was, when I watched WWE wrestling,
if The Rock cut his dick off, you'd be thinking about it.
Dude, if somebody threw my grandmother against if somebody just threw my grandmother against the ropes, I would have hit that bitch's head off. That's how influenced I was by WWE, bro.
Sure,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
It was over, bro. No amount of calcium pills was going to bring her back. So I think that's a lot of people's fear. It's like, man, there's so much influence over my children that if they start to use this chip, are they then just going to come in with another medicine on the back of COVID where a lot of people are skeptical about the vaccine now, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably a lot of the fear.
Yeah,
but I think the molestation part, you're right. It's like, it's like, oh, you can't molest my kids. I'll let them, it's only going to be done by my own.
Yeah, by my preacher.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a guy with lipstick. Which again, it's not like I'm not convinced that those numbers are that big where it's like all of a sudden all these kids are transitioning because they think it's cool. I think it's so hard to do that. Like, people would say that about, like, in, like, sports, right? Or, like, Leah Thompson, they were talking about that swimmer.
Yeah.
Who, like, was trans and then was, like, a much better swimmer as a woman than she was as a man. The idea that you would cut your dick off to win fucking college swimming?
No one's saying that's why she did it.
You really want that bronze medal in college swimming that bad that you're going to chop your nuts off? It's like, I don't know. That's like, and then have people like...
You'd swim faster without nuts.
Yeah, the nuts might be weighing you down.
For sure, you're a seal.
But it's just like, I guess I'm not convinced that, like, I think a lot of this shit is just fear-mongering for no reason.
Yeah.
And especially when you see the statistics. Like, I saw some poll, I don't know if, like, we can find it, but it was like, there was like a poll of shit of, like, the percentage people thought.
Were
like,
trans?
A bunch of things, not just trans, but like a ton of stuff. Like, how many people are Muslim in America? How many people are, like, whatever? And everyone overestimated everything. and that like I literally think the percentage of trans people in America is like 1%.
I think we looked up the other day. It was 1.7 million. About 5% of young adults in the U.S. say their gender is different from their sex on the right. See, now this article sounds so delusional to me, right?
Yeah.
5% of youth. It could be now. That could be. They asked 100 youths in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Outside, but that's the thing about articles. You just don't know. But that kind of percentage, you see that. It could definitely make people think what's going on, and then you get get scared. Well, the news is so scary, man.
I also think there's a difference between like fully transitioning and being like, hey, I do think there's a lot of kids who are like, hey, maybe I'm non-binary. Maybe I'm like, I'm not going to change anything medically, but like maybe I'm going to start, instead of being called Eric, my name is now Sock. Yeah. And I'm half a guy. You know what I mean? Like it is. There is some change in that. I think definitely. I think I have more like young friends who are like maybe open to experimenting with gender in that they think, the way every generation has different radical ideas to older people. And I think that's another thing I try and think about is like, you don't want to be the old guy who's like, well, that's not right. That's not how I had it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, the part of me is like, I defer to young people sometimes a little bit where it's like, and some of this is like, people are going to find themselves and they're going to like settle down and it's like, whatever, those percentages might like drop or whatever. But it's just like, I think this shit is kind of like fluid and like always changing. But ultimately, I don't think it's dangerous. Like, that's the thing. It's like, who gives a fuck if somebody wants to change their name or like be perceived as something else? I don't understand why you fucking care.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think that. I feel like a lot of people probably don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think if it came to a point where then a kid could go get, say, if I'm 14, right?
Yeah, sure.
And I don't know how I'm feeling, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm gay. Maybe I'm straight. Maybe women just don't like me. Bro. I mean, there was times when I was younger when I thought that women didn't like me enough that I thought maybe I'm supposed to like men.
Dude, me too. I was like, maybe I'll just.
I was like, there must be something wrong with me.
Yeah.
That maybe, and in my head somehow I'm messed up. Yeah. I'm not messed up, but I'm just not seeing things clearly.
Yeah.
And
for sure. No, I'm with you there.
So say if you're going through that and then you decide to, that's where it's like, I just don't like it when there's possibility for the drugs to get involved. That's the part for me that's like, man, I don't know. Because I got on antidepressants at a young age and I can't get off of them.
Yeah.
So
sure.
I don't know. It's definitely interesting. And I think, look, we've had some good thoughts about it.
Yeah.
Some good discussion about it.
And I will say just from I've hooked up with some people who are they, them, non-binary. I've gotten some excellent they, them pussy.
Damn, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, bro.
And no joke, the best head I've gotten is a tie between two they, them people. It was awesome.
Damn.
Yeah. It would probably traditionally appear, they if you saw them, you'd probably go, that's a girl. Year. You know what I mean? But still. Yeah. So shout out to, they, them pussy is very powerful and it's out there.
The Lord's leap year, dude.
That's
it, baby.
Exactly.
And look, a lot of Asian people, I think, are against this sort of thing. They're very gender.
Yeah.
You
samurai or ninja.
Yeah. It's like they're even starting to name their kids. I think him was one of them. It was like nobody's confusing my son. Him.
He him. Yeah.
He's him and him. That was lame joke. You know what's interesting, man, is that I wonder a lot what nature's doing. Mm-hmm. Because that's what we don't know. We don't know what nature is doing.
Yeah.
We don't know. Every second that we are alive, right now, that's what nature's doing.
Yep.
So we don't know also if nature is doing something genetically where in the future we're all going to be one color, one, ambidextrous.
Nice
wearing just an ambidextrous holster around our waist.
That's true. You could remember the WWE figures where you could switch the heads, and it was maybe you could have a genital scene.
It could.
It's you flip your dick, it goes into your ass, and now you got a pussy. Or maybe you got a pussy under your balls. Maybe that's how we evolve.
Oh.
Imagine if you lifted up your balls.
And you had a vagina under it?
You had a vagina right under it.
Oh, you now it's time for the show. You just pull a little rope that's on your leg.
Your balls spread apart like they're curtains.
Yeah. Yeah. But I just then why are they? I don't know why. It's a small thing, and I feel like it's a. I just.
Some people not be able to get like medical care. It's
Well, insurance will find any reason not to give you anything.
Well, that's the other thing. Is like, that's another problem with our country where it's like so many of our biggest problems come down to we don't have our basics covered in the richest country in the history of the world, which is so fucked up. Like, no one should be fucking.
Well, it's not profitable. It's not,
Yeah.
It comes down to the bottom line. You start to feel like you start to feel like a pawn. I think that's another thing. It's such a time where everything that the media does feels like someone is being pawned.
Mm-hmm.
That I think that just everything these days I feel like kind of makes me a little bit nervous.
Yeah, I'm with you too. I am a little.
What's the shell game here?
Yeah. I'm a little pessimistic about the courts law in general, just because of global warming shit, but also inequality in America is so crazy, where it's like, yeah, dude. And I think a lot of the anger that you see in general, even for some people, trans has become like a boogeyman, and it's like they're angry because their family member has fucking cancer, insurance doesn't cover it, their job has been, their job is gone. There's no fucking, a train gets derailed. No one's fucking cleaning it up. Now they have fucking poison in their water, and it's like these are all things that could be covered with if we held our government accountable and they just they had to provide basic needs for people.
Yeah.
But everything has gone kind of to shit, and it's it's easy to start disagreeing about the stuff that does not matter when you're just so angry because you feel like you're getting screwed. Because we are getting screwed, but we're getting screwed by, in my opinion, big corporations, by everyone who's just gobbling up all the money and making sure that it's wages haven't kept pace with inflation. Minimum wage, if it was what it was in the 70s, now it should be $40 an hour or something. You know what I mean? I think that's the root of all our disagreements and all the anger here. And I think,
oh yeah, when people don't feel like they're not belonged to,
they're taken care of.
It used to feel like you also, at the same time that you're kicking down the traditions of the country, and at the same time that you're taking away, or you're making it harder. I think, I don't know. It's a lot. There's a lot of stuff. I'm not trying to not think about it. It's just a lot.
Yeah, no.
Maybe I'll turn the subject so we can get into something a little happier.
I guess some funny ones we can go into.
Okay, let's get into one or two funnier ones, man. Start with that. I love thinking about it.
I'm with you too. I mean, I really.
And I think it's important to think about
for sure.
Because that's the thing. I don't know anybody that is trans, and a lot of my friends don't. And I'm even in LA 5 months out of the year.
Yeah. I have some friends.
Oh wait, we have one. We had a guest, Robin
Tran.
Robin Tran.
I believe so.
Yeah, and that is
a little on the nose.
I mean, Robin Tran is a comedian, and I don't know. She didn't have the surgery at that time.
Okay.
And then Joe Dosh was a male comedian, and he has Joe Fifi now is his name, and he got a transition.
Okay.
I believe. I don't want to talk on the pocket. Joe's one of the
חדש מפניני, כלפי האוסף הרשמי של פיפא טופ קלאס 2023, כולל 6 מועדונים מובילים.
He's a child.
No, I'm saying that.
Been in the public eye.
I'm saying what he's doing is dumb, but also I can relate to the fact that he's 23 years old, and all the fucking kids around his same age, especially if he's a big fan of these rappers, and they're doing the same thing in their videos.
Wait.
So Joe
just like us back in the day. Think about 15 years ago when AI was doing all the stupid shit out in the streets. We heard a bunch of stories, but there was no social media back then.
4, announcement, coming to Salt Lake, Memorial.
Just emulating some of the fucking rappers that he looks up to.
If we're gonna, and I understand you're saying it, but you're saying he's young, and the butt is what people are always going to focus on. So if we, okay, fine, I can live in a world where young people are allowed to do dumb shit, then you don't get to make $200 million. If you're under 26 years old, you don't get $200 million. Because you keep fucking up because you're young and dumb, so you're going to keep fucking up. If we pay him $20 million, $5 million, whatever, well, you're young and dumb, so you get let off the hook. Cool. But you only get $5 million. You don't get $200 million and then skate on repercussions. You don't get paid grown-ass man money more than most people will ever see in their entire lifetime through their lineage.
But he's
and then be like, well, yeah, but you're 23.
No, he's still going to work.
Work at McDonald's, yo. Work at McDonald's.
But he's still going.
No. If you want to act like that, work at McDonald's.
No, but
nobody cares.
He's still going to work and doing his job. He's going on the court and fucking balling out of control. Wait. Wait. Yes.
It's not his job.
So now,
it's part of his job.
Outside of the job.
No. That's part of the job. You sign an agreement to not engage in behavior that is detrimental to the league or your team. He got slapped on the wrist for it. He can also not go skiing. If he goes skiing, he could injure himself in a way that could be detrimental to the team. So when you sign on the dotted line for the $200 million, it's also don't be out there with the guns, waving them, be in a strip club, getting caught with it. That is part of the contract. The reason I'm calling him dumb is because he was given the opportunity to rectify the situation, and he went right back to doing the same exact thing.
Yes, and I agree. Like, that's what I'm saying. We're not disagreeing. I'm not saying he's not dumb. I think the way people are coming down on him, like, how could you, and we are going to act like we were in our early 20s and doing some dumb shit. We all did dumb shit, but yes. We expect more of him at the level and everything that's on the line. We expect more of him, but at the same time, he's still a fucking 21-year-old.
This is what's going to happen. First of all, like, the gun shit is really tricky, obviously, because he has a legal right to own a firearm. The reason why they didn't prosecute him with the strip club shit, I think, is because Denver was just like, so now we have to prosecute every single person that drops their gun in the strip club that's legally owned. This is America. And I don't know if you can write laws to remove people's constitutional rights as part of their job.
Weirdly, I think that one he actually said that wasn't his gun.
Yeah, he did.
Maybe it wasn't. But I think from my understanding, what the police said is like, we can't prosecute every single one of these circumstances because he was holding it, at least in the club, which would be legal if you have a license to carry a gun. I believe in Colorado you can have a license to carry a gun. It seems like a big nature state. You would have fucking a reason why you would need a gun or own it. So I think that what he did wasn't illegal. The issue here is he made an agreement. He's like, okay, I see what I did was wrong, and I'm not going to do it anymore. And as part of the $200 million I get, this is one of those little things I just don't get to do. My friends get to do it. I wish I could do it. You know what else I wish I could do? Cocaine, because that shit looks really fun, but I can't because they drug test me. You know what I mean? Like, there's all these different things you wish you could do, but you can't, and you get $200 million for it.
Yeah.
If you want to do those things, work at McDonald's, because McDonald's don't care. McDonald's has no anti-gun policy. McDonald's has no anti-cocaine policy. Like, there are so many different ways you could live that life.
I think it's required. I think cocaine is actually that's a part of it. What is the max though at McDonald's? That's
here's
literally the max.
Here's the unfortunate thing. In order for him to be forgiven for this, because he will be forgiven, it's not really that big a deal in my opinion. I defend him more with the gun because guns are legal and it's a constitutional right. It's more the disrespect of the agreement that he had with the team after the first punishment. So what they're going to have to do now, and this sucks, they're going to humiliate him. They're going to make him take all of his guns to a gun buyback place, and he's going to have to publicly say guns are stupid.
Melt it down.
Yeah, they're literally going to go, bad boy, and spank him. Yeah. They're going to spank him fucking publicly. And it's like, do you want that?
No, absolutely not. And that sucks.
And this is what I also think.
It's disappointing.
And that's going to make him rebel more, because he's like, oh, they just make an example out of me. Fuck that. All my friends think I'm pussy. All the rappers I look up to think I'm pussy. So now I got to make them feel like I'm not pussy. And I'm going to go do some crazier shit, and this is going to keep on fucking happening.
Two things. One, you touched on earlier, and what I think you're forgetting. There was a lot of build-up to this. He got in trouble once. We didn't come down on him on this podcast. We didn't insult him down 15 minutes. Multiple times you've done. Son, you're beating up 17-year-olds over a pickup game.
That story's hilarious.
Well, that's insane.
He was like doing a pickup game at his place, like at his mansion, and like people came over, and he got into an argument with one of the guys that came over.
He's 17 years old.
17 years old.
Beat his ass. Pulled a gun on him.
He goes inside, gets his gun, allegedly,
puts it in his waistband, then comes back outside, and then keeps arguing with him, and then lifts up the waistband to show him the gun.
So you don't think this is the dumbest guy ever?
Which is hilarious. He's like,
you don't think he's
it's so funny that he's like, I gotta go get my gun really quick, and then goes upstairs and he's like, okay, where's it?
That's what I'm saying. We're not coming down on him for no reason. It's not the first time. He didn't pull a gun out once and he's a model citizen. He's been dumb as fuck.
I think he clasped his waistband. I was like, oh fuck, I don't have my gun. And then ran upstairs and got in there. He's like, yeah, now look, this is what I meant to do.
And I think the only hope you have is you gotta trade this guy. I think the only hope I was talking to Derek Poston about this. Shouts to Derek, but weeks ago when we were in Denver together, and I was like, what happens? Because Memphis, from what I understand, they don't fuck around. They can swallow you up. It got Young Dolph. And I was like, how does he get out of this? And he was like, he doesn't. You got to trade him to Sacramento or fucking
Orlando. Let's go.
Orlando.
Orlando.
Disney World and
Disney World. Gun energy over here. Send him to Orlando. If he's a Nick right now,
he's a Nick. He didn't do nothing. There we go. He didn't do nothing. He's a kid. He's a kid.
If you don't think it's what you the ops?
You're the ops right now. So get your life together, dumbass.
You also forget New York will send Plaxico Burress to jail for having a gun. They don't give a fuck.
We don't give a fuck. He'd be in jail already if he was in New York.
New York, that motherfucker be in jail.
We getting rid of him if you play. You think I'm trying to get his ass over here?
Hey, bro.
Come on, son. Yo, New York, we
listen, listen, New York,
yes.
New York Knicks, we love you, and by you we mean Jalen Brunson, okay, and maybe Josh Hart.
Yes.
The rest of y'all could go. The rest of y'all could go. Anybody saying anything about JB taking that, making that last turnover? Everybody else in the team was like 3 for 50. He's the only person that scored. Who the fuck he gonna pass the ball to?
Doing it himself.
He's supposed to.
Playoffs.
And did you see the effort Randall made to even get that pass? He let a fucking two guard. Randall's what, 6'9"?
He's 6'10", 6'11", something like that.
Yeah, maybe not that. Do you think he's that tall? Julius Randle?
Fucker, bro.
Anyway,
I've seen him. He's tall as fuck.
Fair enough, but he let some fucking two guards stop him when he was coming through the lane. Run through that motherfucker, grab that pass, and redeem yourself for your. They wanted more. They do want. They wanted more than you on that last play.
The moment he said that, the season.
He's 6'8". Yeah.
The moment he said that, I knew he was gonna lose. Come on, you don't say that shit. Even if you feel you don't say that shit.
Yo, we gotta find other ways to be gangster besides the gun shit. Yo, you know what's interesting also about like showing the gun? Guns aren't expensive. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like,
it's not a rich flex. It's an I'm tough flex.
The flex is I ain't gonna do what these motherfuckers tell me. That's the flex. The flex is the rebellion.
Yes.
No, what I'm saying, he's saying it's a tough flex. No, it's rebellion against the league and against his team. So if it's rebellion against the league and the team got every right to be like, all right.
Do you think it's also compensation for how people perceive he grew up? Like, I think
he might be overcompensating because people think he's a suburb kid.
Yeah, like people, there's that family photo of him in like the polo shirt with his mom and dad.
Can I also say this? I didn't hear that coming out until the first gun charge.
Yeah, he started acting crazy, and then people were like, that ain't you.
Yeah.
There's a few gangsters in the league, and it's well documented, and some of them are maybe out now, but they were still involved in the life.
Yep. They were throwing up signs during the game.
The real ones?
This shit ain't...
No. The real ones?
Come on.
Never threw it up in a game.
No, some.
No. The real ones that were doing work still, that were involved in it, you would never know. You would have no clue. Even the way they played, you're like, there's too much fundamentals for you to be There's way too many.
How are you going to initiate it? Like, your handles are insane. Like, how is that possible?
But I'm saying those guys, the ones who are throwing it up, grew up in the neighborhood. But they weren't doing work. And that's why they throw it up, because they're not worried that anybody could come back to them.
He might even had an agreement where it's like, look, you can throw our shit up, you just be safe. We're not fucking up. You're not fucking up.
No, the Crip dude told him what it was. Yeah. He's like, yo, you want to throw it up? You're going to have to pay the Crips.
You got a license. There's a licensing fee. Like, we got to get paid. We got royalties, bro. We got to protect the brand.
Yo, they made it a hot song. Like, they made it a hot song. So, you got to pay for that. You don't get all the cool clout by throwing it up without paying for the dudes who put in the work to make it that way. You should have to pay the Crips.
That's a blue check. That's a fair trade.
100%.
He was like, Draymond will throw it up, but Draymond comes back, gives fucking backpacks and lunch to the community. He gives back, fine, throw it up. That's what he's also like, you don't do nothing for any of us.
What's Draymond throwing up?
He said Draymond throw up the Crip shit.
Really?
That's what that dude said.
Where's Draymond from?
Soundbite. I don't know where he's from. From Michigan, I think.
I know he went to
Michigan
school
State.
there, but yeah. Wow, I didn't know that.
Look at some offers, kind of see what people are, how much it costs.
For us to throw up?
Just to see, you know what I mean? How much a month?
I think we're bad for the brand. If I was throwing a crib, I think they'd be like, I don't really care how much you get back. It's a bad look for us to have you.
A lot of offensive jokes. You guys say a lot of crazy stuff. You know, we don't want to be associated with that. You know, we kill people. We don't insult races.
The cribs are going to become your club promoters and be like, I want 20% of the door.
How big's the club? Let's talk.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. Yeah. You need to give us 10% for protection. And you're like, protection from who? Us.
The calls come from inside the house, baby. Let's go. But yeah, I feel like I just feel like I knew kids like that. Like I knew this one dude that his parents are African, and like he lived in Orlando, kind of like a rough neighborhood, and didn't feel black enough for the kids he was around, but didn't feel white enough near the white kids. You had a black friend. Yeah, it was my one. It was my one.
But he wasn't black enough for the black friend.
He was African. You know, he was from Liberia. But he like kind of got into rap, started hanging out with the kids, started doing lean, got face tattoos, and kind of went off the rails. And I was like, oh, you're overcompensating for how that group perceived you, and you could have kind of gone one or either way. And so I had compassion for him. I was like, yeah, you're rebelling against the way you grew up in the
You're just trying to fit in at the end of the day.
Yeah, and so I'm like, is Ja doing something like that where he's growing up in a very, like, I don't know what his upbringing was like, but if it is, like, people are perceiving him...
Rough Rider, no, you don't want nada.
Yes.
I'm wearing the gold suit. Well, we're not coming. They don't come. Thank you. Oh, yeah, am I going to jail? Shut up. Thank you.
Wow, Wes. I went to snap. What happened to your fucking hand? I was peeling apples this morning. I peeled my finger. Well, right down my goddamn finger, dude.
How bad?
Peeling a Granny Smith. It wasn't too bad.
I used to love Granny Smith.
Dude, I still do.
Really? I'm a red guy now.
You're a red guy.
I switched.
So now I'm, excuse me, brother.
Excuse me, brother.
Oh, hey, here's our guest.
Good to see you both. Is it Red Delicious or Macintosh?
That's a question.
What's the crisp?
Honey crisp.
Honey crisp.
Oh, those are nice.
I like a nice crisp. I don't like the reds that are like soft.
Yeah.
That's a Macintosh, I think.
Yeah,
disgusting.
Grainy and soft.
Yeah.
Not with that either.
Not trying to eat sand.
No, I still hold down Granny Smith, but I've got into
sour and tart now.
Dude, I love them.
Yeah.
This is apple season.
Yeah, it is.
So now what I do though, I used to do all straight Smith, but now I've got into baking apples. So you got to do a little variety. Throw some Smith in there for the tartness. I think I threw some Honey Crisps actually in there.
Wow, look at you. Can I see the cut? Can you
it's small.
show me the
We have bandages.
It's small, but it was in the heat of the moment. I didn't want blood to get on the apples I was cutting, so just a little nick. It's nothing crazy.
Okay.
But I was leaking.
But you did the right thing by covering it up.
Through the Band-Aid so I can continue. I was just like,
That's the Neosporin.
Nah, just the band. It's the bandage. The acid from the Granny Smith probably.
Oh, that probably hurt.
Probably just cured it all out.
Yes.
Cleaned it out, but I heard kissing a wound will actually make it better scientifically.
It does. The saliva. I heard that too. The saliva actually does it. Yeah.
It feels like that cannot be true though.
Oh, it's true. Yeah.
But saliva, somebody else's saliva in your cut.
Your mommy and daddies you're talking about? You're talking about your mommy
My
and
mommy and daddy would probably break out in herpes. Fucking disgusting. A slut of a dad.
You had to get your finger amputated.
My fucking gay slut of a dad.
Yeah, you would.
It was a gay slut.
You got AIDS from your daddy kissing your wounds?
Whoa, dude. My dad doesn't have HIV.
I thought he was a slut, dude.
No, he just said he was gay.
I said he was a gay slut, dude.
I mean, I thought when, scientifically...
I would for real give anything for my dad to come down with monkeypox. If he just somehow, not sexually, just if he's accidentally got it.
Just for the giggles?
Just to be like, dude,
like sharing a needle with his
what
buddies.
were you doing?
Sharing a needle.
Also, he would rock it.
The pox?
He would totally be like, what?
What's the pox?
He could have serious sores on his face, and he'd be like, what the hell? What are you talking about?
Just arms bare, short sleeve shirt?
Yeah, you can rock pox.
Do people die from mpox at all, or is it just like...
No, I think it's just
It's just unsightly.
You just become a freak.
Yeah.
It cycles through, though. I don't even think it's that bad. I think they just wanted something.
monkeypox is nothing.
Yeah.
The only thing that's scary about it is the stigma.
True.
But now everybody else is
terrifying.
getting other shit, and they think it's monkeypox.
Ooh, monkeypox is rough, dude.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
What's
monkeypox
it looking like?
Holy shit.
What's it looking like?
If that's real,
Oh,
but
they're
you never know.
bumpy.
You can Google
Yeah, true.
just about anything.
It looks like the Skittles commercial
Little
where they
puppies.
can, like, pop the Skittles.
Oh,
They're just
man,
like, they're
monkeypox
dense.
is bad. Dude.
Yeah, little puppies.
It would be funny if your dad got it, though.
Yeah, if he accidentally got it, if it ran through the Elks in Mechanicsburg, and Rose just came down with it.
Just some dudes fucking like high-fiving over the game, fucking
Yeah.
like, yeah!
All it takes is one of the Elks to go suck someone at the Y.
Destigmatize it, though.
There's gotta be one guy in the Elks, dude.
There's definitely some homosexuals at the Elks.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the Elks?
The Elks Lodge? It's the fraternal or brotherhood.
They have a
fraternal
frat?
order. Yeah.
They have a main frat?
Yeah, they have a frat.
Really?
It's just for dudes to get the fuck out of the house.
Is there dues? Do you have to pay to get in?
Yeah.
They're like throwing
My
like
dad was
30
named
bucks.
the Rookie of the Year.
What?
His first year. They have a Rookie of the Year. My father has a picture at the Elks. Well, he did it for a year, called the Rookie of the Year. There's a picture of Phil.
How do you get rookie status?
Just dominated. Showed up nonstop. Put down Bruce.
Yeah, what kind of status?
Unprecedented. That is actually pretty sad.
What? Getting a rookie of the year?
Rookie of the Year in a local bar when you're like 16. People are like, holy shit, this guy's an alcoholic.
What's the age range for the dude?
Young bro, my bros are getting into it back home, which is the Elks does rule. It's like $1 a beer.
Yeah.
That sounds
All you do is you get like 50 cents beers.
There was a bar in Westchester called the Eagle. The same
Popcorn machine.
You gotta see if you can
They
play
got
at the same
DirecTV.
time.
They have like one big screen TV. It's like it's not a flat screen. It's like a box. It's like 800 pounds. We're all gathered around, watch the Steelers on it. That's sick, dude.
Yeah, there's a place we used to go to in Westchester. You drink like $1. You just go there and get hammered at the Eagle. And then it was all like club. You ever sign you in?
When I go home, I go to a Friday night bingo night at the Elks. Bingo is fun. And I lie to my mom. I say, they call me. You gotta finish it.
Bingo!
And everyone's like, oh, boo. Everyone gets mad at whoever gets the bingo. And then the guy comes over and he's like, it's not a good bingo.
I'm like my car. We gotta go over the numbers again. That's not rookie to give it to her.
That's a good trick, though. When you pick the mom.
That is so fucking funny.
She was devastated. She actually hasn't really forgiven me.
Fake called bingo?
Yeah. You told me to lie to bingo.
I trust you so hard.
She's like, oh my god, this is it. I've never won anything in my life.
Yeah, that's it. Especially so you know you're responsible for someone wiped their car. Oh, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Wait, my car.
But that's on them.
That's true.
There's a chance that they're not going to pay. Anytime they call 69, the whole place goes,
Bingo must get rowdy. That's all they have, right?
Yeah.
That's bad bingo discipline, dude. If someone wipes their car, then you gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
That's Staz.
And you gotta cheat. I cheat.
I didn't cheat.
You get, you know what? You lay out all your cards.
Yeah.
Whatever the first number called, you check. I'm going to go with this card.
Yeah.
A little advantage up top.
Oh my god.
Get a couple advantage. Yeah. A couple brewskis needed at this point. I'm going to go at the Elks.
Whatever it is.
I swear to God, that's about as happy as I get.
That's so fucking funny.
Nice.
Is there ever scandal? Any cheating scandal, or just?
Yeah, there's some accusations.
Yeah.
Whenever one particular table is doing well, the rest of the bars, they hate them. They're like against them, and then
But how can you even really cheat in bingo?
You just told us.
I mean, you can start like that.
But that's not like a cheat.
You can bring extra cards. You can play multiple
You can not
cards.
use a marker. You should be using a marker. You can use chips. You can check your cards and be like, actually, this card's doing pretty good. I'm gonna move.
Yeah.
You can play multiple cards.
As I'm saying, playing multiple cards.
Yeah, and then just wipe it, keep it.
What kind of prize money are you looking at? Life
I
changing?
mean, we're talking about blackout, the final cards.
Yeah.
Full blackout, final round, $600. And at the Elks, that's 1,200 beers. That's rookie of the year shit.
That's incredible, dude.
Night at midnight, they all do this. It's a secret, dude. I shouldn't be divulging this. The Elks are gonna be pissed.
Yeah, no.
I don't know I forget which one's the Moose. The Moose might be it. The Elks might be it.
Yeah.
One of them. At midnight, to the veterans, dude. To all the fallen troops. It's just a bunch of drunk guys.
It's like they're teasing them.
All the troops, respectful. Almost none of them were troops. They're all Just draft dodgers.
They gotta hold it down though for the troops.
Old dudes love troops so much.
Of course.
Yeah. What else is in 11 once you're older?
Are there troops in there? Do the troops hit it back to them, or like?
No, they all. Yeah, I think it's actually just for dead elves. So I could be wrong. Yeah,
the ones that go on
for the rookies of the year. All the rookies of the years have short shelf lives.
What if you joined and didn't get Rookie of the Year? How furious with yourself would you be?
If my father got it and I didn't,
yeah, exactly.
It'd be like a Griffey. It'd be like a Ken Griffey situation.
Yeah, exactly.
I might come in and catch a fly ball in front of him and be like, "That's just us good for him." I don't want to be Ken Griffey.
Yeah. Otherwise, it'd be like the beginning of Gladiator. You have to find your dad.
Yeah.
I never knew.
Dude, I just watched Gladiator.
Did you really?
Put it on the green room this weekend. It was nuts. I watched Ghost in the Darkness. Ooh. But I guys don't know.
Kilmer, bro.
Yeah.
Kilmer. That was one of my
Kilmer
favorite
goes out.
ever.
That was when I was a kid. That was on replay.
Yeah, like a blockbuster. It was just like,
yeah, this is unbelievable. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. It's
I've
not as
seen
bad as you'd think. Then we watched Gladiator. Got in an argument with a comedian named Mike Turner. He was sitting there trying to trash
Gladiator?
Yeah, he was trying to trash Gladiator.
What was the point?
He was saying it was too long. I don't know. It made me sick.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's like chick shit.
I didn't want to say it.
It's fully
but yeah.
chick shit.
That same movie's too long. It's for girls. That's girl stuff, dude.
He said, he was like, Top Gun was the best movie I've ever seen.
That's probably also long. Is that not long?
Oh, it's long, but it's all, you'd have to be simple.
Can I tell you something? I've never seen Top Gun.
The first or the new one?